soil where our fathers bled and fell. Our children wake to the morning bell. They speak our tongue, they dream our dream, but shadows gather from the northern stream. If jihadists take over our sacred land, our churches will be razed and burned down. Our voices will be silenced. No more markets, no more songs of old. Our daughters will be veiled like masquerades and stripped of their dignity and womanhood. Our sons will be humiliated in slave chains. Awake, O Biafran sons and daughters, the hour is. For the Biafra homeland, in the soil where our fathers bled and fell. Our children wake to the morning bell. They speak our tongue, they dream our dream, but shadows gather from the northern stream. If jihadists take over our sacred land, our churches will be razed and burned down. Our voices will be silenced. No more markets, no more songs of old. Our daughters will be veiled like masquerades and stripped of their dignity and womanhood. Our sons will be humiliated in For the Biafra homeland, in the soil where our fathers bled and fell. Our children wake to the morning bell. They speak our tongue, they dream our dream, but shadows gather from the northern stream. If jihadists take over our sacred land, our churches will be razed and burned down. Our voices will be silenced. No more markets, no more songs of old. Our daughters will be veiled like masquerades and stripped of their dignity and womanhood. Our sons will be humiliated in slave chains. Awake, O Biafran sons and daughters, the hour is late, there is no other time. Your silence now becomes a chain that binds the land in endless pain. Diaspora shore, together we open freedom's door. Biafra is calling, her spirit strong and true. Contribute now, the future waits for you. Warning to those in homeland, they come with sword and holy book in hand, promising peace while conquering every land. Fulani herdsmen turn to invaders and settlers, taking farmlands and destroying our green vegetation. If we sleep and let the takeover succeed, our Biafran blood will flow like stream of water. Terror and fear will take over where children used to play. Mothers, fathers, youth of Biafra land, your contribution is the protection that will hasten our independence and freedom. Donate the money, the brick, the tools our government needs to actualize our independence and freedom. Unity and resources will guarantee our safety and freedom. To diaspora Biafrans, you fly across the ocean, safe and far, building empires under foreign stars. But hear the cry of the motherland in chains. Your brothers slaughtered, your sisters kidnapped, raped and beheaded. If you turn away and refuse to give and donate, the fire dies and our children cease to live. Your millions scattered will become a curse nation, no flag to call your own. Your grandchildren will ask why you left us alone. The risk is real, extinction in disguise. A people scattered till their memory dies. Biafra calling all, from Biafra streets to Washington's busy lane, from hills and valleys of Biafra to Atlanta's rain. Lawyers, doctors, traders, engineers, send your skills, knowledge and power to support your only government. 1 million voices, 1 million hands can birth our nation today and now, and save our people from these burning sands. Not by bullet first, but by clear vision. Fund the diplomats, the media, the lobbyists, the attorney, who are our voice in Washington, D.C. Rise, Biafra, this is our time to shine. Every contribution draws our freedom line closer, from homeland soil to diaspora might. We must find our freedom to reclaim our right. No more begging, no more second place. Biafra rising with glory on her face. Invest, contribute, donate today to Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechikunke, who is engaging United States congressmen and policymakers in Washington, D.C. for the freedom of Biafra, the land of the free and the brave, the land of the rising sun. This sun has risen to set no more. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. God bless Biafra. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. God bless Biafra.
Allow you to speak. We only take one more. And I think since you are from Borno, let's allow you the person. Doctor? But you're
Mr. Speaker,
you're from the same state. I'm not sure you're going to speak on the same subject matter.
Mr. Speaker.
Please go ahead.
I represent the extremely displaced and highly victimized constituency of Chibok, Dambua, and Goza. Mr. Speaker, honorable members on record, including the 82 not yet recovered Chibok girls. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking as a victim of the recent resurgence of an insurgence of Boko Haram. I was in my constituency on Saturday to sympathize, to condole with the people that lost their lives as a result of this sporadic, uninterrupted attacks in my constituency. In Pulka constituency, part of my constituency, 10 peasant farmers who went out to scavenge for what we call firewood. Peasant farmers were slaughtered by Boko Haram members, and 5 are still at large and 3 are critically ill in the hospital. In Chibok, 14 peasant farmers were attacked in their community. In less than a blink of an eye, they reduced 14 people to 9. As they are running, these people are running with their brand new motorcycles, using brand new AK-47s, are running for their own lives. In Isge, I lost 2 military men, a captain and a senior officer, as a result of Boko Haram insurgents. In Kamburu, I lost 2 men and 1 military officer as a result of Boko Haram insurgents. In Wajiroko, I lost so many constituents. We lost so many constituents because Boko Haram is using armed drones. Let it be on record. They are using armed drones, weaponized drones, which Nigerian army is not using. In other words, they are more sophisticated and advanced than the Nigerian army. Lastly, I lost people in Wajiroko. We lost people in Wajiroko as a result of Boko Haram insurgents. This is the few I can give you, just a tip of an iceberg as far as my constituency is concerned. I observe one thing. Boko Haram is fast coming back, worse than what we had in the past. Take it or leave it. Boko Haram, ISWAP, or whatever name you call them, they are coming back. Let us do something serious in order not to go back to our days when 22 local governments out of 27 local governments of Borno were occupied by Boko Haram. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we should be complacent. Rome used to be the greatest empire on the world, but it was destroyed by the complacency of the Romans because of their inability to take things serious to deal with their enemies. So as I'm speaking to you, personnel, there are no Nigerian army personnel. They don't have enough personnel to face these boys. That is the truth. They are committed. They are very strong in their own stand, but unfortunately they don't have enough personnel and equipment to face the Boko Haram. I have seen it. Nobody reported it to me because I went to my constituency on Saturday and...
There are still plenty of Nigerians who say that the Igbos are much too clever for anybody's good. That's really the reason they fought them during the war, to teach them a lesson, to show them they could neither expect to dominate Nigeria nor set up a country on their own. There's a Nigerian joke that says that the very word Igbo stands for I before others. Certainly the Igbos are competitive and aggressive. The merest look around the market here tells you that. But these are the very qualities they need to recover from the war. No one who was in Biafra during the fighting can doubt the Igbos' ingenuity, their sheer ability to get things done. The Commissioner for Economic Development here says the Igbos can't really expect to be like the Germans and Japanese, to emerge even more prosperous from the ashes of war. All the same, it could happen. It's already said that the Igbos will reach their pre-war level of economic activity by the end of next year. So though they may be down, the Igbos are definitely not out. It really depends on the help they get from the federal government, how quickly they're able to get back on their feet again. Richard Lindley, News at 10, East Central State, Nigeria.
But at the end of it, I don't want to go because these things are all, the tapes are available, the records are there. In fact, only about 2 weeks ago I saw a set of the records again. The transcripts are available. But we talked about the Nigerian situation. And certainly, at the end, everybody says, oh, you tell them this, you did that. The fact was that our case was so clear that I actually believe at the end of Aburi that the problem was not Gawan, but probably some ambassadors in Lagos who were pressing on something else. Because we understood each other. We agreed on every single point. The drafting was, in fact, my chief secretary with 2 other chief secretaries from the other side. They said, no. And drafted, and agreed. We looked at it, we agreed. General Ankara read over the whole report again to us at the end. Asked us if we wanted to amend anything. No. At the end of all that, the position was so good that actually Ankara drove Jack Gawan and myself to the airport. Jack was sitting on his left, I was sitting on his right. He was in the middle. And in the course of that journey, at a point, General Ankara shook his head and said, "Oh, thank you. Thank you. If only we can go on like this, everything would be all right." I believe I was the one. As I do now from time to time, I go for the dramatic. Suddenly I picked up Gawan's hand, put it on Ankara's lap, brought my other hand and placed it on it, and I said, "General sir, hold us together, I want to say something." So General Ankara put his hand on top of the two hands, and I said, "General, I want to assure you that I am totally satisfied with everything we said. I will even go further and say to you something I did not say at the conference, and that is that once we have implemented everything we have said, I would ask you for one favor and one favor only, and that would be to be the one to propose Jack Gawan as a head of state of Nigeria."
It was a two-day conference of peers and old mates, but its aftermath produced even further controversy.
When we came back, Ojukwu did not go to make the statement he made first, virtually giving the impression that we've agreed for a confederation to move apart, etc., which was really not in exactly that. If I had had the opportunity to make my broadcast first, because that was the agreement, not for him to make the broadcast first, then if I had committed myself to what he said, then there wouldn't have been any problem. But he went and said certain things that certainly looked wrong, and therefore we saw in practically everything he did, I think it was for to play up to the gallery, not being sincere.
At Aburi, yes, we agreed on area commands for the armed forces. At Aburi, we agreed that the police force would be decentralized. We agreed on those. Yes. We agreed even to show that we didn't separate. At Aburi, we also agreed on a certain revenue formula. That's what happened at Aburi. Aburi again, because I always end up, it sounds odd today, but I always end up saying I must have been naive, because I believed actually that would be the end. I'll confess to you, when I got back to Enugu, oh yes, I had a party, believing that probably the danger was over. That's what we thought. Until they then began to deny everything. It was the denial of Nigeria that made me publish the tapes of Aburi, because we had insisted that each one should have a set of tapes. Everybody talks about confederation. Go and look at the transcript. There is no time that the word confederation came from my lips.
In broad terms, Aburi changed the title of head of state from Supreme Military Commander to Commander-in-Chief, gave the regions control over internal affairs, and concurrence of each region was now required for any decision affecting the whole country.
I'm asking a very pertinent question. Is Nigeria working for you? Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, knew the solutions to Boko Haram till he finally became president. He asked ex-President Jonathan to resign because of insecurity. He cried empathetically. He promised to end Boko Haram in 3 months. But now, he's telling us he's done his best to arm the military. Why isn't he resigning? Governor Fashola knew the solutions to providing stable power supply till he became Minister of Power, and darkness pervaded the land. After trying hard and giving excuses like he only plays a supervisory role, the ministry was assigned to someone else. Power grid, still they collapse. The NSAS protests were tagged insurrection. In fact, someone said Aisha Yusufu ought to be in jail for instigating violence. Then farmers were beheaded in Borno. Same person asked Aisha Yusufu to lead a protest. Aren't these people supposed to forbid hypocrisy? Is Nigeria working for any Nigerian today? From leaders hoarding food for the poor, receiving kickbacks from government contracts, to farmers needing permission to go to their farms. Is Nigeria working for you? Why is Zamfara's gold for Zamfara and Niger Delta oil for Nigeria? Why is Hisba destroying alcohol, but their state governments receive federal allocation from monies received via taxation, including tax on alcoholic beverages? Why are some federal roads abandoned to bandits and kidnappers? Who is in charge of Nigeria's security? The president is talking tough this time. Most times, he's as shocked by the rest of us by the absence of good governance under him. Regardless of his campaign promises and the manifesto of his political party, Nigeria has rolled back in terms of development. From Naira continually losing its value to a recently launched locomotive trains breaking down in the middle of nowhere. Nigeria has to be working for some people though. The government can do no wrong. To this set of people, their money isn't being stolen, even if the money is being borrowed, leaving debts for their own children to pay in future. Even if the leaders don't use public institutions, from sending their children to Ivy League schools abroad to getting medical treatment abroad, some people who have nothing and we need to donate money for their medical bills if they have a serious ailment, continue to hail the obvious lack of good governance till Nigeria happens to them. Then they get a little pissed. May Nigeria never happen to you. Say amen. We deserve better than the political class who go home with millions monthly to represent people who can't even afford to feed themselves. I am Olajumoke Alaode James. Nigeria is not working for me. Is Nigeria working for you?
Are you ready to be held accountable if indeed your comments, your actions and inactions are found to have incited people to violence?
Which laws have been broken, can I ask?
Well,
and even more so, which incitement to violence has been done? You know, I appreciate the prior remarks and context regarding different issues in Nigeria. I would say that it's despicable to try to compare me to anything in Rwanda. It truly is disgusting. When have I called to murder one person? I have never once called for anybody to be murdered. I have called for people to be protected. That the government is not doing their job.
Alex, maybe not directly.
Slaughtered.
Maybe not directly. Maybe not directly calling for revenge attacks, but from what you're telling the people, they get more agitated, and this leads to
defend themselves.
Violence. Yes,
killing.
to defend themselves. But we have the government and security
Did you not
agencies.
protect your own daughter and son from being killed by terrorists? Is that wrong? Is that harmful rhetoric? To protect your families from terrorists? because it's Christians that were saying to protect themselves. Everybody should protect themselves. And anybody in their right mind, if they are being threatened, if their daughter, mother, father, anybody is being threatened to be killed, it is their right to protect themselves. If you cannot live in peace and you cannot protect yourself, what country is this? I mean, if you can't live, what is that? Anybody in their right mind would not want their families to be killed. And that's all I call for. If the government is failing to protect you, you should protect yourselves from people who would take your life. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing breaking a law about that. There's nothing evil in that. And from my understanding, even in Muslim and Christianity, you should protect yourself from threats. I'm not saying to go and take up arms and go murder the government. I've never called for that. I've never called for anybody to be murdered. I've never called to do anything regarding the government. I said, protect yourselves from people who would threaten your life.
Well, you know,
and there's nothing wrong with that. No law has been broken. There
are also claims that there was a meeting you held with the local population, and after, talking to them, there was a reprisal, a revenge attack that also led to the death of 2 other people in Plateau State.
That was already done before I arrived. What I noticed was the burning in the fire, the people had taken revenge, and that fire was actually where the attack happened, which I found out after I had left Angwarukuba. So they had killed 2 people, innocent people that were Muslims from what I was told, in revenge for the original attack. And those 2 people were in Akeke, from what I was told. And so they were killed before I arrived. So it's a false narrative to try to say, oh, because this person came that they went and did this. For 2 decades, have Christians not taken revenge after being attacked in Jos? This is nothing new. It's been happening for 20 years. Let me tell you this. The founder of the ministry that I work with in Jos, he was murdered by Muslims in front of the university. He was on the way back from a funeral because it was the middle of a crisis. He was cut into pieces. What? His body parts into pieces in the middle of a crisis. This was 7, 8 years ago. I wasn't there. So it's a false narrative to try to say that, oh, because a white man came, all of a sudden people are killing people. For decades, people are killing people.
Alex, you said something earlier that Muslims are also being killed. You talked about Zamfara, Katsina State.
Absolutely.
So why continue pushing a narrative that appears to support what they call now the Christian genocide? The question is, why does it appear your activity in Plateau State and indeed Benue State is making an already bad situation worse?
I would first pose the question, what that has been done has made it worse?
Well, your comments and the rhetorics you're pushing, calling on the local population to defend themselves.
Yeah, so I don't really see which comment has been insightful. I have called that, one, the terrorism should end, that the government should be doing everything in their power to protect innocent people, Muslim and Christian alike. I've been very vocal about obviously the Christians who are being killed across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of states. But I've never rejected, and I've directly talked about the violence happening in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, and Kwara. I mean, the ones who were killed in the Woro massacre, which you're very aware about, were primarily Muslim people. There's still hundreds of people that are in captivity that were kidnapped, both in Kwara, and then also, we saw recently with ISWAP and Boko Haram in Borno State, hundreds of people that are still in captivity. And so the things that I have said, I would say that I would ask people to show me and tell me specifically what rhetoric and what words are causing anything. Because for me, I've called that, yes, innocent people should be defending themselves. In America, we can do this. In America, you have more guns than you do people. And so, this type of issue can't even really happen in America,
but
because if I were to go to someone else's house, they would defend themselves. Yeah, no, it's 100% truth. Like I said, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. This can't be questioned. It's a fact. But there's 2 things that I want to really be clear about, okay? If you say that Christians are being killed and there may be a Christian genocide, that doesn't mean that Muslims are not being killed in Nigeria. And so I want to be very clear about that. What I am saying and what I have seen with my own eyes and what I've heard from Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria, there's 2 things. In Zamfara, in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, Sokoto, Muslims are being killed. Muslims are being kidnapped. Thousands of villages have been burned. It's pure evil. Across the Middle Belt, specifically in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, the truth is that Christians are directly being targeted. That can't even be disputed. And the question that I would ask is, if this is not the case, how many Muslims and how many Fulani people have been killed? How many of their villages have been burned in these states? So again, I'm only referring to Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, those places. Fulani cattle herders are not killing their own people. They're not burning their own villages. They're going and targeting Christians in their villages. And so that is why we are saying, okay, in these states, Christians are being targeted. We're not saying Muslims are not being killed and Muslims are not suffering across Nigeria, because they are. That's the truth. It's a fact. And I've never said anything different than that.
All right, Alex, I would ask you now, it has been alleged that, you're serving the interest of foreign influences. How do you explain allegations that, you were invited by a certain aide to the former governor of Benue State to push certain political agenda in Nigeria?
If I were to respond to every allegation, I would never move from a newsroom. The reality is that people will continue to allege anything they desire, anything they think. And what I would say is, if you want to allege something, then there needs to be evidence or proof of such. You can't just say that I'm going to allege that this person is this person is that, this person has done that, but I have no proof of that actually being done. So if someone wants to say, oh, this person is CIA, he's a foreign operative, foreign agent, what shows that I'm a foreign agent or a foreign operative?
Well,
is
Alex,
there any type of proof or evidence at all? And even more so, which CIA operative or foreign agent is in the public eye? I mean, everything about me is public. I don't try to hide anything. You can see my life, my history, where I played football, what state I'm from, where I do work, what countries I go to, what I've built. I'm very open. I have nothing to hide. So it's on the burden of the people to show proof, not for me to disprove false allegations with no proof.
All right, countries. Is this about a push for Nigeria's mineral resources, or it is truly about peace and finding lasting solutions to the conflict? And how exactly are you even working with government whose primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of lives and property?
Which minerals have I sought? I haven't done anything regarding any minerals. I've never made comments regarding minerals. I've never touched a mineral. I build churches, I build schools, I rebuild villages that have been burned. I stand for the oppressed. I stand for freedom. I stand for the innocent people to protect themselves from terrorists and people that would take their lives. I've never discussed minerals. I have no interest in minerals. I don't even know what minerals there are in Nigeria. I know there's tin because I saw tin miners mining in Washignton. So I don't know where these allegations come from outside of people that simply are trying to slander, trying to spread misinformation and propaganda, to try to silence me, to discredit me, to try to shade over the work and the things that I am saying and what I am doing. But the reality is that truth is my greatest defense, because truth cannot be argued. A fact cannot be argued. Allegations can be argued. And this is an allegation.
All right,
but when there's no proof and there's no facts, there's nothing for me to say. I can't disprove what there's nothing to respond to.
All right, then. Alex, what next for you? You have left the country. You deny claims or allegations or claims that your visa was revoked, but now you have left Nigeria. You're in Florida. Are there plans to return to continue with your work?
Absolutely, absolutely. I actually went to Kwara. I wasn't even supposed to be in Plateau during this mission. I went to Kwara to rebuild Woro, and when I got there, between the government, the governor, the chairman, military, they said that we're not allowed to rebuild Woro village. They said there was a heightened security risk in that area. And so I had to reshape everything. I had to drive 20 hours through the night back to Plateau to figure out what I'm going to do and to reallocate those funds specifically for building in Washignton. And so I'm waiting to still go back to Kwara to build for Woro. I have money specifically for that in the account for rebuilding. And so we're currently drilling. We're rebuilding a village in Washignton. And so we even did some building in Kebbi. And so, yes, I absolutely have plans to be coming back to continue that work. That Alex, is what I do. And I'm waiting to go to Woro.
Alex, who is funding you? Who's funding your works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open about this. So in America, when it comes to nonprofits, the primary people that fund these types of organizations are, one, you have individual people that give to charity. That's how nonprofits are primarily funded. Two, you have churches that give, and then you have also organizations that give. And so you have three pools of people that if they believe in what you're doing, they believe in the work that you're doing and how it's being done or whatever it is, then they support you with funds. This is how it works in America and
what do they want
countries all around the world.
And what do they want in return?
There's nothing in return. You don't get anything. It's charitable. So you give without any type of expectation of being given anything back. So that's how it works for charities and nonprofit organizations, which Building Zion is a nonprofit organization.
Are you committed to seeing lasting peace, or seeing the government, restore lasting peace to Nigeria and ensure that both Christians and Muslim population are protected?
The answer is yes, unequivocally. To me, it's actually a shame that I even need to speak regarding injustice in the killings. And I would actually completely agree with what you just talked about, that if there was justice, I wouldn't even need to say a word. I would prefer that I could come and build a school, build a church in peace, not have to say a word to anybody, not be in the public eye. That's how I began in Nigeria. But because of how much injustice I saw and how every time I come, I'm getting reports from all these pastors, everybody killed, kill. I'm like, how can I be silent? And so when I see those things, I'm like, truth needs to be told, justice needs to be served, and we need to speak for the innocent, speak for the oppressed. And so I am on the side of peace. I wish there was peace. I wish Muslim and Christian alike that people did not have to be killed. Whether I disagree with your beliefs or not, that's okay. I'm not going to kill you because I disagree.
The fact that this issue has not gotten on people's radar, right? No one's talking about it. It's pretty amazing. If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not Nigeria. I mean, the fact that this issue has not gotten on people's radar, right? No one's talking about it. It's pretty amazing. If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not and again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. No one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely. Nigeria, I mean, the fact that this issue has not gotten on people's radar, right? No one's talking about it. It's pretty amazing. If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not and again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. No one will talk about it, so thank
Headquarters have revealed names of leaders and commanders of terrorists killed by troops across all theaters of operations in the first quarter of 2024. Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba made the revelation at the press conference held at the defense headquarters in Abuja. General Buba read out the names of some of the terrorists and how they were neutralized by the military.
Famously known as Abubakar Mainok, was the head of ISWAP. We took him out. We also took out another Haruna Isaiah Bedin. Others that were taken out include that Basari was a notorious terrorist who operated along Bindingwari Forest in Kaduna State, as well as along the Abuja-Kaduna Highway. It will be recalled that we took him out on the 21st of February this year.
The director, DMO, further highlighted the activities of troops in the first quarter of 2024, saying 2,355 terrorists were neutralized, with 2,308 others arrested, and 1,241 kidnapped hostages rescued.
Immediately upon acquisition of a vital target, we scrambled fighter jets to carry out major bombardments on significant terrorist enclaves. Thereafter, we also have our ground forces equally conducting ambushes, raids, fighting patrols, and offensive actions against these terrorists.
He also indicated how onslaughts by the ground troops in various operations led to the successes achieved in the quarter under review.
Our attacks and offensive actions in this first quarter of 2024 has resulted in 2,351 terrorists neutralized, 2,308 persons arrested, and 1,241 kidnapped hostages rescued.
The military says it is determined to win the fight against insurgency and other criminal elements in line with its statutory responsibilities to ensure the safety of lives, properties, and territorial integrity of the nation. Justin Asande, C.
Again, blood-bought believer. I am a child of the King, an heir of God, and a joint heir with Christ. And my brothers and sisters in Nigeria who love the Lord and are gathering to worship Him are under attack. And they are being terrorized and murdered. Children are being murdered. Children are being taken from their mothers. Husbands are being taken from their wives. Wives are being taken. They don't know what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. And we sitting up here in our comfortable America. And I'm not saying, that, we got to pick up everybody's cross. But I'm going to pick up my cross. And this is what a part of my cross is. This is a part, Apostle Kim, State Representative Daniels, is picking up her cross. How about that? And ain't nobody mad but the devil. What is wrong with me saying stop killing Christians senselessly? What is wrong? So, I talked about my authority. So I got a right to say what I'm saying. So y'all get off my page, trolls. You bullies. You internet bullies. Find you somebody else. Because look me in my face. Do I look like I'm scared? I'm not finna go back and forth with you. Don't come on my page with that foolishness. And so you know my authority. So my motive is directly connected with the motive of the UNWC, the United World Congress of Diplomats. Well, I am the chairwoman, but I walk closely with the leadership of the Secretary General, who is the founder of that group. And I am a woman of submission. And I don't speak of my own volition and of my own voice. I'm speaking on the behalf of the Christians who have called me from Nigeria. I'm speaking on behalf of the people that the UNWC represents. I'm speaking on the behalf of the Nigerians who I've been in constant contact with right here in my district. All right. So the UNWC representing 5 nations, and we got 5 nations on our squad, on our team. we did a comprehensive ground level investigation on what was actually going on. And allegedly, and with strong support, it is said, and we came to the conclusion, and it has been testified, that the Minister of State for Defense, Minister Matawali, has not been as sharp as he should be in helping these people who are being murdered. And there are many testimonies from the investigation that literally say that he is actually supporting and in some kind of way helping these folk out. And there's some accusations that allegedly he's taking money and allegedly he's helping these terroristic people and housing them. That's what the report said. And in all humility, we did a press release. I respect the president of Nigeria, all the leaders of Nigeria. Who am I? But a woman with a mouth, and ain't nobody gonna shut it up. I'm speaking because I'm the head of this organization, and my prayer is that at least an investigation will be done. At least it will be looked into. I did the press release, and I sent a copy and the report to Marco Rubio in Washington, D.C. That's all I did. Shake the dust, wash my hands, shake the dust. I don't know nobody. I'm not trying to get nobody. But this is where the thing shifted. There was a shift that took place. Because I'm just one person of a bigger picture. I'm not accusing nobody. Folk are innocent until proven guilty. But this is what our group, the UNWC, came up with. And we're asking that an investigation be done. It's looked into further, because too many people saying the same thing, that something changed with Mr. Matawali. The people are crying out. A lot of people are afraid to say something about Mr. Matawali. And lately I found out why. So y'all, let me tell you something. Y'all saw the picture, the poster. And I pray that y'all share this. And I pray that elected officials in America get this. Because Minister Matawali blew my mind. I got a phone call. And not just a phone call, but they sent me the proof that Minister Matawali created his own flyer. Allegedly. But it's the state representative, the elected official who got this from him and don't even know him, gave the information to me. So I got the goods. I got the proof. They gave it to me. Mr. Matawali created a flyer, put the state representative, and y'all know I blacked out the state representative's identity because he don't need to be involved in all this. I don't even want to be involved in all this. But thank God that he contacted me, because this man trying to set me up behind the scenes. Not only did he do the flyer with his picture on it, saying that the things that I said through the investigation of the UNWC, what we said is unfounded and is not true. And so guess what? If not, why do you have to pay somebody that you don't even know to vouch for you? This man asked the elected officials, I will give you any amount of money that you want. And this is what the elected official told me. If it's a lie, he told it, and I know he did not. He was offered money from this same man. And even, not only did he do a flyer up, but he wrote a whole letter praising himself on why he is, you know, good for the position. And you need an American to counter what I'm saying, but the devil is a liar. So before you send another offer, because there are some American elected officials that might just take your money, but sir, your money perish with you. You have got the wrong one. I pray that we can sit down. I am not trying to fight with Nigeria. I am not trying to fight with the government. I was only leading my group and asking for mercy and saying what the people are saying. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to bribe people and try to pay Americans money to make you look good. Sir, you don't even know that man. So I'm going to, what I am going to repent for, I'm going to repent. I'm going to repent. All right? Okay, I'm going to repent for calling you incompetent. I don't believe that you are incompetent, sir. I believe that you are crooked. This has nothing to do with competency. It has to do with crookedness. How dare you? How dare you send all of that foolishness across the water to bribe somebody, to say things about you, and you know you don't even know that man. And guess what? Come up and say, I'm slander is when you say something that's not true. I got it backed up before I came on this live. I promise you. I promise you. We have proof line upon line that you did this. And only thing I want you to do is stop it, sir. I'm not trying to get involved with your business in another country. But I am going to say what I needed to say as the chairwoman. We're going to do our press release. The media will handle it however they're going to handle it. But tell your goons to stop contacting me because I consider it a threat. And I'm just a little old black woman in America. Please leave me alone. But I'm not going to shut my mouth. I'm not going to shut my mouth. And every time you bother me, I'm going to bust you out. Because I can see the kind of person you are that will come and ask an elected official that you never met before to do a flyer with you and him on it, and he don't know you. What are you hiding, sir? This is, I feel like is this a movie? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Is this for real? So I had to come on Facebook because this is one, I'm not going to, it's so much stuff people have done to me, and I'm quiet, and I'm not going to be quiet about this. So hopefully there can be some way that there can be a meeting of minds, or there could be something, but what you're going to do is leave me alone. And guess what? You probably think that all American elected officials are against each other, but some of us stand together as Americans. And this is my plea to you. Leave me alone and stop lying. Deal with the issues. You don't have to worry about me. I did what I felt like God called me to do. And I know that the angels of the Lord are encamped around about me. I know that. I see somebody putting that on the screen. But to create a fake flyer of endorsement with your picture and another state representative, and then to create a letter praising yourself, and to tell that man you will give him any amount of money to publish it, and you don't even know him, sir, that is not incompetence. That is crookedness. And it's very disappointing. I thank God for the elected official that turned you down. And I pray that if any other American elected official. Now, here's some folk, they ain't gonna like me. You probably can call and get them some money. And they might sell or something, but we already ahead of you, sir. I pray that everybody will share this and know that even if what people are saying is alleged, you must be hiding something. And the bullying and the bribery, we're going to stop that right now. The people are crying out for justice. Blood is crying out from the ground. And I had to say something about it. That's all I got to say. I had to put this on record. And y'all be praying for me. I see folk making comments. Y'all, it's something else in this realm. This is another realm. But I take authority over everything that's not like Jesus in the name of Jesus. I take authority in Jesus' name. And I send everything back. And I plead the blood of Jesus over this entire situation. And I pray that there will be a settling in the spirit. And anything that's come across the water, every which way, that if it's not like the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, if it comes to interrupt and to divide and to confuse, I send it back. I touch and agree with the prayer warriors who lift my arms up all the time. And we pray that what the enemy has meant for evil, that it will be turned around. In Jesus' name. I just want to close out with these 3 words. Leave me alone. God bless you in Jesus' name.
And other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers? Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, is there no help for the widow's son, still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week, and we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan, and I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. In February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time.
President Trump says the persecution and killing of Christians in Nigeria is, quote, genocide. Others say it's not quite that simple, but there is no doubt Nigeria has a major problem with mass killings and kidnappings of both Christians and Muslims going back more than 10 years. This week, 2 more mass abductions at schools in the country's north and west. Hundreds of children taken from a Catholic school yesterday. One bishop urging action there.
Without quick intervention, Christianity risks elimination in parts of northern and middle belt Nigeria within a very short time. The church alone cannot stop the killings. It requires coordinated political, military, and humanitarian intervention. Mr. Chairman and members, the blood of Nigerian Christians cries out to you people. We cannot afford to wait any longer.
Let's bring in Reverend Father Rebelius Ahula of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi in Nigeria. He's also the director of the Foundation for Justice, Development, and Peace. Peace, it seems, is in short supply in your country.
Thank you, John, for having me. And I want to thank you very much for this platform. Actually, there is no peace. Even though I had the Foundation for Justice, Development, and Peace. We have been noticing for many years, we've been witnessing for many years killings and adoptions like you just described. I come from Benue State, which is part of the middle belt of Nigeria, where we have documented these killings since 2001. So it's not just 10 years like people want to refer to. Maybe the peaking of the killings and abductions can be reduced to 10 years, but we have systematic documentation of these killings taking place as far back as 2001, when the Catholic Church in the diocese first opened and internally displaced people's camps. So we have experienced these killings and displacement for many, many years. It's not just 10 years.
Those 350 schoolgirls that were kidnapped, what happens to them? I mean, what are the chances of getting them freed, do you think?
Very little, sorry to say. And I say very little because this is not the first. If you have followed the history of Nigeria in the recent past, schoolgirls were kidnapped in 2014. In 2015, others were kidnapped. There is a famous girl who was kidnapped in Dapchi alongside other girls that is called Leah Sharibu. She's not been returned to her parents, to her family up to now. The many others who have been kidnapped like that have not been returned. So I'm sorry to say, but I think that the chances will be very slim. Because this Islamists, what they do is that they either marry these young girls or they trade them off to other Arab countries. We hear that Libya is a transit point. In my own state, there is a case last week of some girls who were trafficked to those places. And so many of them will be sold, or many of them will be married to these militants themselves.
We have a map that shows the situation in your country. The north, largely Islamic. The middle part of the country, sort of a bit of a mixed bag. And the south is predominantly Christian. But we note the locations of the Boko Haram hotbeds. Boko Haram is perhaps the worst offender, is it not, when it comes to violence against Christians?
When Boko Haram started, it was the worst offender to violence against Christians. It started in the northeast of our country, in a place called Borno State. When they started in the 2000s, they used to be the most deadly Islamic group. As I speak to you today, the deadliest Islamic group will be the Fulani ethnic militia that is operating in the middle belt of the country, where you highlighted, and you have the picture very well. So the Fulani militants come in their numbers. They are armed with AK-47s. They come on motorcycles. They surround villages, displace a lot of people, kill as many as they can. I'm sure you are aware of what took place this year in my own state. It's just some kilometers away from the capital state of Makurdi, in this city called Yelwata, where they came shouting Allahu Akbar, and they killed over 270 people. I have the names of every individual who was killed on that day. So this is not just happening in Benue State. Also, Plateau State has been very much hit by this Fulani ethnic militia. So it is true that Boko Haram is deadly, but in the last 10 years, or 12 to 10 years, the Fulani militants have overtaken Boko Haram in the brutality of killings that they are doing and stuff like that.
Yeah, so much for the so-called religion of peace. Reverend Father Remilius Hula, we wish you well, and we urge strength and prayers as you continue.
Thank you, John. I thank you for giving us this platform, because many times our stories have been stifled and no one wants to take our news.
Yeah.
So I thank you for giving us this platform. And please thank President Trump, who has brought this to the attention of the world. I think by his intervention, Nigeria is discussing this issue, and the world is getting to discuss this issue. Thank you very much for
the
this.
President of the United States is on your side, and that certainly helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel blockade. Colleagues, The situation is dire there. We see Al-Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counterterrorism efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage-taking across the Sahel as a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see Mali's security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians across the country and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they are shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo. But particularly, the United States is concerned and outraged by the ongoing slaughter of thousands of Christians in Nigeria by various ethnic militias in the Middle Belt, as well as terrorists like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa in the north. It is tragic and it is unacceptable. Churches are burning, villages are being razed, thousands are killed, clergy murdered simply for wearing a cross, for being a Christian, for daring to say they worship Jesus as Christ. Just yesterday, 25 little girls were kidnapped from their school and one school official murdered trying to protect them from MAGA Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State. Colleagues, this is happening. It's undeniable and it's unacceptable. The United States condemns these attacks in the strongest terms, and it demands accountability. And as President Trump has made clear, we will not stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria must take immediate steps and do more to increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers of violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with regional partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
You decided to use Christians in place of Biafra to catch President Trump's attention?
Well, I wouldn't say in place, but rather in connection with, because the Biafra issues both has ethnic undertones, but also it's a religious, there are religious connotations to it as well, because the Biafrans are predominantly Christian. And so we have advanced the Biafra issue in conjunction with the issue of Christian persecution in Nigeria, because those are connected issues and related issues. It's just the Biafra issue also has some specific nuances to it beyond also the Christian issue as well.
So you're saying that you added Biafra and Christian advocacy to catch President Trump's attention. Am I getting that clear?
That's correct. And those are related issues.
Cameroon on October 12 had presidential elections. The Constitutional Council declared Paul Biya the winner, that is the incumbent president. Issa Chiruma on the other side published results from the polling stations, and those results showed he won. But the Constitutional Council and the elections management body have not published the results polling station by polling station.
Well, what I would say is, and again, these are things that I already highlight in my capacity of representing the Amazonians, but Paul Biya has been a longtime dictator in Africa. He's 93 now. He wants to be president until I think he's 100, which I think will be a record. And Cameroon, under his tenure, has not had free and fair elections. They've been Cameroonians, whether they be Ambazonians or other Cameroonians, have had a history of being oppressed under the Biya a dictatorship. And I think someone.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome again to the Beyond Africa podcast with me, your host, Ngalim Bernard. At the Beyond African podcast, we tell African stories that change lives. Today, we are discussing not Cameroon, but the United States and Nigeria. All this because it is important within the global context of Cameroon and Africa. Why? You'll get to understand that in the course of the conversation. President Trump recently redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern on religious freedom grounds, citing alleged widespread attacks on Christians. He publicly threatened to cut U.S. aid to Nigeria and instructed Pete Hegseth, the United States Department of War Secretary, to prepare for possible military intervention if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians. This rhetoric or this approach, you would say, has generated alarm in Nigeria and abroad. And of particular interest are a group of people who have been identified as key lobbyists in the United States. We have one of them in the studio today, and he's going to discuss with us what role he has played or his organization has played and why the United States considers the current unfortunate events in the United States as an attack on Christians, and if that is the right designation, or if there is any other thing behind that designation, and where we are going to, how we are going to get there, and if there are going to be any repercussions, both for Nigeria and the United States. And if there is, what is going to be the repercussions for the rest of the continent? Mr. Elias Gerasulis, you are welcome to the Beyond Africa podcast.
It's an honor to be here, Bernard. It's a great pleasure to be on this show. I congratulate you on this very successful program that you've created, bring eminent experts on Africa to speak about these issues of importance. So it's just an honor to be on your show, to have this discussion. In way of introduction, as you alluded to, I'm a lobbyist here in Washington, D.C., a partner with the firm Moran Global Strategies. I represent a number of international clients on the African continent. One of the clients that I represent, which we'll discuss more, is the Biafra Public Government in Exile, which is the political arm of the Biafra independence movement. And in that capacity, I've played an active role in shaping U.S.-Nigeria policy, including the current posture coming out of Washington, taking a very harsh stance against the government of Nigeria for a number of issues, including the Christian genocide that you mentioned. So I look forward to having this productive discussion.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that clarification, because you're making it very clear that you have a client. Therefore, I don't expect you to be very objective. I expect you to be subjective and defending the interests of your clients on this conversation. Am I right?
That's correct. I'm very open about who I represent. It's public information. And I think as a point of ethics, if people were to represent certain interests, they should make that clear when asked questions about those interests. So I think I have an obligation to tell the audience exactly how I'm involved with this, because I'm not simply a neutral outside observer. I'm active in shaping U.S.-Nigeria policy on behalf of certain interests. And I think I have a moral and ethical obligation to make that clear to you and the audience, and look forward to having a further discussion. And even though I do come with a certain perspective, I will make sure to separate whatever my personal opinions are from clearly established facts.
Thank you. I would like us to start the conversation by looking at the recent President Trump designation of the problems in Nigeria. He said there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Why would he call this a Christian genocide? I know you advocate or you represent the Biafran movement, but is what is happening in Nigeria a Christian genocide or banditry, criminality that affects everybody?
Yes, I think the reason why we are using, or the U.S. government's using the term Christian genocide is you're not simply talking about general criminality. When it comes to groups like Boko Haram, ISWAP, and other groups that are engaging in mass murder, there is a religious undertone to these actions. Their actions are targeted against Christians. Yes, also have been other individuals who've been murdered as well, moderate Muslims and so forth. But there's a clear religious undertone in terms of the targeted killings that are being taken place. And genocide is as much about intent as it is about the number of people who are killed, which in this case is quite significant. So this is not simply a matter of general criminality like in other contexts. There are religious and other motivations in the context of the killings that are happening, the groups that are behind it, and ultimately the complicity of the government of Nigeria as well in terms of the insecurity in the country.
Yeah, when you mention Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, what comes to mind is terrorism. How could terrorism be linked to genocide? These are therefore terrorists who are committing terrorist acts, and then you refer to it as a genocide against Christians. That doesn't seem to match with my understanding.
I think you bring up a very good point. I think part of the problem is that the Nigerian government is not an innocent bystander in this. If it were, then maybe a term other than genocide would be used. But the problem is that the government of Nigeria is complicit in what is happening, and you have elements of the government of Nigeria that are tied to these terrorist groups. So if we look at the current government of Nigeria, the vice president of the country currently, Shettima, has deep ties to Boko Haram. Some have called him the co-founder of Boko Haram. But regardless, everyone, and this is a public fact in Nigeria, he has deep ties to this terrorist group. There are photos that are available. Politicians in Nigeria have talked about this. What I'm saying is not a speculation. It's an established fact in terms of his ties. You have elements of the Nigerian military that also have ties to the same terrorist groups. And there have been famous instances of this. For example, back in 2014, there were plans between the U.S. and the Nigerians to rescue the Chibok schoolgirls. And one of the plans was foiled because elements of the Nigerian military leaked the planned operations to the terrorist groups. So the reason why the term genocide, or you've also heard the term Christian persecution, is being used is that you also have complicity of elements. I'm not saying the entire Nigerian government, but at least elements of the Nigerian government that are sympathetic to these same terrorist groups or who have relations with the same terrorist groups. And I think that's a fundamental part of the problem. And in a way, it's almost, to use an American phrase, asking the wolf to guard the sheep, or to ask the fox to guard the hen house. Because how could we hope that a government could effectively fight the same terrorist groups in which some extremely senior members of that government have relations with those groups? And again, even politicians in Nigeria have openly talked about, we have this dangerous situation in which elements of our own government are tied to terrorist groups. So this is not just Elias's opinion. So
Let's look at it this way. The United States has legal instruments like the Magnitsky Act and other sanctions that they could apply to the individuals you have identified and mentioned, if at all they are guilty of what you are mentioning. Why doesn't the Nigerian government or the United States government use those tools at their disposal to target the individuals they know are directly linked to Boko Haram, instead of categorizing a whole nation as suffering from genocide, understanding that maybe the vice president, as you say, is part of it, but then the president himself, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, is not part of it? Is that not a mistake on the side of the United States?
I don't think it's a mistake, and also I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. So you talk about targeted sanctions. That's the next step. President Trump has designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, which is an appropriate designation. Given their poor record on religious freedom, but additional steps need to be made. Simply designating the Nigerian government as a country of particular concern is not sufficient. There have been talks and efforts in the U.S. Congress to go further than what the president has done and to start engaging in targeted sanctions on specific Nigerian officials. And Magnitsky sanctions are an enormously effective tool to be used as almost a surgical knife to identify specific wrongdoers who are engaging in bad acts and are of a malignant influence. I fully support Magnitsky sanctions. Currently in the U.S. government, people like Senator Ted Cruz, who we've met with, has publicly talked about how he knows who the guilty parties are. There are lists that are being considered now in Washington. Names are being discussed. These things aren't overnight. They take time. I will anticipate over the coming months that there will be a push for certain Nigerian officials to be sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act that you referenced. So, you actually mentioned something that we completely agree with, and I think you'll see as one of the next steps. And the great thing about the Magnitsky Act is, again, these are targeted sanctions that specifically go after the wrongdoers rather than having something that's just generalized. So, targeted sanctions are effective, and those actions will be pursued.
I understand that is just a first step, and there could be second steps or third steps. But President Trump was very emphatic about using military attacks, and he already told Secretary Hegseth to prepare to attack Nigeria, meaning he understands, or they already know where the terrorists are, and they could just go there and obliterate them, as he did with the nuclear arsenals in Iran. So why take all these steps if he already knows that is where the problem is and the terrorists could be obliterated?
Right. Those are two things, right? One is a symptom of the problem, which can be addressed through military action, right? Eliminating specific terrorists. But the problem will continue if the government of Nigeria continues to have politicians that have relations with these terrorists that covertly support these terrorist groups. So there can be operations that are done to eliminate terrorist cells and terrorist operators in Nigeria. But ultimately, we also need to engage on using the diplomatic tools. It's not enough to use military tools. You have to use diplomatic tools in order to...
But you use military tools after diplomatic tools have failed. But President Trump started with military tools.
Well, as you can see, we haven't engaged... The U.S. government yet is considering its options, right? There haven't been military operations, full-scale military operations yet. And the President Trump has a very unique style, if you will, in terms of dealing. That's very unique, right, amongst the presidents that we've had. And I think that in dealing with a country like Nigeria, where people have for years been complaining about these issues, and the government of Nigeria has refused to listen to the suffering of its own people, I think, frankly, a straightforward style of the president is what's needed in order to show the government of Nigeria that we're serious and that they can't continue with what they've been doing. And you can see that the president's style has caused the Nigerian government to have a reaction, whereas for years they've just been completely blasé. And, a lot of my friends in Africa very much like the president's straightforward, no-nonsense style. And I think when you're dealing with a country like Nigeria or some of these other countries where you have bad governments, diplomatic whispers often don't move the needle. You need to be a little bit more aggressive. So I think it's part of the president's diplomatic style of carrying a big stick. And I think sometimes that's what's needed. And I think it's been effective in this case.
I think President Trump's direct style, where he breaches diplomatic protocols, is one of the strategies that he uses to get things going and resolving problems around the world. But let's come back to talk about the funders of the Boko Haram. You have been emphatic that military officers in Nigeria and politicians are part of that movement. But we have on record on the floor of Congress, a congressman reading an audit of USAID. And in it, he claims that the USAID has been sponsoring Boko Haram. So why is President Trump putting the responsibility on Nigerians and Nigerian leaders while there is evidence from the United States side, read by a congressman on the floor of Congress, that the USAID has been participating in this? Why is the responsibility falling only on Nigerians now?
Well, the responsibilities as discussed, are falling not on Nigerians, not the Nigerian people, but these horrible, horrific Nigerian politicians. And I want
But
to make
on the
distinction
United
about
States
that.
side, there
on the
seems
US
to have been action sponsoring that too.
Yeah, well, and you see what President Trump did on that front. President Trump has shut down USAID and has folded USAID into the State Department, and a lot of ineffective programs were eliminated. Again, I'm not, I try to work to influence U.S. policy in directions in which I think they are the right directions. That doesn't mean that everything the U.S. government has done has been correct. Sometimes mistakes have been made. And I think the president made the right choice in terms of deciding to make reforms within our administrative state. So again, the same USAID that you're mentioning that the congressman talked about is the same USAID that the president has shut down, and it's now been folded in the State Department. Programs like that, those programs have been closed. And there have been other programs too that have made absolutely no sense whatsoever. We've unfortunately, USAID, which had started with good intentions, had a variety of programs that just didn't make any sense, that were a waste of taxpayer money, sometimes even working against our interests. So I think that that's a perfect example in terms of why there have been reforms. But nonetheless, the primary responsibility is for the problems in Nigeria is the government of Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a clarification here. You don't work for the State Department. So what you are saying is just your understanding of how the State Department and the government of the United States is operating and the processes, how you read them from outside. Am I being right?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm a lobbyist, government relations consultant here in Washington, D.C., so I'm not an employee or representative of the U.S. government. That being said, I work closely with all the parts of the U.S. government, including our Congress, State Department, White House, National Security Council, and other agencies. So I'm not a representative of the State Department. I'm not a formal representative of the U.S. government, but these are all officials whom I talk to, who I work closely with, who I try to bring my information to and my perspective to. So I hope that provides a clarification.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to talk about the categorization of the genocide. In his testimony to the Subcommittee on Africa in Congress recently, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt said, in northern Nigeria, Christians live under constant threat from these terrorist organizations, compounding this unacceptable level of violence against vulnerable Christian communities. Nigeria continues to prosecute blasphemy cases, which my colleague will discuss in more detail. This claim of genocide against Christians and Christian persecution, is that based on what is happening to Christians only in the north of Nigeria or everywhere across Nigeria?
Yeah, this is a broader issue, and let's bring this beyond the issue of simply terrorism. I think some context is needed here. Nigeria is almost evenly split between Christian and Muslim. For a period of a few decades, there was an attempt to have a balance of power in the country where there was, you could say, an informal understanding that there should be a rotation between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, and that the government should be secular. And there was a very fragile balance of power. And that balance of power was upset in 2015 with the rise to power of the former military dictator of Nigeria, Buhari, as president. And he began the process of introducing Islamic fundamentalism into the government, engaging, that's when you started to have the increased persecution of the Biafrans and the Biafran independence movement. You start to have policies about reintegration of quote unquote repentant terrorists into the Nigerian military. And this process of fundamentalism coming into the government has continued, whereupon now in the current government, I talked about Shettima, but you have in both President Tinubu and Shettima for really the first time a Muslim ticket, where you don't have Christians in either the presidency or the vice presidency. You also have the spread of Sharia law in the north of the country, and now there are attempts to bring that southwards. So, for example, there have been attempts to now introduce Sharia law into parts of the southwest of the country, what we call Yorubaland, for example, right? And the Yorubas tend to be more religiously moderate, but now they're trying to bring Sharia law into the Middle Belt, even south into the country. Some of these radical politicians are trying to make these sorts of proposals. You also have, again, the terrorists, Fulani herders coming from the north into the Middle Belt, and even now parts of both the Southwest and the Southeast, what you call Biafraland. So there's considerable concern by many elements of the country, actually, that you have basically a fundamentalist capture of the key institutions of government in the government and the military. And it's something that is deeply concerning to people. So I think that's a very important factor as well. That's also, of course, connected to this issue of terrorism as well. So that's just another factor that is deeply concerning, I think, to both Biafrans and Nigerians generally, as well as to the U.S. government, frankly.
I get you very well. What difference do you make between the Fulani herders and the Boko Haram terrorists? Because when I listen to you, it looks like the two are the same.
No, I didn't say the two are the same. I'm saying there have been issues by those groups and other groups in terms of murders of innocent civilians, and the situation has gone completely out of hand in the country. So I did not, I didn't say all these groups are the same. They have different nuances, but they all contribute to the problem.
So at what time, I am asking these questions because I understand that your work informs the United States government on what is happening in Nigeria. So at what point do you make a difference between a Fulani herder attack on farmers and a Boko Haram attack on farmers or on Christians? How do you make that difference?
I'm not sure if I really understand the question. I think it's almost, splitting hairs in terms of if the government of Nigeria is not only not protecting the country, but you have politicians that are tied to radical groups that are killing innocent civilians, whether or not an innocent person's murdered by Fulani herders or by Boko Haram. I think it's a problem either way. So I'm not sure if I understand what kind of distinction.
I get the point where you are making the argument that it doesn't matter whether it is called a genocide or it's called Christian persecution. What matters is insecurity, and the government of Nigeria is not performing its role.
And that's where many people are offended by the government of Nigeria, because they try and engage in semantics in terms of it's not Christian genocide, and that's not the technical term, and there is no genocide, and maybe use this other term. And even if you see the reactions, forget about the U.S. government, if you see the reactions of many Nigerians, they themselves get furious when they see these Nigerian media spokespeople trying to, split hairs over definitions and terms. And you'll hear many regular, not just Biafrans, but Nigerians generally, say, hey, listen, the country is a disaster. We're moving towards a failed state. We have problems. People are being killed, and yet you're trying to, make a debate over terminology. So, I think this is something where, even people in Nigeria are very, very upset, and they want their own government to be held accountable for what's happening.
Okay, so I'm happy with that clarification. So at this point, from your understanding of what the United States Congress and White House and a State Department are thinking, what would be a solution that the United States would say, okay, the Nigerian government is doing everything now to protect Christians? What is going to happen for them to say that that is happening?
Yeah, I think when you're dealing, again, with the country in Nigeria, with the types of people that are running the government, the best tool to use is really sanctions, including targeted sanctions. When these corrupt Nigerian politicians, for example, are no longer able to, let's say, launder their money in the U.S. and other places, if, let's say, their assets are seized, because also many of these officials are completely corrupt in outrageous ways. And there have been a number of stories about the corruption of Nigerian officials. So if we were to go after officials who are complicit, who are part of the problem, sanctioning them and holding them accountable, I think that would be the best way to change their behavior. Simply trying to nicely ask the Nigerian government officials, oh, please do something. People have been asking the Nigerian government to do something for years. Clearly, they've not cared to do anything, and the problem's only gotten worse. So I think when you're dealing with a conundrum like Nigeria or any other, and these other governments too, I think, a tough approach is what's needed, frankly. And the same goes to, for other governments in Africa as well, where, let's say, and especially with more autocratic regimes. But, that's a separate discussion.
Yes, we're going to talk about that in a moment. I want us to switch gears now and talk about Biafra. So we'll definitely talk about autocratic governments like the government of Cameroon when we talk about Biafra in this case. In an article by the Africa Report, they say former U.S. Congressman Jim Moran, who lent a voice to the indigenous people of Biafra movement in 2024, the situation in Nigeria reflects human rights abuses, religious freedom issues, persecution of Christians, increasing Islamic fundamentalism with the Nigerian government and its alignment with U.S. adversaries. But in his statement, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt says, Nigeria is one of the United States' key allies in Africa. Is your firm having this thing wrong?
No, I think not at all. I think one thing to clarify is the U.S. government is a very complex machinery. It works in a very unique way. On any particular issue, you'll have different parts of the U.S. government that may have different points of view, right? What matters is what's the overall political consensus among those who are the decision makers. In this case, when it comes to taking a strong stance against the government of Nigeria, you see extremely strong support in the United States Congress. I've worked with many of these members of Congress. That's now been reflected at the White House, in the National Security Council, and the President of the United States himself. And ultimately, in the nature of the current U.S. government, what really matters is the policy stance of President Trump. The viewpoint of the president is reflective in U.S. government policy. This is different than, let's say, other administrations where decisions are made at a more bureaucratic level through the interagency process. In this case, what the U.S. government policy is the viewpoint of President Trump. The State Department tends to be a little bit more, how shall we say, conservative and risk-averse usually. So that's why you have people like Ambassador Pratt making those comments, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the overall consensus and the viewpoint of the people who are the decision makers. Mind you, before this whole topic took off the past 2-3 months in terms of Christian genocide and the stance of the President of the United States, you had people like Masad Boulos, who's another senior State Department official, who try to argue that the Christians aren't being targeted and that maybe more Muslims are being killed. Mr. Boulos has had a past history with Nigeria, given his background, and has friendly relations with the President of Nigeria. But then the President of the United States decided to take a different stance, given the mood in Congress and other parts of the government. I guess what I'm trying to say is the stance of the U.S. government is very clear through the opinion of the President of the United States. President Trump has even made comments saying Nigeria is a disgrace. So with due respect, what really matters is the viewpoint of President Trump, his influential people in the White House, and his allies in the U.S. Congress. And Ambassador Pratt, I think, is speaking in diplomatic terminology, but that's not really driving the U.S. policy right now.
Yeah,
so I just want to give you that.
Yeah, that background was necessary. And somebody who's listening to us now, it's definitely asking, how did you get to President Trump's ears, whereas his own ambassador could not convince him on these issues?
Well, that's why lobbying is important here in Washington, D.C. It's to engage in an education campaign. For the past year, we've been very proactively lobbying members of the U.S. Congress, educating them on these issues, building alliances. And again, we can't take all the credit. You've also had some pro-Christian evangelical groups that were very active and also lobbying on behalf of similar issues, Christian persecution in Nigeria. And some of those groups we've allied and worked with and cooperated with in terms of our lobbying efforts. And because of the alliances we built in the U.S. Congress, and you had people like Senator Ted Cruz, who are extremely influential, who introduced legislation calling for sanctions on Nigeria, that penetrated into the White House, into places like the National Security Council, which is very influential in this particular White House. And eventually that percolated to the president, and the president decided to take action on the issue. So lobbying is systematic. You build alliances, and if you build enough alliances with influential members of Congress and other individuals who speak directly to the president, that can influence the viewpoint of the president of the United States. And also, too, I think this was very natural for the president because many of his supporters are people who are evangelicals or pro-Christian and so forth. So I think this was a very natural decision for him to make.
Am I understanding you very clearly that in your lobbying and advocacy, you have decided to use Christians in place of Biafra in order to catch President Trump's attention?
Well, I wouldn't say in place, but rather in connection with, because again, the Biafra issues both has ethnic undertones, but also it's a religious. There are religious connotations to it as well, because the Biafrans are predominantly Christian, and so we have advanced the Biafra issue in conjunction with the issue of Christian persecution in Nigeria, because those are connected issues and related issues. It's just the Biafra issue also has some specific nuances to it beyond also the Christian issue as well.
So you're saying that you added Biafra and Christian advocacy to catch President Trump's attention. Am I getting that clear?
That's correct. And again, those are related issues. It's just that the Biafra matter also has some additional elements and nuances to it.
What are those additional elements and nuances?
Well, when it comes to the persecution the Biafrans have faced, part of it, there is a religious element to it because the Biafrans are a significant bulk of the Christian population of the country. But there's also an ethnic element because Biafrans, one of the major tribes in Biafra land are the Igbo people who've suffered significant persecution in Nigeria in the 1960s. Of course, you're aware that there was a civil war where the Biafrans tried to establish their independence, and they had their own state for 3 years, recognized by some countries. Unfortunately, they were re-annexed by Nigeria, and unfortunately, they were never really fully accepted back into society. They faced discrimination and marginalization since the end of the Civil War. They haven't been able to get, for example, the Nigerian presidency, and there's, for example, a lot of that part of the country, southeast Nigeria, the Nigerian government has purposely neglected to invest in that area, develop the infrastructure of that area. You have Port Harcourt, for example, that's still been completely undeveloped. This is all intentional to punish the people of what we call the southeast Nigeria or Biafra. So there's been very unnecessary persecution and marginalization, which has only gotten worse with the recent governments in Nigeria, and you know, this is something that needs to be
I hear all those points, but one point came to mind, or one point struck me more. Did you say Nigeria re-annexed Biafra?
What I was trying to get at is, you know, after the Biafrans declared independence in 1967, there's a 3-year civil war, and then Nigeria unfortunately won the civil war. You know, that's what I was trying to convey.
Okay, so Nigeria won the civil war, and Biafra became reintegrated into.
That's what I was saying. Yes.
So what is the basis for the Biafran movement of independence right now? Is it a historical base or an economic?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think a fundamental part of the problem is Nigeria is really an artificial amalgamation of the British, where they put together disparate peoples under colonial borders. In 1914, you have the Biafrans in the southeast, you have the Yorubas in the southwest, and then you have the Hausas and Fulanis in the north. Unfortunately, the British played some games where they favored politicians in the north, which they felt could be more easily controlled, and empowered the northern politicians for political power in Nigeria, even though you have the human capital and the economic resource space in the south of the country. The Biafrans or Igbo people are incredibly educated, entrepreneurial, and also the Yorubas in the southwest. You have Lagos. They're also very educated. A lot of the Nigerian professors that you see are of Yoruba background, for example. And also that's where you have considerable natural resources in, let's say, in the Biafra territory in terms of oil and gas and so forth, which unfortunately they don't get the benefit of that. So the country was put together. And again, when there was an attempt of having a balance of power between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, you know, the country was kind of barely holding together in this dysfunctional way. But now that the balance has been upset, the country's totally spiraling into a failed state because ultimately you have different competing value systems, within the same country. You have parts of the north, again, that are under Sharia law. You have, again, the Biafrans who are completely different in terms of being westward oriented, Christian, highly educated population. So the whole system is disintegrating. And we've seen this in this happen in other cases, in other contexts, like, for example, the breakup of Yugoslavia and so forth. So, unfortunately, we're at a situation now where, given just how dysfunctional the country is, other options have to be considered. And what I'm talking about is not radical. Many people throughout Nigeria have talked about we have to really reconsider this whole arrangement. Even people in the Southwest, the Yorubas, some of them have called for their independence because they're just concerned that the whole system is becoming dysfunctional and collapsing. So given the state of that country and just how dysfunctional it is and how the system is at odds with itself, I think a lot of people are saying, okay, this is the time to sit back and potentially rethink how Nigeria should work and if parts of the country should have, let's say, greater autonomy or even their own independence. So this is not a radical point of view, and this is not just a perspective of the Biafrans. Different people in different parts of what we call Nigeria are seriously reconsidering this entire arrangement.
So based on these factors you have just outlined, what is your client's final objective? Is it independence or greater autonomy within Nigeria?
Yeah, so the eventual goal is independence. But that being said, the Biafra government also is very sophisticated. They understand how international diplomacy is. That's why they're working closely through me with the U.S. government, and we're working on seeing how we can achieve the goal because it's going to take some time, and there going to have to be transitionary processes as well as we work towards the eventual goal of independence. The creation of entities that are autonomous or newly independent states. These are things that take time, and it's something we want to be very thoughtful about. So the Biafra government, through my efforts here, is having close dialogue with the U.S. government. And this is a process that we're working on, but it's going to take time. And we're making sure that we're working with the U.S. and other necessary stakeholders to work towards the eventual goal.
Let's talk again about the religious persecution and genocide as it's being presented. The Nigerian government has refused those claims and said they are gross misrepresentation of the reality. But when President Trump made his statement, mostly Biafran diaspora was celebrating and jubilating. Do you think the Biafran diaspora is considering this as a win for their advocacy?
The president's actions are absolutely a win. And again, what the government of Nigeria is talking about is just complete nonsense. I mean, we see this recently in the life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who's a prominent Biafran activist that was illegally kidnapped by the government of Nigeria in 2021 from Kenya. He's the Nelson Mandela of our time. He's been a peaceful activist for an independent Biafra. The government of Nigeria kidnaps that gentleman, drags out his trial for years, gives him a life sentence. Meanwhile, you have the president of Nigeria pardoning drug traffickers, murderers, and convicted Islamic terrorists. So a lot of not just Biafrans, but even other Nigerians, when they look at what's happening, they say, "Hey, how come the Nigerian government, in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is giving him a life sentence through this clearly politically motivated court case, and meanwhile the president of Nigeria is pardoning criminals, drug traffickers, and former terrorists." So it's just when you have contrasts that are so stark, one can't help but come to the conclusion that there's a bias against both Biafrans and also Christians generally in Nigeria, because what else could possibly explain these type of discrepancies?
So you're saying that...
And this is not just my view, too. Recently, congressional hearing that you alluded to, a member of Congress, John James, highlighted the example of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a double, the double standard Nigerian government, example of Christian persecution in Nigeria. So again, this is not just my point of view, but the point of view of people in the U.S. government and point of view of people in Nigeria, both Biafrans and non-Biafrans. A lot of Nigerians, again, non-Biafrans, think that the Nigerian government's prosecution and life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is completely ridiculous and absurd.
Yeah, I don't want to adjudicate.
Again, that's just one example to show you why what the Nigerian government says is just absurd.
That's right. I don't want to adjudicate those issues because we could have a different conversation on the judgment itself that was delivered 100 and something pages, but we could have a separate conversation on that one.
But that's just to answer your question, though.
What I want to touch, do you believe that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime, or are you saying that the sanction was more than the crime he committed?
He did not commit any crime. He was agitating for the independence of Biafra. He had an organization, the indigenous people of Biafra. He was a peaceful activist, and the government of Nigeria has not presented any convincing evidence regarding any crimes that he committed. It seems that from the perspective of the government of Nigeria, simply having the viewpoint of supporting Biafran independence is a crime in and of itself. And I think that's just, again, completely absurd. People should have the right to free speech and the right to have different political viewpoints.
So what is the main leverage right now that the Biafran movement has as compared to the Republic of Nigeria, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Because the Biafran movement is actually advocating for independence, as you said, but at this material moment, it looks like President Trump is rather focused on bringing in sanity as regards Christians. So what leverage does the Biafran movement have to press the right buttons?
Well, we have a lot of support here in Washington, D.C. Again, there's certain things I can't go to due to their sensitivities, but we've met with senior people in Congress and the White House and other places as well. I think given the acknowledgement of the poor treatment of Christians in Nigeria, right, that there's a greater sympathy or openness towards having a separate Christian state in the south of the country, and in this case, Biafra. And the Biafrans, and I'll speak generally again because I can't go into private conversations, have a lot to offer the United States. The Biafrans have, as I'll talk about what's been mentioned in press reports, have offered military bases to the United States in the Gulf of Guinea. There are immense oil and gas deposits in Biafra. That's actually majority of Nigeria's oil and gas. The Biafrans will be more than happy to renegotiate more favorable contracts with U.S. oil and gas companies, cooperation with the U.S. government on counterterrorism, and other benefits. And the U.S. government is very much interested in having greater presence in West Africa. There have been a number of coups in the Sahel, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. We've lost some of our military installations and bases in those countries. There's an interest in having alternative allies in West Africa to make up for those losses so we can maintain a presence. And Biafra offers an ideal place for the U.S. to have presence in the Gulf of Guinea. And unfortunately, because the Nigerian government has just proven to be so problematic, and there have been efforts over the years to try to work with the government of Nigeria, and it's just been not very fruitful. There's an openness now to alternative allies. I'll give you another analogy in a different part of the continent. We have in East Africa, Somalia, which has been a failed state for a long time. You have the separate de facto state of Somaliland, which is self-governing, but they're not recognized yet by the U.S. or the international community as an independent country. That being said, because Somaliland is developing good relations with the U.S., they've made open offers to the United States in terms of bases, port deals, natural resource deals. You've had key people in the U.S. government, especially in the U.S. Congress, advocating for the recognition of the independence of Somaliland. President Trump has talked about him looking at Somaliland, and I think it's very likely that the U.S. government will make a deal and recognize the independence of Somaliland sometime during President Trump's term. So there is currently, with the existing administration and Congress, an openness to engage in deal-making in Africa, which presents an opportunity for again, depending on the right circumstances, independence movements in Africa, depending on, again, the circumstances and what they're willing to offer the United States.
Yeah. So why do these deals leave African states their sovereignty and the economic development? Because through independence, from independence till today, we've seen African states losing all their natural resources and their wealth generation to superpowers. And it sounds like these countries are offering all this to the United States to come continue the journey. So where do we stand? Look at Niger. All the uranium is gone, but there is no electricity in Niger. Nigeria, the oil and gas is all gone, but there is no consequential development. And then what I'm hearing from you is that is going to continue with the United States?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You make a good point in terms of, I think a lot of Africans have been exploited by what we could call neocolonialism, where even after, let's say, countries become quote-unquote independent, they're still under undue influence by former colonial powers. I think one of the most controversial being France. And oftentimes the issue with some of the former European colonists, whether it's the French or the Belgium or some of these other powers, is they do business with their former colonies in a way that's exploitative, oftentimes trying to prop up puppet dictators, engaging in economic deals that are bad for those countries that are exploitative. That's not what I'm advocating for, and that is not what the U.S. is advocating for. In fact, I think a greater U.S. presence can offer an alternative for African governments to both kind of these neo-colonialist former powers, as well as an alternative to both the Russians and Chinese. And the way that the U.S. is, it's not this exploitative colonial model, but rather a business style model in which the U.S. can come and say, hey, how can we help make investments in your country such that we could both deepen our relations and we could both make money and prosper together. So the viewpoint is not in exploiting the countries or its natural resources, but rather having investments in these countries in which both the U.S. and those countries, whether it's the Biafrans or other places in Africa, where there can be a mutually benefit, where it could be a win-win situation. So
yeah,
I want to say,
the problem is when I listen to you talk, you say the Nigerians or the Biafrans and the Somalis and the Somalilanders are willing to offer the oil and gas, natural resources and ports for the U.S. to come in. But I didn't hear the other part where they are coming to invest in those countries so they can generate the wealth within those countries and create
that's exactly
jobs.
what I'm saying. For where the U.S. can come in, but to make investments to help the Biafrans or let's say help Somaliland take advantage of their natural resources in such a way that the U.S. benefits, but those countries also benefit. And that's a much better model in terms of, let's say, what the Biafrans currently have, where their oil and gas are exploited by both these companies as well as the government of Nigeria, and none of the benefits of that wealth benefits the people of the area. So, we have I think we can have a situation where Biafra, that can determine its own destiny, can have friendships with countries like the United States that can make investments, right, in its oil and gas industries and other industries where the people of Biafra can finally benefit from their own wealth, their own natural resources. Of course, it'll be of a benefit to the United States as well. So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, so far, what is the blueprint from the Biafran side that they're offering to the United States? Because, as you say, I understand President Trump's foreign policy is driven by national security and investment, which he considers to be economic security, both for the United States and for the foreign countries. But at this point, what is the kind of blueprint? If it is not confidential, tell us, what is the blueprint that Biafra is offering? Do they already have some numbers? Do they have what they're looking at and saying, okay, if we do this, Trump comes in and offers this, then our country is going to benefit by this? If not, wouldn't they be falling back into the situation that we find in Nigeria today?
Yeah, so we do have a blueprint. I'm just telling you the generalities of the blueprint, right? In terms of the areas in which we're already having discussions with the U.S., in terms of the oil and gas investments, U.S.-Biafra defense relations, and in terms of potential bases and also counterterrorism cooperation and other areas. So I could speak generally in terms of this is what we're offering. There are some more specific things, but again, I can't go into those particular details due to sensitivities, but I'm just telling you what the general items are, which some of this is in the news and public reports. We are having some more specific conversations. I can't go into those specifics.
All right. So what is the advantage of having a lobbyist in DC instead of doing or talking to these people yourselves? Because the senators, their doors are open to the public, open to their constituents. They listen to their constituents and receive them. Why should someone be hiring you to go talk on his behalf?
Yeah, so the way I would explain lobbying is similar to how you have a professional attorney that you hire to navigate you through the political process, through the legal process. You hire a lobbyist to help you navigate through the political process. And I think there's a term in law that any client who tries to represent themselves in court is foolish, right? There's this phrase for attorneys. And I know you have a legal background yourself. So someone can represent themselves, let's say, in court or at trial, but they're better off having a professional attorney helping them through that process. The same thing goes for the political process, where the U.S. government is extraordinarily complicated to navigate, and people like myself have the knowledge and expertise as to how to navigate the U.S. government, and we provide advice and counsel to our clients in terms of how to best navigate through the U.S. government, who are the right people to meet with, and also how the information should be conveyed and what the message should be. So we act similar in a very similar way as attorneys do. And also people like myself, we have established relations with members of Congress. So a lot of members of Congress are people in the U.S. government. They know me. There's a certain comfort. There's a certain understanding that if I'm to introduce someone, let's say to a member of Congress, that person is vetted, that the cause that I'm representing is legitimate because I have these relations and I'm established here in Washington, D.C. So it produces a certain comfort to be introduced by a party that's known by both sides versus, let's say, someone approaches a member of Congress who they don't know who that person is, right? And the same thing applies to life in general. More comfortable when you're introduced to someone else by someone who you already know, who you have friendly relations with, who you trust. So I have established relations with members of Congress and other people in the U.S. government. They know me, they know my expertise, and that allows me to be essentially a facilitator between myself and these worthy causes. So I hope that gives some perspective.
It does give the perspective, and but it's expensive to hire a lobbyist to do this work in DC on your behalf, not being sure of the outcome.
It's an investment that I think should be viewed as a political investment, and it's something that's very effective. That's why so many countries and international causes hire lobbyists. And I think given the results that we've achieved, and this is not just me saying it, senior officials in the government of Nigeria have openly attacked me and have blamed my lobbying and so forth. So even the Nigerian government itself, you could say, has acknowledged the effectiveness of my lobbying, although they're not happy about it, whereas my client is happy about it. So I think clients can decide the effectiveness of the services given the results. In this case, we've achieved, I think, significant results. And in fact, there's even a tweet, I forget by who, but there's a tweet online that went viral, 500,000 tweets, saying, the lobbying campaign that our firm engaged on behalf of the Biafrans was one of the best returns on investment in history, which I think was a little bit flowery. But, clients can judge, and people can generally judge in terms of, whether or not a lobbyist is achieving results and influencing opinion or not.
So Biafrans are already happy while they have not yet had their independence? You say, is that what you're telling me?
Well, Biafrans are happy about the results we're achieving, but we're still working towards the goal. Achieving a newly independent state in Africa or anywhere takes time. We've engaged in our lobbying campaign. I've been involved in representing the Biafrans for a little bit more than a year now. In the cases of some countries, it's taken decades for them to obtain their freedom and independence. So we've achieved a lot in a short period of time, and we're working towards the goal. These things don't happen magically overnight, and anyone who says that they're going to achieve a newly independent state overnight is not a serious person, in my opinion. Statecraft takes time, especially if you want to do it the right way.
I don't want to go so much into that. That was not the focus of our conversation today. But you've mentioned the Biafrans and Somaliland that are advocating for independence. And the Amazonian movement is linked with the Biafran movement, and the leaders of the Ambazonian movement and the leaders of the Biafran movement are in jail. Do you have any relationship with the Ambazonian movement?
Yes, so I also have experience with the Ambazonian movement. I am the lobbyist here in Washington, D.C. for the Ambazonian Governing Council, and so I have an understanding of the Ambazonian cause as well. And, you know, it's something that has relations to Biafra, as you said, because Amazonia and Biafra, those regions border each other, and some of the Biafran groups have collaboration with Ambazonian groups.
And are you proud that you're putting yourself in the middle of a region that is likely being destabilized in Africa?
Well, the way I view it is I hope I could play a constructive role in terms of coming to positive conclusions in these issues, because I think if you don't have, let's say, any sort of international interest or U.S. mediation, let's say, for example, in the case of Cameroon, you've had the Anglophone crisis for the past, I think, 9 years now, and it hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves. I think highlighting the issues to the U.S. and the international community and trying to get some interest in terms of resolving the problem that can be helpful. So I view myself as trying to have a positive role in an area that has had conflict and instability, and trying to be constructive, because otherwise some of these conflicts will continue to be neglected and the problems will just continue to worsen.
So President Trump is on record as saying he has resolved at least eight conflicts around the world, and he wants to prevent other conflicts. If you were to advise President Trump about conflicts, let's say you meet President Trump today and you were to talk to him about conflicts in Africa, what are the 3 top conflicts you're going to talk to him about?
Yes, so obviously I would talk to him about the Amazonia, Cameroon conflict, the Anglophone crisis. I think President Trump, who has negotiated 8 or so peace agreements or negotiations, that would be a perfect place where he could be a mediator. Obviously, I would talk to him about Biafra and our interest in, having the U.S. play a role in deal making with Biafra. You mentioned a third. There are a number of conflicts that could also be highlighted. You have what's happening in Sudan, for example. President Trump has indicated that he now wants to get involved in resolving the conflict in Sudan, and I commend him for that. So I think Sudan is something I would mention. You've also have had a tremendous amount of instability in Central African Republic. That's another place he could look into as well. So those are other areas that I think the president should look into. And again, I'm very pleased now that President Trump, in a tweet or Truth Social, the president enjoys social media, has finally mentioned what's happening in Sudan, which has been, again, one of those areas that has been neglected. A big part of the problem is some of these conflicts just receive absolutely no attention, and people are suffering. And I think just having some attention to these issues is so important. So I think if the president can play a positive role in negotiating the situation in Sudan, I think that'll be a great win for his administration. He's already, the President Trump has already tried to broker deals between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo. So I commend these efforts and engagements, and they should continue with these efforts and engagements.
All right. You say you are the lobbyist and you speak to these people. What about a situation where one side has a lobbyist and the other side has a lobbyist? How does that play out? Because I don't think it's like a situation where you go to court, you have the prosecution and the defense, and they argue following specific laws, specific procedures, and then based on the law to have an outcome. So if there are 2 different lobbyists on the cause arguing 2 different stories, how do you play that out?
That's a very good point, and it happens quite often here in Washington, D.C., where you have lobbyists, let's say, representing the opposite sides, right, of a particular issue. And what's needed in that situation is to present the better argument. And I think a member of Congress has the right, or any U.S. government official has the right to listen to both sides and see what makes more sense and make their best judgment. And so that's how those situations play out. And again, someone like myself or any other lobbyist cannot guarantee what a U.S. government official will do. And anyone who says that is, again, not being genuine. But what we can do is present our best arguments to the decision makers, make sure they have the information. They could then process information from possibly the opposing side, and then make their own judgments and come to their own conclusions. So again, this sometimes happens here in Washington, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think we should have a healthy competition of ideas, and then U.S. officials can make their own best judgment.
All right, I want to give you a hypothetical here. It's a practical example, and I hear how that plays out. Cameroon on October 12 had presidential elections. The Constitutional Council declared Paul Biya the winner, that is the incumbent president. Issa Chiruma on the other side published results from the polling stations, and those results showed he won. But the Constitutional Council and the elections management body have not published the results polling station by polling station. Now, if you are hired to represent Chiruma to make a case to the United States Senate and government, what would be your best strategy?
Well, what I would say is, and again, these are things that I already highlight in my capacity of representing the Amazonians. But Paul Biya has been a long-time dictator in Africa. He's 93 now. He wants to be president until I think he's 100, which I think will be a record. And Cameroon, under his tenure, has not had free and fair elections. They've been Cameroonians, whether they be Amazonians or other Cameroonians, have had a history of being oppressed under the Biya dictatorship. And I think the Cameroonian opposition, individuals such as Chiruma, can make the argument that a democratic Cameroon will be better for the people of Cameroon and will also create a situation of a healthier Cameroon that will be a better partner for the United States, that can help stabilize the situation within Cameroon. Part of the reason why you've had instability in the country, whether it's the Anglophone crisis or other problems, is because of the mismanagement of the Biya government. And I think Cameroonian opposition can make the argument to the United States that many of the problems in Cameroon could be resolved if you had a friendly, democratic government which can resolve the problems of the people, instead of the situation with the Biya regime where there's suppression and then you have revolts and all these other problems that have come as a reaction to that. So I think there's a persuasive case at this moment that the opposition could make, and you have members of especially members of Congress like the Senate Foreign Relations Chairman, who are skeptical of the Biya regime, and others. Yeah, the Biya regime has many critics in the U.S. for their lack of democracy and many other problems.
And if Biya's lobbyist comes in and says, we have a stable government that has stabilized the country for the last 43 years, and we are critical for the stability of the Gulf of Guinea, if we change the system, there is a high probability that the country may go into full-blown crisis, considering the case of the Northwest and the Southwest and the North and the East. And if they say they have held some balance for all this while, and that is what they need for the country right now, how would you counter such an argument?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they would say. But what I would say is, again, the situation has completely come out of control. Under the Biya regime, the situation in the country is not stable, as we've seen with the Anglophone crisis, and that's because of policies of the Biya government. And also, too, he's 93 years old. He doesn't have much more time. You know, his end is inevitable given his age. Regardless, there's going to be a change because at some point,
So if he's going to amend the constitution because he has a majority in parliament and appoint a vice president who takes over from him to ensure continuity, what would you say?
Well, what I would say is there are many people who are dissatisfied with this style of the Biya regime, which is autocratic in nature. And there are many people in Cameroon that would like to experience true democracy. And so I think that's something that should be given a chance. And I think it will be a beacon of hope, especially a country that's important like Cameroon. If it were to have a transition to democracy, I think that would be a positive development in the region. So I think there's an argument that can be made and should be made there by the Cameroonian opposition.
Thank you so much, Elias, for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast. Do you have any last word for our viewers?
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure to be here with you. What I say is this is a very interesting time in the continent. I think some of these liberation movements, like the Biafra independence movement and other pro-democracy causes in the continent, should be receiving more attention. I'm glad that some of these issues are receiving attention, but I think more attention needs to be paid to Africa. Africa is often overlooked, even though it's so critical and so important. And so I appreciate the role that your program has in terms of creating additional awareness and appreciation for Africa. And it's a pleasure to be on your program.
Thank you so much. We seek to give in-depth time to actors who are discussing and managing issues on Africa, because traditional media does not give that amount of time, and we want to have all perspectives on the news, so we share those views. For example, the news would go on saying there is no genocide in Nigeria, but irrespective of the term that has been used, what is important is there is violence and there is need for security because the government is failing. And when we have such conversations, we have a different view of what is happening around the world. And that is the essence of the Beyond Africa podcast. We are here to tell African stories to change lives in Africa. And thank you again for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast, Elias Jerasulis. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. What a time to be alive, and what a time to follow African politics. I have been your host, Ngalim Bernard. See you in the next episode of the Beyond Africa podcast.
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel blockade. Colleagues, the situation is dire there. We see Al-Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counterterrorism efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage-taking across the Sahel as a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see Mali's security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians across the country and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they are shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo. But particularly, the United States is concerned and outraged by the ongoing slaughter of thousands of Christians in Nigeria by various ethnic militias in the Middle Belt, as well as terrorists like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa in the north. It is tragic and it is unacceptable. Churches are burning, villages are being razed, thousands are killed, clergy murdered simply for wearing a cross, for being a Christian, for daring to say they worship Jesus as Christ. Just yesterday, 25 little girls were kidnapped from their school, and one school official murdered trying to protect them, from Maga Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State. Colleagues, this is happening. It's undeniable, and it's unacceptable. The United States condemns these attacks in the strongest terms, and it demands accountability. And as President Trump has made clear, we will not stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria must take immediate steps and do more to increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers of violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with regional partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
James, and I want to thank him. In February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question. How has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned on our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yalwada massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe in your professional assessment that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question: how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back.
Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded founded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration. No victor, no vanquished, yet for Biafrans the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra. Voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resilience, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra live, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Oh, no, from every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make you head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No pressure, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your hope? Who be your hope? Waiting be your country. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all, every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizens go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for houses. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra. Our country, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
Wonderful Biafrans, lovers of freedom. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, depending on your location. Join me, my people. Today is 22nd of May 2026, and it is also beginning of the weekend, Friday. Join me, wonderful Biafrans, and we will continue to talk about Biafra. Biafra is our home, is our religion, and my people, we must evangelize, talk about Biafra, Biafra's freedom, and everything that touches and concerns Biafra. It is our home, our nation. We cannot stop talking about Biafra. Join me, my people, from wherever you are watching, and let us continue. Ndị be anyị nọ n'ụlọ, ekenekwa m unu. Ekene m nwoke, ekene nwanyị. Ana m asị unu na ọ ga-adịlụ nwoke mma, dịlụ nwanyị mma. Ndị be anyị nọ n'ụlọ, taa bụkwa afọ. Taa bụ afọ, yesterday bụ orie, taa bụla afọ. Afọ ga-afọtala anyị ife ọma. Onye nọ ebe ọ nọ ya bịa nso. Bịanụ nso na agwọ nọkwa n'akịrịka o. Agwọ nọ n'akịrịka. Join me, my people. Join me. And let us continue. Biafra remains our religion, and we must continue to evangelize. So, my people, join me. Now, Biafrans, we have to thank God. We have to thank Chukwu Okike Abiama, the owner of the world, the creator. We have to thank God, the Father that gives us what no human father can give. Our God is the only God that what he cannot do does not exist. And we are committing into the holy hands of God our leaders, starting from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, our former Prime Minister, Mazi Ogenkere, His Excellency, our current Prime Minister, and all Biafrans all over the world, especially those in Brgie that continues to sponsor and support Brgie, our government in exile, support them financially. I commit them into the holy hands of God. My Lord Jesus, we thank you for giving us another opportunity, because today is another day that he created. It is marvelous in our eyes, and we are happy and glad in it. I thank you all for joining me. Chukwu Okike Abiama will guide and lead each and every one of us. He say, my people. Ndewo no ụmụ Biafra. Ndị be anyị a sị na onye ọ na-eme omume na ọ na-emekwa obube. Mana tupu m gaa n'iru, ka nkene ndị nọ ebe a. My sister UK, ndewo. I'm happy to see you. Ruby Chima, dalu so much. Ume Obina, thank you for joining. Doris, I appreciate you. Thank you. Amen and amen. We thank God. Biafra so, ndị nwem, ndị njem ọnụ, agwọ nọ n'ajọ akịrịka. Ezigbo agwọ dị n'ime akịrịka. Mana tupu nje to my point today, achọm ka onye ọbụla gee this video, then I will tell you why I'm playing this video. I found this video from my information minister's platform, and any video I found from him, being the Minister of Information and Communication, I always take his videos to do the lecture the way our people will understand. Ndị Igbo tụrụ inu si na ebe nwoke nọ na nwoke ọzọ nọkwa ya. Mana amarozi m ife na-eme, my people. Let us just listen to the video and I will talk about it.
This is a message to my northern Christian brothers and sisters, specifically for you. Why? Because if you go to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest, a Christian from northern part of Nigeria is a northerner. Simple. If there are breakdown of blood orders in Enugu, they kill everybody, whether a Muslim or Christian coming from the north. This is the record that is on ground. Nobody can deny this. Christians of northern extraction. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely.
Now, my people, let me come clean. Why I brought this video. Biafrans, we have to rise up. We have to rise up. This man, as you can see, is one of the northern clerics or sheikhs like Gumi that teaches them in the mosque. He is a northern Nigerian and he is here talking to his people who are Christians, teaching them that Christianity in the north is not the same in the south, whether the one they call southwest or the one they call southeast, which is predominantly Biafra. When Biafra comes, we will not use any foreign name to name our states. We are Biafrans and not north or west or south. No, my people. We will not. Enough of this brainwash and enough of the deceit. Or the too much. Is too much. This man is doing exactly what Usman Danfodio, what Sadwana of Sokoto and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa did to those of us in the so-called Southeast. Ask me what they did. Today, if you go to River State, that's where they call them River State. But we call them Iguacha. When you hear Iguacha, you know it is Port Harcourt. And Port Harcourt is still not our African name. If any in Igbo land, Biafra land, unumana ndị a na-akpọ Ogoja, ụfọdụ fa na-asụ Igbo. Ndị a na-akpọ Ugep, dịkwa na that Akwa Ibom area, ụfọdụ fa na-asụ Igbo. Anyị niile nwere ofu nna a na-akpọ Gad, ebe onye ndu na-eje ekpe ekpele oge ụfọdụ na Aguleri and Umuleri. They started dividing us, splitting us. Faputa fasindi Asaba. Na ndị Okpanam, na faburo ndị Igbo. Fagwa ndị Wori, na faburo ndị Igbo. Strategically, ndị a niile fa na-agwa na faburo ndị Igbo, bebe nwere oil deposit. Today, na that southeast, as they call it, or River State, Sokoto Caliphate, onwelu 24 oil well. Then Nkefa Popotal we me ya Muslim ana akwa Asari Dokubo ofu nkịtị, ofu onwero, ofu etu a onwero. None of them na that igwe ọcha nwere oil well. All the Godis Fulani people, they are very strategic. They know how to split people. Fulani ada alụọlụ. All ndị Fulani bụ ịnọ na-ele ego money exchange. That's all they do. If a fan of be use their brain, wee na-agwọkọsị nke ndị be anyị. And we are always falling for it. Look at the guy a na-akpọ udele. Ọ ndị Fulani ka ọ na-serve. Ọ pụta okpolu ndị Fulani bịa n'Igbo a na-egbusisi ụmụnne anyị. Nke a na-akpọ Ikenga Uruagụ nọ na South Africa. The same thing. Ọ ndị Akafa na Ngozi lụrụ ọrụ immediately Ngozi take over na January 2025. Ma nke a na-akpọ Caterpillar. But look at him here indoctrinating his people. Ife nji egosi nwoke abụ na ndị ugwu, these Fulanis, fada ekwe ka ndị Hausa megharị arụ, whereas no Hausa with the land where they are staying. They will never allow the Hausas to raise their head up. If you are not a Muslim, you are their slave. In their brain, oh, you are their slave, you are infidel. But they are the real infidel. Because God Almighty that we serve, all bulu Ishmael onu. He told us in the Bible, do not be equally yoked with unbelievers. But in their twist here, because of the attack here, lies to get what you want. Our Lord Jesus Christ told us, say the truth, and the truth will set you free. And if you preach to anybody about the good news about God, and they do not accept, wipe off the dust on your feet and go. But in the car, their leader, their Mohammed, Okuzi Lufa, Onyeju, Beyonu. That is their religion. Look at the way he gathered Christians in the north and was indoctrinating them. The unfortunate thing is that whenever they radicalize them, whenever they talk to them, they listen. But I will be here. Nelly's TV will be here. Sony Media will be there. David Nana TV will be there. Biafra Watchman will be there. Talking to our people, and they will never listen. Obulundi Ugu Kedobelu, this www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org link. Every day you gonna fuego gana banye there. Manandi Kayonye biomeko no buria. I am still getting at something because I have a video here that will confirm what I'm saying. I don't know what is in our brain. I don't know how we think. Is like breaking stone on a fiaro. Right now, if we name a Biafra land or Brokwa Nkemelu some time ago, Nkene make it a kita yesterday and still tomorrow. But look at this man. He is here indoctrinating not even Muslims, but northern Christians. He told them that the way that the southern west and southern east will be treating them is not the way we treat ourselves down there. That we treat them as villains. That we treat them as enemies. But they are Christians. You see the radicalization. Mana kana gwande bani ife ge mefa kafa bolo mado kafa puta baulu kafa lota that na all this brouhaha is all lies. We are one people. then ịbatazia n'ime ndị na-azọ Biafra ịfụfa onye ọbụla na-anụso nwanne ya ọgụ kama ị ga-anụso ndị Fulani ọgụ aya na-anụso nwaanyị ọgụ onye asịrọ na nwanne ya mere nke a ọ sị na onye nke a mere nke a onye nke a rịpọtụ onye nke ekpegosi. But look at them, the way they are listening to him. Let me continue the video because I don't know what is wrong.
You have no business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe.
You see? At the end of the day, his agenda is not you, but his own tribe. Do you people know that the Northerners, a Fulani professor, have recently come out to tell Peter Obi that they in the North will never vote you and that you are not going to rule Nigeria because you are a Christian. This is the confirmation of this very video. That is their mindset. But talk to an Igbo man, he will not listen to you. Some of us, not everybody, but those ones who allow themselves to be deceived or to be radicalized, are they okay? Somebody like Obi that started with the former leader of Biafra, D. Modumegwu Ojukwu. That was the man that put Obi to the political ladder. This is the man that put Obi in the political ladder. Odumegwu Ojukwu, our supreme leader. He made Obi in Apga party to win in Biafra land as a governor. Today, Obi does not listen to any Igbo man. Obi dances to the tune of the Fulanese because anything in the north is controlled and managed by the Fulanese. Obulu no Obi bụ onye Hausa or Fulani, he will never have anything to do with a Biafran. But Obi as a Biafran, core Biafran, is always dancing to the tune of the Fulanese. Why? Because he has been bought. He has been bought over to fight against his own people. Biafrans, when you listen to this man, you will know that we have been fooling ourselves. This man is not just talking to them or talking to Muslims. He is talking to the northern Christians. A very strong message. A message that causes division. But when you talk to our people, my God, nobody will be listening to you. Even when you know that you are capable of doing something, you will be lagging behind. You'll be walking like a coward in your own land. This is my pain. Biafrans, we should rise up. The man is telling them that even though that they are Christians, as long as they are northerners, that they do not count to southern Christians, causing division openly. And he recorded it and posted it unrepentantly. So Biafrans, what are we doing? What are we doing? This man is sending a message to northern Christians and they are all listening to him. But when we are here sending messages, nobody listens. Nobody listens.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic.
Have you heard him? Let me try and play it again, and you will hear what he said.
His agenda is not Christianity. His agenda is his own tribe. His agenda is not you. His agenda is his own. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. He behave wisely. You have no business voting a Southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. You have no business voting a Southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi,
his
agenda is not Christianity.
His agenda is Christianity.
He could be a fantastic Catholic, but below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran.
Have you heard it? Are you people hearing him? That Obi is a Catholic, that his agenda is for Christians, and that he is a die-hard Biafra. I know. I agree with you. What can I say? Do I have any choice? We don't have any choice than to ignore them. Ụmụ Oriental si na okwu na igekwu ihe masịrị ya, mana omeni ga-emekwa n'ihe bụ uche. This is we. We are not fighting jihad. We are not Muslims. We are Christians. Yes. Thank you so much, Robin. Robin is telling you to hit the like button, share, so that this message will go viral. He said that Obi, that his agenda is not for Muslims, but for Christians, that Obi is a Biafran.
Christians of northern extraction. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely.
Christians of northern extraction. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. He is radicalizing his brothers in the north who are Christians. You see the way Fulanis operate. You see the way Fulanis operate. They take their time, indoctrinate their people, and they will keep everything into their brain, and they will work with it. Israel, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, my people. Thank you for joining. You see the way they have splitted us in the Biafra land. They will come and tell your brother. This is the way they teach them in the north. Our people, they will select them, take them to the north, indoctrinate them, and they will come back. And Ikwere man will tell you, I am not Igbo. Somebody from Ukwani in Asaba Delta, Igbo, he will say, I'm not Igbo. An Agbo man from Agbo will tell you, I am not Igbo. Why? Because of this type of teaching.
You have no business voting a Southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe.
You see, when people talk to you like this, they want you to get bitter. They want you to know that you are not part of them. This is how Sadwana of Sokoto and Ahmadu Bello took all our brothers away from us. Somebody from Akwa Ibom will continue to tell you, I am not Igbo. Somebody from Warri will tell you, I am not Igbo. Somebody from Iguacha, which is Port Harcourt, Ikwere to be precise, will tell you, I am not Igbo. This is the work of Usman Danfodio, Ahmadu Bello, Sadwana of Sokoto, and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. This is the way they splitted us. These are Christians, so he is a Muslim cleric. I've forgotten his name. But he is not talking to Muslims. This time around, he is sending a strong message to northern Christians. When you talk to our people, they will not listen to you. They were my people. Nelis, thank you so much. And Eucharistic Japanese in the one name. Thank you for joining. Yes, remember my people to share, so that this message will get to my people. I am very, very angry. This is how they split us. Let's continue to listen to him.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is into Christianity.
He could be a fantastic Catholic.
He is a fantastic Catholic. And he's trying to tell these Christians that Obi will never care for them because they are from the north. These people you see here are demons. Very demonic, devilish human beings. I don't know how God created these people. Because they said that God created all humans. But these ones, with their evil agenda, they are so demonic. Very, very devilish. It's like people will come to your house or somebody will come to your house and you are not there. They will be teaching your husband and your children to disobey you, that you are not a good mother. And you will come back and send your child to an errand. That child will start insulting you. And you will be wondering, where is this coming from? That is exactly what this man is doing. And that's what Ahmadu Bello had always done. That's how they splitted all of us. That our minds are not the same. That we don't work with one another.
But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran.
Obi is a die-hard Biafran. Whereas Obi is not even listening to anything Biafra. You see the irony of life. You see the problem we have. My pain is that when you teach our people, the way this man is teaching these people, they will not listen to you. That is the pain. That is my anger. He is a die-hard Biafran.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran. If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra.
Are you hearing it? If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. Yes, exactly, my brother. Takia. This is how they deceive their youths. This is how they radicalize them. And the fortunate thing for them, their youths listen to them. But our own people, talk to them from January to December. They won't even care to come near and listen. Look at the way they were all sitting, listening to him. This is an Islamic cleric talking to Christians. Are you understanding? He is a Muslim talking to Christians, and the Christians are listening to him obediently. And whatever he asks them to do, they will do it. Because they believe that they are all one.
No missing of the words. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North. Tell me, a Christian from Taraba, voting for the destruction of the North. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North.
Are you hearing it? If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for whatever he said of the North. Because that word was not clear enough. You see the way he's radicalizing them. And as they sit here as human beings, their mindsets are changing. They are changing. They are thinking of something different. These are northern Christians, not even the Muslims. So you will understand how they radicalize their youths in the mosque. You see it.
Tell me, a Christian from Taraba, Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, Bauchi, Gombe. Tell me what you drive, the benefit you will drive by voting Obi. Just tell me one single benefit. And the answer is there is none. If you want to know the answer is true, go to Enugu, go to Aba, go to Inewi, go to Akwa Ibom, go to every part of the south. As a Muslim, as a Christian.
Have you heard it? This is where the whole thing ended. My people, do you know why I am using this video? It's very, very simple. The reason I am using this video is one simple fact. Talk to my people. We are predominantly Christians in that country. Now you have seen it, that the northern Christians are listening to the Muslim teacher or cleric or whatever they are called. The Christians are listening to a Muslim because they are all one. They are all listening to him. All this number of people you see here are Christians in the north. And northerners were Christian before Usman Dan Fodio came in 1803 or 1804, thereabout. They converted all of them, or you will be unalived. Febegonu. You see the whole issue. Then come and talk to Biafrans. Ndi Igbo ibegi. Come and talk to them. They will never listen to you. They will not listen. We have this www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. Yi nwere ike ifu onye be anyị na-eje etinye ego there. Only very few. Nwoke a na-agwafa na Obi bụ eko Biafra. And if you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. And if you vote for Biafra, you are marginalizing and clearing the northerners away. The oil is in our land, but the Fulanis are in control. Yeah, I agree with you, my sister, Doris. The preacher is using knife. Like you will bring a cake, you bring knife, and you will cut through the middle, and cut again, and start distributing. That's what he is doing. He is brainwashing Christians in the north. And they are listening. Do not tell me that all these men that he is talking to, that one of them will not have a change of mind, or even 10, or maybe all of them. He is radicalizing them, Christians, with all the way that Fulanis are decimating the north. They will still listen to him. But talk to a Biafran person. Now, let me find this.
Kroza na aba antike ndị blọk kwa n'ụzọ ya ndị Awụsa na ndị Fulani ịma ha si ha bụ otu ọ ndị blọk ụzọ ya so ajụjụ m na-ajụ
Una fugo na the roads no they blocked. Madu send this video. Somebody send this video. Inanya here igafu the blockage Aba Road. Somebody sent me this video yesterday. And there's another one. There's another one. Fano na banye kita. Negbundi banye. Fano na banye kita. The other day when the PM made a speech on Tuesday, Okwasi Minister of Information, to show video of those that were found in Biafra land. Did you not see it? Oh, my sister, thank you so much. Sister Doris, God bless you for the super chat. Thank you so much. I do appreciate. Chukwu Goziegi. We are going to make this money for Biafra and put it in our fundraising. Yes, Biafrans. Are you seeing it? If Abunozaba ndị anozi inside of us. Ana gwande banyi ife fada anu. Ana gwande Biafra ife Biafran sada anu at all. We don't listen. But look at that Hausa Muslim talking to Hausa Christians and they are listening. For how long are we going to be like this? These people are now in our land, far on Abia State, far on Imo State. The heart of Biafra land. And my people, Umunani no. Our people are in homeland. And in the no. I'm happy that this type of thing is happening. Manonye luoka ofunanya. Kita fafubagi. They are hearing it, they are seeing it. Onye fajide fakuri abai mafia. Then when they kidnap you, what do? You don't want to die. You have to pay the ransom. Instead of coming to pay that money to Biafra Republic government in exile, knowing that this is your government, that we are moving fast, you will not pay, but you will prefer to pay the Fulani. Yes, you will prefer to pay to Fulanis. Biafrans, Nsobudi. There is this pastor here that has been crying woe. Let me play his own.
It might just have been too late. By the time we will realize the extent of the damage that Fulani has done to this nation, it will have been just too late. I'm sorry. But I'm not even actually sorry, because this is not something we didn't see. This is something Nnamdi Kanu cried off for a long time. The church hated him. The people hated him. We criticized him. I was part of those that criticized him. But we see everything the man has said coming to pass today. When Fulani were shot and killed Fatorati's daughter, the late Afenifene reader. When they slaughtered his daughter like a chicken, slaughtered his daughter. The president, Tinubu went there and claimed, where are the cows? He said, where are the cows? Tinubu went there and mocked them. They said to Fulani, he denied it. He said, where are the cows? Because of his political ambition. You know that people like Tinubu are not interested in governance. They're only interested in power. All they want to secure is power. So they can sell their soul for power. They can sacrifice Nigerians for power. He doesn't care. All he knows is politics of power, not good governance. He went there and said, where are the cows? They said, do you believe the Fulani? He said, no. He said, where are the cows? By the time we realize the extent of the damages that Fulani has done in this country, it will have just been too late. You can be there to say it doesn't concern you. The day is coming, you remember that a man of God kept shouting this thing. I've become a talkative on social media. I keep talking every now and then. You think I'm playing? You think I just want to do content? Some of you even call me content creator. By the time you realize the extent of the damages of this Fulani to this nation, it might just have been too late.
Yes, he is a man of God. I watch his videos most of the time, but he grew up in the north. This man grew up in the north, and he said that he's from Ogun State, a Yoruba man. Criticizing Tinubu. Biafrans, do not. Nigeria is a corrupt, bandits, terrorists, everything. Look at the way this cleric was indoctrinating them. The way he was talking to Christians. What is he doing? He is creating division. He is poisoning their mind against Obi. And Obi bụ onye ọjọọ. Obi bụ onye ọjọọ. Onye a na-alụ anya, ọ marọ na a na-alụ ya anya. This guy said it. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was saying this, but he even told us that he was one of those that criticized Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They always call us Igbos. Oh, you Igbos. You Igbos, you are always complaining. Now, everybody is complaining. If you look at this video very closely, you will see that this teacher, look at this man. He's a lecturer or a teacher. A Yoruba man. A Belionu. Beyonu. Look at him. What this guy is talking about pertains to the kind of teaching that Islamic cleric was giving. Ndewo boy, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. You see, that man, the Islamic cleric, was indoctrinating our own Christian brothers. But because they are from the north, they are all listening. But we will be here talking to our people morning, noon, and night. I talk at this time. David Nana talks before me. Nelly Stevie talks in the evening. And Sonny talks throughout the whole day on Voice of Biafra. What do you people do? You will not listen. I don't know what is wrong with us. Not all of us, but majority of our people. They always veer towards doing what the Fulanis are teaching them. And that man, the way he looks handsome, you will know that he's a Fulani man. Fulani blood. And this pastor is here talking his own.
They're not just operating in the north anymore. They've been doing it in the north. They've conquered the north. They have overwhelmed the middle belt. Now they have moved to the east. They have moved to the west. They tested the waters in Kwara. There was no resistance whatsoever. They have tested it in Ebonyi. They did it in Enugu. Recently, it was in Imo State.
Recently, it was in Imo State. To tell you that he's following. Did I not show you what is happening in Imo State now? I showed it to you. Yesterday, they blocked the road. Yesterday, not 2 days ago, just yesterday, some hours ago. You can imagine, in our land. So, Biafrans, what are we supposed to do? Come and donate and fund your freedom. Ndị Igbo tụrụ inu si na mmiri dọ n'eju na ọ dọrọ nwa nkịta. Biafra Republic Government in Exile bụ mmiri anwa dị n'eju. Anyị nwa bụ nwa nkịta, ọ dọrọ anyị nwa. It is our duty to support our government. You don't have to wait until they now come into your mouth. They will be kidnapping. Why are they forming roadblock? They want to kidnap and you pay them ransom. Instead of you with ego tinye na Biafra Republic government, eweri na egombo na enyendi na agbala anyị egbe. But when you leave those men without anything, just tell me that a leader or a prime minister is doing well is because of the equipment you give him. If you do not give your prime minister enough equipment to work with, what do you expect him to work with? Tell me. How does he manage the situation? Biafrans, like this Islamic cleric that was here indoctrinating Christians instead of his Muslim brothers, he now started veering into Christian kingdom to talk to Christians, to bias their mind. Biafrans, let us rise up. I don't know what it will benefit us to make money and die in the hands of infidels, because they are infidels. You will make money, they will come and kill you, or they will kidnap you. When they kidnap you, you pay them millions, and they don't ask for 1 million. They will be asking you for 100 million. The money you would have paid to Brgie government. Because why am I doing this? Today is Friday and tomorrow is Saturday, our mega fundraising days. You will come to fundraising, you will not see anybody. So what do you want? How can things be moving without money? Everything in this dispensation, this generation, is all about money. Money, money, money. If you want to ask anybody about something, he say, pay me now. So we need money. We need a Jema and Deje. The de facto government, they are there. The Biafra government in exile is there, working very hard. So Biafrans, onye ọbụla kunie ọtọ. We have to leave Nigeria. Nigeria is not ready to leave you. So it is our duty to work hard and leave them. We have to leave Nigeria. Nigeria is not a country. Now I have another video to confirm what I just said, that Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone. P2B is going nowhere. When one of our brothers came from Nigeria in 2022, COVID was just in UK, we were just sitting at home. He came. And I'm sure that thing that he was suffering from is COVID. He was sneezing. He came from Nigeria. And he is one of the obedient. He was telling me, oh, sister, this your Biafra thing. This your Biafra thing. Obi is coming, Obi is coming. And I told him that Obi will never rule Nigeria. When Obi lost, he called me. He says, sister, you are very correct. Why will Obi not rule Nigeria? Just this video here. Let me look for it and you will listen to it again. You will listen to it again. Because Fulani, they are not joking. Fulani is not joking. Fulanis are not joking. They know how to get you. They know how to deceive you. They know what to do. Yes, this video, I will be playing it.
For you. Voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. This is a message to my northern Christian brothers and sisters.
This is a message to my northern brothers sisters in the north. So, Esupa Henry, keep listening. I thank God that the man is not speaking in Hausa. He's speaking in English. Listen very well. You are talking of Obi. Because some of you will be going around peddling one negative information.
Specifically for you. Why? Because if you go to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest, a Christian from northern part of Nigeria is a northerner. Simple. If there are breakdown of blood orders in Enugu, they kill everybody, whether a Muslim or Christian coming from the north. This is the record that is on ground. Nobody can deny this. Christians of northern extraction. Think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. You have no business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity.
You have no business voting for a southern candidate based on Christianity. Are you hearing it? Esupa or Henry? Are you hearing it? Now you will get the next shocker of your life now. Keep listening.
At the end of the day, his agenda is not you.
At the end of the day, the southern or east or southern west, his agenda is not you. He is talking to Christians in the north. Those people that this cleric is talking to, they are not even Muslims. He is brainwashing your own Christian brothers. And listen to the name of the man he will call.
His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda.
Have you heard it? Henry, are you listening? Henry Super or Super Henry, are you listening? These are the Fulanis that rule Nigeria. They tell you where to stand and you will stand there. Cowards. That's what you people in the south are. Cowards. That's what you are. You are here writing about Obi. Obi to give you Biafra tomorrow.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity or whatever he said.
He could be a fantastic Catholic, but below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran.
Are you hearing it? This is to tell their people that Obi will not rule them. That Obi is a Christian, but will not rule them. Have a Fulani man said anything in Nigeria and they change it? So stop your daydreaming. All your wishful thinking, stop it and come to Biafra. We are Biafrans. We are Biafrans.
If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. No missing of the words. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North.
If you vote Biafra, if you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North. You see? A Super Henry, are you hearing it? From the hands of your leaders. Because the Fulanis are your leaders. They rule you people. They rule your brain. They rule you that you cannot think very straightforwardly. I purposely replay this again so that you will understand where you are. You and Obi. Showore, the owner of Sahara Reporter, said that there is a memo in Asorok that an Igbo man should never be allowed to rule Nigeria. Obi is only distracting us in what we are doing. You and your Obi. Don't come here to talk about Obi. Just be on this platform and maintain your cool, or I will just quietly block you. I am in control of this platform. So don't come here and continue to obey us with your lying and deceitful acceptance of Obi. You are deceiving yourselves. You men are cowards in that area of the world. Fulanis are foreigners. Look at the way they will come and be controlling all of you. Cowards. Men that are not men.
Tell me, a Christian from Taraba, Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, Bauchi, Gombe. Tell me what you drive, the benefit you will drive by voting Obi.
Now, you will see that he counted all these areas: Sokoto, Taraba, Gombe, Mubi, Yola, Jos, Kwara, Christians from that area. He's talking about them. But America, how many thousands of miles away? These are the Christians in the north that he's talking to, trying to destroy their mind, mesmerize their brain, indoctrinate them. On our cause as if Obi. Whereas Rep. Riley Moore, an American, is calling us their Christian brothers. He is calling us their Christian brothers. But the Fulani man in Nigeria is teaching the northerners that their own Christianity and the ones in the south is not the same. And you are here talking rubbish. You are here talking rubbish. This is the way you people in the south, you keep going forward and backward like a yo-yo, trying to look for minds, to destroy. I can never see any one of you talking about this man or talking about Sheikh Gumi or talking, is always yourselves. Always battling with yourselves. But look at this, how this Fulani man just came up here to indoctrinate Christians in the north. Are they not closer to us, the Christians in the south and the Christians in the north, than Rep. Riley Moore in America all the way, or Senator Cruz in America? They understand that we are their Christian brothers. But the man in the north, in the same country, this is how they splitted all of us. And we don't like to see each other. Once you speak in another language, you will say, oh, I'm not Igbo, I'm not Igbo. This was how they destroyed the image of the Igbos. For no reason. No Nigerian can come today and say, this is exactly what Igbos are doing. None of them. Igbo man does not do anything to anybody. But they are always telling you negative things about the Igbos. Okay, explain, what does the Igbos do? Igbos don't live in the bush when they come to your town. If it is bush, they buy it and they will develop it. Because I was in Lagos when Abuja was created. I was in Lagos when Allen Avenue at Ikeja was developed. Allen Avenue used to be bush. Igbos cleared it, developed it. But today, they will go there and pull the house of an Igbo man down because Kashim Shettima and Kunle, they had a leaked audio. And Kashim Shettima was telling the Yorubas how to bulldoze the houses of the Igbos and burn their businesses. He said it. He said it. I don't know what is wrong with us. That's why I brought this video. For us to know that Brgie government in exile is our own. We have to look after it and nurture it. We have to support our Prime Minister, who is currently leading us to our freedom. When this man will be here indoctrinating northern Christians, changing their mind, then we will not know how to talk to ourselves or how to relate with one another. Ndị be anyị nọ n'ụlọ na nke a na-akpọ Ali na Onyema welu 2 billion wee nye ndị Fulani. Kama ọ ga-ewele ga ọ bụlụgodu na nzuzo o welu nzuzo wee nye ndị Biafra. He cannot do it. All the governors from Biafra land are now dance to the tune of Fundi Fulani. This is our problem. This was the same way they destroyed our unity. The same way they indoctrinated some of our people. Have you seen it? I think I will not delete this video. I will be showing it intermittently. And every week, I will come with it. So that our people will learn that these Fulanis, they set out to destroy. Is it Mark or John chapter 10 verse 10? In John chapter 10 verse 10, our Lord Jesus Christ said, I am the door. By me, if anyone enters, he will be saved. You will go in and out, and you will find pasture. Why did he say it? He said that the thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. These are the people he was referring to. That's why he told us, do not be equally yoked with the unbelievers. If Abu Ishmael undi chukwu bulonu. Thank you, Unsi. Thank you so much. These are the children of Ishmael. Ndi chukwu hate poasi because of their evil attitude, their bad conduct. You see, my fellow Biafrans, we should always rise up. This very man was teaching his people, Christians, and he's a Muslim cleric, a Muslim teacher, teaching Christians in the north that they are not the same with Christians in the south, and that they should not vote for Obi. That Obi is a Biafran. If anybody teaches you like that, will you accept? Oh, God, you will be fighting with your brothers. None of them will come to this platform and talk about Gumi or talk about Kashim Shetima, or about Malami and Pantami, or El Rufai, or Nuhu Ribadu. No. Always coming here to talk about themselves. And this man is here teaching his northern Christian brothers that they are not accepted in the south. Therefore, they should not vote for Obi. This is it. That's how they splitted all of us. That's how they took time, 1940, 1950, telling other people, oh, you are not Igbo, you are not Igbo. You are not Igbo, you are not Igbo. Today, what is happening? I am happy. If any nene make it, I am a befa. Whether they will learn, I don't know. Whether our people will learn. This man, look at him. A Fulani man teaching northern Christians not to vote for Obi. So for this Henry Eseku or Esupa that is here talking about Obi, that we should stop talking about Biafra but talk about Obi. Go and talk to your brothers to have a change of mind. See the way this man is spoiling the mind of other Christians in the north.
His agenda is his own tribe. No business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafra.
You see?
If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra.
Are you hearing it? Anybody who is in doubt about the way that the Fulanis are destroying the fabric of that society, that region, Fulanis, this is how they destroyed it. This is the way they destroyed it. He is a Muslim cleric, a teacher in the Islamic sector. But he is now he gathered Christians, brought them together, and was ruining their brain, indoctrinating them against other Christians. Whereas everybody is calling, oh Donald Trump, oh, President Trump, oh, come and help us, oh, because he is a Christian, living thousands of miles away. But look at the people that are living together. See the way they destroyed Igbos. This is exactly the way they destroyed that name, Igbo. This is it. They called Christians, gathered Christians, and was indoctrinating them, mesmerizing their brain. So anybody who does not know that Brgie is our responsibility, you better rise up. We now have a government. We are no longer on the road wielding Biafra flag. No, we have crossed that Rubicon. We are now at the diplomatic stage of our freedom fight. This is where the politics is playing. And you have to support Biafra Republic government in exile financially. If you are in homeland, you have to support. If you are in abroad, you have to support, no matter how little. Even if it is 1 Ejema or 1 Eje, you have to. You have to support Biafra.
You not see the president should get to know that.
Now, listen to this man again.
The president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You know why I say we you not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die? We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we'll be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There's no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the war without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nations. Today, we are facing serious problems. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing.
The security architecture that Nigeria have today cannot protect their people. This is a senator. He is a senator. When they talk about killings in Nigeria, they will be denying it. But you can imagine, senators are the lawmakers, or they are one of those who will endorse any law in Nigeria. Thank you, Paul. Look at this man. He is a senator, and he is criticizing the president of Nigeria that their security structure is not fit. The security architecture is not fit to combat the level of killings going on in Nigeria. So if a senator is talking like this in the Senate House, how can the government deny? They always go to America to lie to them, to deny the realities of life. Look at this man here. That's the man that they pied last week, the teacher, or early this week. And this teacher, he was here crying. His tears really broke my heart, because that was the last before he was beheaded. Biafrans, any one of you thinking that nothing is happening, that you are going to be delayed, come and support your government in exile. Tomorrow, Saturday, is our mega fundraising. Come and join. Join us tomorrow, Biafrans. Please, I'm begging. You have seen the Fulani man talking to Christians. He's a Muslim, but he's brainwashing the Christians in the north. North is not too far to the south, but Rep. Riley Moore is in America, all the way, thousands of miles away, and he's talking about his Christian brothers. He's talking about his Christian brothers. He's talking about his Christian brothers in the north. Look at this.
N'ile anya na vidiyo ị ga-ahụ na blọkụrụ ụzọ na-aba atụke ndị blọkụkwa n'ụzọ ya ndị Awụsa na ndị Fulani ma ha si ha bụ otu.
Who blocked the road? Ndị Awụsa na ndị Fulani. That's what the reporter is saying. They blocked this road in Aba. Why are they blocking the road? They are doing fundraising. the Fulanis are doing fundraising on the road. They will block you. They will kidnap all the passengers in the bus, and their families will start paying one by one. They will tell you, oh, in the homeland, we don't have money. Once you are kidnapped, money will come out. Ignoring your own government, ignoring it. You will ignore your own government. My people, ndị Igbo tụkwara inu si na ọgbalụ nkịtị kwere ekwe. Do you people want to go and become, what will I call it? Now, this is an old video, but I will continue to play it because this video is a reminder, especially to those who try to fund our freedom. Listen and you will understand that Brgie is making waves in Washington, D.C. You cannot say to anybody, what are they doing with the money? Listen to where your money is going to, whether Brgie is moving forward or not.
Confidential wrote. On the other side, Biafra-linked groups are also lobbying Washington, calling for sanctions, recognition, and even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in U.S. policy?
Let me tell you people something. If you go to our website, which is www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org, you will see when you go down and click, there's a page you will click, you will find all the things that this man have just mentioned to tell you that they visit our website. He went there and heard all the negotiations going on between Biafra and America. That's what he was asking this man called Patrick Smith. And listen to what Patrick said. And whatever Patrick said here is evidence of our progress. We are progressing. Listen to him again. His name is Chris. He works with Arise News. Listen.
On the other side, Biafra-linked groups are also lobbying Washington, calling for sanctions, recognition, and even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously...
All those things are contained in that 2-page letter of offer made to America by Biafran government, Republic in exile. So you have to be following very well. Whenever they mention anything, you will know where to find it. And you will know exactly what was said.
Are these groups being taken in U.S. policy circles?
Well, serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile.
Are you hearing it? This very man, he is a British. He is the African Confidential chief. African Confidential is like a news platform. He is the one. He is the one. Patrick Smith, a British. You heard his response that we are serious enough that Ted Cruz is supporting us. Ted Cruz is one of the executives that makes law passes law, and the government of America will listen to him.
Who is the conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile. He's a big supporter, actually, of the Somaliland.
You see? So, that Senator Ted Cruz, he is supporting Biafra Republic government because he knows that Christians are predominantly settled in Biafra land and that we have been marginalized, we have been murdered, massacred, genocide going on in our land. But a man, a cleric in the northern part of Nigeria will be busy gathering Christians in the north, indoctrinating them against other Christians. That was how they destroyed the image of the Igbos in that country for doing nothing to them and for being very assertive. But no matter how assertive you are in Nigeria, as long as you are not a Muslim, you are paying them what they call jizya tax in everything you do, in the bank, in your clearing goods at the wharf, anything you are doing, even buying a land, you are paying them jizya tax. And jizya tax is paid to the Muslims if you are not a Muslim. Is that what we want to continue doing? Is that how we want to continue living? We started this fight since 1967 and it has not ended. My people, join us tomorrow at the fundraising or go to our website, which is here. This is our website. When you come here, this donate, click on it. You will see IOU loan. IOU loan, you can be a foreigner, you can be a Biafran, you can be in homeland, you can be overseas. You take the loan, give us loan, and when Biafra come as it is coming now, you will be paid double. Whatever you give will be doubled. Then if you want to be paying as a Biafran in homeland or in exile, BLT. BLT is Biafra Liberation Tax. We are liberating ourselves. If you go to Borno State now, the people of Borno are now paying ISIS and this swap tax before they go to farm or before you drive your car in the Borno State. So they pay them tax. So if you are paying tax to terrorists, how much more indigenous people? We are indigenous people of that land. We have our own tax, BLT, or you pay the weekly and the monthly one. Once you click on this icon, this is our website. Biafrans, let us rise up. I've shown you the video that these people are in Aba. They are in Owerri. They are in Abia State. I don't know what our people are waiting to rise up and do the needful. You have to do the needful. Biafrans, rise up. Stop waiting. There is no longer time. There is no time, Biafrans. No more time. No more time. We have to rise up. Nigeria is gone. If you want evidence that Nigeria is gone, they are always in denial. Listen to this video once more.
Instead of today, I speak not just for Burkina Faso. I speak for the crying mothers in Nigeria. I speak for the fathers who dig graves with shaking hands. I speak for the children who sleep to the sound of gunfire instead of lullabies. A few weeks ago, I could not sleep. The night was quiet in Ouagadougou. but my heart was not. Reports came in again. Villages attacked, families slaughtered, young girls kidnapped, farmers chased from their lands by bandits and terrorists. Nigerian blood was flowing like rain on dry soil.
Nigeria blood was flowing. This person is not a Nigerian, no. He is a president in his own country. He is an African. He is a military man. He is Ibrahim Traore. Speaking up on what is going on. Still, Tinubu and his group are still in denial. Tinubu and his group are still in denial. They are denying that massacre, killings are not going on in Nigeria. But a man who lives in another African country is telling you that his heart is bleeding for the killings going on in Nigeria. Ndị be anyị they trapped na Nigeria. Kita a na-egbusisi ndị be anyị. A kidnap oge, you go and pay ransom to your enemies, the Fulanis. But you cannot pay a dime to Biafra Republic government in exile.
I asked myself, how long will Africa watch her children born? I picked up the phone. I called my brother, President Bola Tinubu. When he answered, I spoke plainly. I did not speak as a man seeking attention. I spoke as a Pan-Africanist. Mr. President, I said, our people are dying. Terrorists are turning villages into graveyard. Bandits are ruling forests like kings. Nigeria is bleeding. What are we doing? There was silence on the line. Then he replied calmly.
There was silence on the line. Why was he silent? He was ashamed that a grandchild in the person of Ibrahim Traore is talking to him about the killings and massacre, the genocide going on in Nigeria, and he's busy sharing money, fighting for re-election because he is in contract with the Fulanis. As he is in contract, he will be busy doing oil, what is it called? What was this thing he called his oil subsidy? Up and down, selling oil to make the money he spent, bringing Buhari in. That's the contract. While the Fulanis are busy killing chicken in the bush. Because the way they buy people in Nigeria is like where you are killing fowl, chicken. That's the way. That's what Ibrahim Traore is lamenting about. Biafrans, are we going to sit like this? Come tomorrow and make your donation. Come tomorrow. Come tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, is our fundraising. Biafra time, 7 p.m. So that throughout the whole day, you will have time to do your personal chores. And you save and come and pay to Biafra Republic government in exile. Listen to Ibrahim Traore.
Almost casually, it is under control. Under control? But what does under control mean to a mother who just lost 3 children? What does under control mean to a farmer whose land is now a battlefield? What does under control mean to a child who has learned to run at the sound of motorcycles, because that is how death arrives?
Yes. When he called Tinubu, according to him, there was silence. And he opened his mouth to say to Ibrahim Traore that what is going on in Nigeria is under control. He cannot do anything. He cannot do anything because he is in contract with Usman Danfodio's children who are fighting to go and dip their Quran in the high sea. They will be fighting with their Quran to Islamize and Fulanize, while Tinubu is fighting to make more money. You can imagine a man like this, he's in his 90s. What is he still looking for? Money, money, money. That is what the Fulanis brought to that region. Get money with lies, takia. This is it. So, Biafrans, time has come for us to reason together and understand that when they kidnap you, as they are now in Biafra land, you will pay them ransom. Otherwise, you will be paid. Your life will be gone. You will be gone as they kidnap you. You will pay them ransom. Instead of paying that money to your government in exile, because government in exile is doing fantastic work. And this very man, Patrick Smith, that I played now, said that they are making great achievement in Washington, D.C. Biafrans, my people, read my lips. We are not going to stop until we are recognized and we go home to manage our resources, to manage ourselves, and get rid of these infiltrators, get rid of the Boko Haram, get rid of the terrorists. Support your government. Support our government. Government in exile. Support us. Support us. Support our government in exile. This is the man that Patrick Smith was talking about. With who? His Excellency, Mazio Gekere, our Prime Minister. This man does not rest. He does not rest. That's why I follow him. I follow Mazio Gekere because he's doing everything humanly possible to see that Biafra comes. And this one you see here is the one in charge of their defense. They call him Congressman Brian Mast, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, with Brgie PM. Are you seeing it? And this one is Mike Johnson, Speaker of United States House of Representatives, with our PM. He is doing what is right. Come and fund for your freedom. This one is with Ty Bonash. He is here with Dr. Michael Rubin, Senior Fellow in America. This one is Congressman Chris Smith. And this one is Congressman John James. All these pictures, nobody will allow you to take picture with them if they don't know you, if they don't recognize you. You know Oyibo man, they don't joke. You understand? They don't joke. So Biafrans, when Hausa man will be there telling you, oh, if Obi comes, Obi is a Christian, Obi is this, and somebody will come here at the platform telling me about Obi rubbish. That's absolute nonsense. I don't buy that. Obi is not going to do anything for us. So, Biafrans, we are done for today. It's just for me to create this awareness that these people are in our homeland right now. Rise up. Come and join what we are doing and make your own donation. Long talk is no longer needed. It is long action. Ndị Igbo tụrụ inu si na ogologo okwu adịrọ mma n'ụka mgbede. Anyị ekwugo enough. Mụ nwa ike agwụgo m sef. I'm just managing to do what I'm doing or say what I'm saying. Maka ana agwa ndị be anyị osi na ntị nke abanye, osi na ntị nke ọzọ pụọ. But this Fulani cleric will be here talking to his people, and you will be listening. He told his people that they should not vote for Obi.
Based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism,
you see, there's a video where Gumi was saying, let me look for that video, that your neighbor knows you better. Are you seeing it? Your neighbor knows you better. Look at the way he described Obi. Did you see the way he described Obi? Before I go to that one, let us listen to this again.
West Virginia introduced the resolution that put the persecution of Christians in Nigeria on the congressional record. He's been on the issue when nobody else was, and he joins me now. Congressman Moore, welcome. What do you make first over the strikes over the weekend, important strikes to save some Christian lives in Nigeria? You've been calling for this for a long time, right?
I have. Thanks, David. And thank you for continuing to talk about this topic at your network, which many have ignored this. So thank you all so much for continuing to cover it. This can't be understated. This is the #2, not just ISIS in Nigeria. This is #2 of ISIS globally, who was just taken out. So ISIS has shifted into the Sahel region, around the Lake Chad region, around that basin there, and this is where they've started to set up shop. Now, they recently put an edict out to Christians in the northern part of that country where this terrorist was killed, and it said, convert or die or pay the tax.
You see, Rep. Riley Moore is talking in favor of Christians. He lives thousands of miles away from Nigeria, but he is there thinking of his Christian brothers in Nigeria. But an Hausa Fulani man, a Fulani man, is busy indoctrinating Christians in the north, telling them that they are not the same as the Christians in the south. This is it. So, Biafrans, we are not the same thing with these people. We are not. Listen to our preaching. Join what we are doing. Support Biafra Republic government in exile.
That was the option for the Christians who were living there. Now, he has been running a lot of these kidnapping operations. He was also the head financier. He was handling all the finances, rather, for ISIS around the world globally. So taking this bad guy off the battlefield along with his top lieutenants is certainly, I think, sending a very strong message, but it's also saving Christian lives, which is why we're in this to begin with.
Congressman Riley Moore, West Virginia, introduced the
region around.
Yeah. He is talking about the benefit and interest of Christians. But this one here is busy teaching his people negatively about Christians. That you should not vote Obi, that Obi is a Catholic. How does he know that Obi is a Catholic? From what his brother Gumi said. Gumi said that your neighbor knows you very well. That the bandits, as he called them, the terrorist group, are not going anywhere. That they are not going anywhere.
If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafran. If
you see the way they preach about us, a die-hard Biafran. Like to tell you that Biafra is their worst enemy. Biafrans are Christians. They are not killing us because of Biafra. They are killing us because of our faith, what we believe in. They don't want us to practice our religion. That was why they killed our people during the war, 1967, 1966, 67, up until 1970. This man's video, I don't think I will stop playing it. Because this is how they destroy the image of the Igbos in that country. This man is not talking to his Muslim brothers. He is talking to northern Christians. While Rep. Riley Moore, that lives thousands of miles away, is talking of the interest of Christians. That's the big difference. That's the difference. Biafrans, tomorrow is our fundraising. Please join what we are doing. This is our website. Go here and click on donate. As I said earlier, I will repeat. IOU loan is there. You don't have to be a Biafran, you can be a foreigner, because Biafra is the place where the oil that made Nigeria what it is in Biafra land. That's why they hate us. That's why they don't want us to go. Give us IOU loan, and when Biafra comes, anything you give us as loan will be doubled. You click on it, you will see BLT, Biafra Liberation Tax. You will also see weekly and monthly donations. So Biafrans, we are very good to go. Very, very good to go. We are good to go. My people, I thank you all for listening. And I say, may Chukwu Okike Abiama bless all of you. I will call it a day from here. And I thank all of you that joined me, starting from Mwada Eukaria, my sister, Ruby, Ume, Doris, Charles, all of you, Robin, Israel, all of you, I appreciate you all one by one, Nellies, and the rest. God bless all of you, and have a very powerful and nice weekend. Do not forget to join us for the fundraising. Join our fundraising. Biafrans, join fundraising. Please come tomorrow and donate generously. Come and donate. Yes, I will love you and leave you here. And I say peace, progress, unity, and equity. Ndị be anyị onye ndị ilo gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche mgbe niile. Hausa batagokwa Ọka, fa nọ na Abia steeti, fa nọ na Imo steeti. Come and donate. Ka e wee fụ ego a ga-enye ndị na-echebe anyị nche ka fa wee na-eme ife fa na-eme. Ndewonu my people. I love you all this much. I love you all. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye from here.
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation, became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the rights of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn. Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be. Sustained by force, the world must listen. For standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation, became targets in the northern city. fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying grief and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
There were greetings to everyone, and it's good to have you all on Voice of Biafra television. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. And tonight, you will have the opportunity to be able to call in for those that will be available. So if you're available tonight, you can call in to the program using this number here on the screen. I salute all of you from where you're joining the program from. And as you join, please do well to invite other people in. You can only call into the program using this very number here on the screen. A very good evening to everyone. And we salute all of you. I think we're having some technical issues that we'll sort it out very soon. So, let's take a short break, and when we return, we continue.
Self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the rights of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra.
Symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead. Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra.
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra.
Biafra live, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra. Biafra.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, and you're all welcome. Please, wherever you're joining us from, do us the favor of inviting other people to join you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, welcome to Voice of Biafra Television, and we're live and direct globally. You can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us on Facebook, you can watch us on Twitter X, you can also watch us on Instagram, and you can watch us on Voice of Biafra Television far back in Africa, in entire Africa. Tonight, we need to ask some questions. And our questions are centered on the situation in the zoological republic of the animal kingdom called Nigeria. The question you need to ask yourself is Nigeria falling or rising? So that brings us to the topic of our program tonight, which says the fall of Nigeria, the public discourse. And we will start by giving appreciation to the U.S. Department of War, We also start by giving appreciation to the President of America, who is doing everything possible to make sure all the terrorists available in Nigeria are all taken out of the way. Yes, you all slept and woke up and then you saw Nigeria in chaos. And you did not ask the question, how did it happen? Now, we take you to the situation of Nigeria so that you know how it all happened. Welcome to Voice of Biafra.
Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enrich the center while much of the east remain neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapse. Voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And let us take you down to what has been happening in Nigeria and why we ask the question. The fall of Nigeria, the rise of the emerging nations in Nigeria. Let's go here. Here you see the happenings of the day. And if you look at this very screen, you see that this is a man kidnapped by the Nigerian terrorist government and is begging for his dear life. This is the Nigeria you see today. So our very question is Nigeria rising or Nigeria is falling? Please, while the program is going on, let the call line be available on the screen. You can call into the studio using WhatsApp with this number there. So when the line is open, you just do the needful, you making use of that number. So, is Nigeria going forward or going backward? Is Nigeria doing well? Nigeria is doing bad. So how is Nigeria working for you? This is a citizen of Nigeria. That Nigeria has happened to him. Nigeria happened to him in a way that he never expected could have happened. Where the terrorist now decides his fate. Where the terrorist now decide if he lives or if he dies. That's why we ask the question, is Nigeria working for you? And is Nigeria rising or falling? We can tell you that Nigeria is falling. Nigeria is tearing apart. Why is Nigeria tearing apart? And why did it take this long for Nigeria to tear apart? What happened that Nigeria had to tear apart? Hey, these are some of the questions some people will be asking. Hey, we love to see Nigeria tearing apart because as Nigeria is tearing apart, so are the indigenous people waking up, getting their eyes open, and realizing that they have a cause to their freedom to fight for. Realizing that if they don't fight for their freedom, the terrorists will take them all out.
Association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, where we open it bare for you to see the way it is. And like we said, today you can call into the program, and going forward you can call into Voice of Biafra Television when you want and when you like and see what's happening. We are here to tell you the way it is and nothing but the fruit. The zoological republic of the animal kingdom is going down, and there is nothing anybody can do about it, because we've preached this before and we've told the entire Nigerian people that they need to wake up because the zoo is falling. Because we've preached this before. All right, we are coming out live. We just confirmed our transmission on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Instagram, and all social media platforms. So greetings to all Biafrans and lovers of freedom who are joining Voice of Biafra Television tonight. And depending on the time you're watching, you're welcome. The number on the screen is the number that you can call in to give your contributions and to air your views and to tell us if Nigeria will survive what is coming to them. And how you can as well applaud the American government for their good job. Because the American government have been doing a very good job. You slept, you woke up, and then you saw that Nigeria is collecting woto on their terrorist jihadist groups. So it's mind-blowing to also see that the sponsors of these terrorists are waking up and crying. Why? Because they did not understand that it's not going to be business as usual. Because Donald Trump, on his return from China, has given Nigerian government a very big surprise. And this surprise is the surprise that they never expected. This photo on the screen that you see is a man that was kidnapped by the Islamic jihadist terrorist government of one Nigeria. And this man cried for his dear life. He's calling on everybody to come to his aid and to give him the money that the terrorist is asking for as ransom for him to be released. This is the Nigeria of today. And we ask, is Nigeria working for you? Is the fall of Nigeria here, or is the rise of Nigeria here? And that is why we're making it very public that anybody that is working to say Nigeria will live, that person is already dead and gone. Because Nigeria has taken too many lives. And this is an example of the lives that Nigeria has taken. So if you're not being conscious of what is happening and you just want to be evil, Nigeria has taken the life of this very man here. And if you claim not to be aware that Nigeria has taken his life, it simply means that you are evil. Yes. Because Nigeria is a British design contraption that has been made out to consume human lives. And only those that are aware and understanding the strategies will abide by what they have to do in order to bring this contraption down. And we've always said unequivocally that it doesn't matter how many of the Biafran past leaders that Nigerian terrorist government will connive and work with the UK government to take them out, that will stop the Biafran people from going forward and getting their cause. We are in Washington, D.C. now, and we've been there since 2024. We've created the awareness. We've aligned the path that our leaders did not align in 66 to 70s. What they sorted and what they worked hard so for to see that it come to be, but it never come because they had too many saboteurs on the line. And in this very dispensation, we appreciate the leaders that God has given us. The ones that do not look faces. Leaders that will tell you the way it is and keep your emotions aside, because emotions has never won war. Emotions have never given freedom to anybody. It is the determined mind and brutal focus that will give you freedom. That is why we were able to make it to Washington, D.C. And history has been made. History that has never been made for the past 500 years. It has been recorded now under the Republic of Biafra in exile. The government of the people instituted in 2022 is that government that is causing Nigeria pain now. Their pain will continue for as long as they don't want the Biafran people to be free. That is why when Dr. Michael Rubin, a well-known figure in America in policy making and decision and telling you about the wars and the futures, someone that has been in the Pentagon for years, someone that speaks an American government toes the line of what he says. When he told you that Nigeria will have no peace except or until Biafra is let go, because he has studied the peripheries. He has gone through everything, checked, and come to understand that Nigeria was built on lies and propaganda. Who created the lies and propaganda? It is Britain. Britain created these lies and propaganda. This British designed Nigeria is what all of you are dying for today. And the Biafran people will not die for this business empire that was created by Britain to slaughter human lives. Enough is enough. We've died before out of ignorance, and we've allowed our emotions to overshadow us. But going forward, we will take the bull by the horn. America is not Europe. America is not UK, where you kidnap Mazen Namdekano and you kidnap Simon Ekpa and lock him up. And nobody is talking about it. Because all the people in this region, and they have connived, their interest is not about humanity. Their interest is about oil and gas and all the natural resources that are available in the Nigerian sector. That is why they have to keep quiet. But I ask you today, what is happening to Nigeria? Is Nigeria in good shape, or Nigeria is in pieces? Is Nigeria enjoying the show, or Nigeria are in crime mode? These are the things you need to ask the Nigerian contraption today. Are you guys enjoying the show? Or are you guys in crime mode? Or what is actually happening? Oh, why are you guys crying? Or why the weeping? And why the lamentations? And before we continue this very program, there's something I want to bring to the screen. Because many people don't know the grace. Yes. The grace that the Biafran people and the Nigerian people are enjoying today in the hands of the American government. Many people don't know how we started and the brain box behind it. I'm going to bring something to the screen today to remind all of you that for Nigeria to have been brought to pieces of their terrorist enclaves today, that one man was used by God to start the invocation of the Global Magnitsky Act. Yes. I'm going to bring somebody to the screen. And from his message that he delivered on behalf of the Christians, you will now see the paradigm shift. How it has gone and the difference that it has made. Yeah, I'm going there. But this man, many speaks less of him now because many people don't remember. Many people don't even have the cognizance of who is behind or who started what is happening today, or how did it come to be. Yes, that was in far back 2025. Far back 2025, when this very man started invoking the American Global Magnitsky Act against Nigeria. Yes. It took Biafra Republic government in exile to submit a congressional testimony to the US Congress. And then you needed somebody to make it happen. Yes. The person that brought it up and said, oh, it must happen. The Global Magnitsky Act must be invoked against this terrorist regime because they have slaughtered their citizens times without number. Christians have been slaughtered and nobody is talking about them. Yes. And the same thing that happens in Nigeria is not different from what happens in Iran. Yes. The Global Magnitsky Act. The Global Magnitsky Act. The Global Magnitsky Act of Senator Ted Cruz. Many of you don't remember that Senator Ted Cruz is the man that invoked the Global Magnitsky Act against Nigerian government in 2025. And then on September 18, 2025, he reiterated again and said, Nigerian Christians are being targeted and executed for their faith by Islamist terrorist groups and are being forced to submit to Sharia law and blasphemy laws across Nigeria. It is long past time to impose real costs on the Nigerian officers who facilitate these activities, and my Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act uses new and existing tools to do exactly that. I urge my colleagues to advance this critical legislation expeditiously. So, if you do not know Senator Ted Cruz and the role he played for Nigerian government to pee in their panties today, then it means you don't know what actually happened.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable.
I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are at a minimum in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists had been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Yes. Welcome back. You just listened to Senator Ted Cruz. And this is the man that invoked the Global Magnitsky Accountability Act against Nigerian government. So if you are not aware of Senator Ted Cruz and the role that Senator Ted Cruz played for you as a Christian in Nigeria to this very day, you need to be very thankful to Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Ted Cruz is the man that invoked the Global Magnitsky Accountability Act in the U.S. Senate, in the U.S. Congress. And this has been able to bring Nigeria to the accountability. Do you understand the point? If you see some other people on the media making noise or trying to take praises or glory for all the credit for the job that was long done in 2024 and 2025 by Senator Ted Cruz, please give them a slap on their cheek and push them away. Because these are some of the people that wants to come and make noise in the media and take glory when those that actually did the work. So this is Senator Ted Cruz, the U.S. Senator that works so hard to make sure that the U.S. government invoke the Global Magnitsky Act against the Nigerian terrorist organizations for slaughtering Christians on a daily basis, for taking their lives, for invading their communities, and for turning them to debris in their own communities. I salute you all. And now we want to go into something else. Yes, because Nigeria is still in a very problematic manner. So today's program is just focused on Nigeria, the fall of Nigeria, and why they are falling too early. Because we didn't expect that they will be falling too early. They should at least allow their fall to have gone further before falling. But it's too early that Nigeria is falling now. Yes, because everywhere will be like, hey, the fall of Nigeria is too early now. It should have been a bit later. Why is it now? The fall of Nigeria is too early now. So this is Senator Ted Cruz appreciating the U.S. Army and the U.S. President for the last bomb that was dropped on the terrorists in Nigeria. The fall of Nigeria is here. And the more Nigeria is falling, and the more many of you are waking up to see that others are waking up to face the reality, the better and the earlier everything is kicking in. Because for years now, many people were not taking us serious when we say that Nigeria is a contraption built for Nigeria benefit and is only to destroy your lives, and that you all need to wake up if you want to be alive. You did not believe it, but today you can say, yes, it is true. Bravo to President Trump, Secretary Hexet, and Africa for eliminating Abu Lila al-Miniki and other ISIS leaders responsible for Islamist violence against Christians in Nigeria. More Christians are murdered in Nigeria for their faith than anywhere else in the world. Nigerian officials have created an environment that encourages that violence by enforcing blasphemy laws and looking the other way at the atrocities. I've been working to highlight the officials responsible and passing legislation, holding them accountable. The U.S. knows who they are. Yes. The U.S. government knows who these terrorists are and who the sponsors are, and those that are working with them and those that are giving them the aid. So, we love the way the American government, the Department of War, the AFRICOM unit dealt with these terrorists. The fall of Nigeria is here, and this is what you need to understand. So, quoting from the message of page excerpt, the U.S. Secretary of War, he said, last night, forces in coordination with the armed forces of Nigeria killed Abu Bilal al-Minuki and other ISIS leaders. Back in 2025 November, President Trump declared to the world that we will help protect Christians in Nigeria and instructed the Department of War to prepare for action. So, for months, we hunted this top ISIS leader in Nigeria who was killing Christians, and we killed him. And in his entire post, in conjunction with Nigeria's president and at the direction of President Trump, U.S. Africa Command oversaw a precise operation to remove these terrorists. Abu Bilal al-Minuki was the senior ISIS General Directorate of Provinces, Emir, the number 2 for ISIS globally, responsible for overseeing the planning of attacks, directing hostage taking, and managing financial operations. The removal of him and other ISIS personnel makes Americans safer by further degrading ISIS' abilities to plan and carry out attacks that threaten the U.S. homeland, American citizens, and innocent civilians. Operations like last night's demonstrate the exceptional lethality, patience, and skill of U.S. forces, amplified alongside willing and capable partners to address shared threats. This should serve as a reminder that we will hunt down those who wish to harm Americans or innocent Christians, wherever they are. You must be taken down and taken out, because only the U.S. government has the interests of everybody in this world at heart. UK do not. UK kidnapped Mazen Namdekan because he exposed the atrocity of Nigeria. They did it alongside with Nigerian government. They did it in Kenya. Imagine Mazen Namdekan having UK passport, and then the UK passport holder was kidnapped. And till today, the royal family the Prime Minister of UK, the Parliament of UK don't have any strong statement to make, asking the whereabouts of their citizen who was kidnapped in Kenya by Nigerian government. Rather, they hosted the Nigerian president and his entourage, the government of Nigeria, in the royal castle recently in the United Kingdom. Wait, a citizen of America kidnapped by the Nigerian government, and then America will now come and host the president of Nigeria inside America and marry with them and enjoy with them, and they will not even be asking them, where is our citizen who has American passport we should kidnap? That kind of thing cannot happen in America. President Trump will not condone such nonsense. But this is what the UK government have done. European government also kidnapped Mazen Monogba and lock him up. Yes. Why some of you in Biafra circle, in Nigeria circle, in Nigerian politics, and some of you that claim to be fighting for Biafra as well, you are actually the people that work with the Nigerian politicians, especially the Igbo politicians, to write letter to the European Commission for them to arrest all Biafrans who are identifying themselves with BRGI, that they should lock all of them up, that they are fraudulent. What is their crime? Their crime was to fight for Biafra. Their crime was to demand the release of Martin Nnamdi Kanu. Do you see the irony? The irony is that Biafra Republic government in Israel have been asking for the release of Martin Nnamdi Kanu. They go to Washignton D.C, they ask for his release. They write petition to the US government, they ask for his release. They write petition to everywhere, they ask for his release. They do protest, they ask for his release. Biafra Republic government in Israel carried Martin Nnamdi Kanu on their head. Anywhere they go, asking for the world to intervene. We took it to US Congress, even while they were having congressional briefing. Congressman James had to bring it up, that Biafra has been treated badly in Nigeria, and that one of their leaders is in prison that was kidnapped from Kenya and has been treated unfairly, while Nigerian government are paying Boko Haram terrorists. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa in Finland, Europe and UK don't say anything about it. And some of you are going about jubilating and identifying yourself and making noise about UK and Europe. It is only America that has the interest of Christians especially, and everybody in this world at heart. It is only America that has the interest of every living soul in this world at heart. On a special note, for Christians that have been martyred and massacred and slaughtered and their heads cut off, it is only America that is able and ready to speak for them. Because America don't sell their conscience. But Europe, UK, they have sold their conscience. Now, the fall of the Nigerian Islamic terrorist empire is here. I want everybody to understand something. When God uses Pharaoh and hardened his heart for him to be stupid and to be stubborn, it is for a reason. And that very reason is to make sure that the kingdom of God on earth is fulfilled. That the mandate that God gave to mankind is fulfilled. What is that mandate? That mandate is to see that Biafra emerge and walks out victoriously. Yes. So, when you see the drug lord of Nigeria being in that seat or that power, and is continuously going stupid, it is God that is hardening his heart for him to stay there, not to release the Biafrans that they have in prison. Yes, so that God will deliver his message. God is delivering his message in a simplified manner. Tinubu has to remain in that place as the president of Nigeria, so that every emerging nations who have been blind, who have been deaf, who have lost their consciousness, they will all wake up. Do you know how you wake up? You will wake up by realizing that Boko Haram terrorists are within your communities. If Tinubu has not been in power now, will you all come to the agreement that the Biafran people were right all these years, that Nigeria needs to be disintegrated? During 1966 to 1970s, what did you all do? You turned against the Aburi Accord. You all ganged up against the Biafran people. You fought against the Biafran people. You declared a genocidal war against the Biafran people. And then everybody saw the Biafran people as the enemy of Nigeria. They even put it on the news, and in every segment, they said the Biafran people are the enemy that want to destroy Nigeria, that want to scatter Nigeria. And you all came on fighting against the Biafran people. You fought the war, you slaughtered many of us. Today, what is happening?
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government...
Thank you so much to Senator Ted Cruz, because all your efforts are yielding fruit, and we can see all of it. Yes, if Tinubu did not be in that power, all of you will not come to realize now that pregnant women will be killed or unalive, and that 9 other people will be taken out by the terrorists. Now, people in this community of Katsina, people in Oyo State and Oyo community, people in Kwara, people in Sokoto, people in Plateau, people in Benue can now wake up to face the reality. Yes, you can now wake up to face the reality. Because before you did not live in the consciousness of the reality. But now you now live in the consciousness of the reality. Because everything is happening before your very eye. It is facing your family, it is facing your community, it is facing your babies, women and children, it is facing your homes. And nobody needs to educate you or to remind you of the reality that is happening again. So, if babies, women and children, pregnant woman is being slaughtered in Nigeria, is Nigeria working for you? Is the fall of Nigeria here, or Nigeria is growing? Is Nigeria coming to ruin, or Nigeria is advancing? Oh, the Zoological Republic of the Animal Kingdom is actually coming down. And that is one thing you need to understand. It is only in Nigeria that you hear that a pregnant woman was slaughtered by terrorists. And then nobody does anything about it. Nobody cares. You don't see the politicians moving because politicians are over busy with their political business and their 2027 ambitions of how they want to win the elections and what they want to do and how far they want to go about the elections. That is what Nigeria has become. So you need to live in the reality of the day before you can now be able to tell if Nigeria will work for you, or if Nigeria is falling, or if Nigeria is rising. But as it stands now, the fall of Nigeria is here. So it is now left on the people that are living inside this contraption to see a way of hauling themselves out of this contraption. You either support Biafra or you continue to be stupid and stand idly by while the terrorists are coming to your communities to answer you. This is what the Nigerian terrorists are doing. This is the word we've shown before. This man here, you see, is in the terrorist captive car. This man now is to be taken out by the Nigerian terrorists. We are showing you the way it is so that you will not say you did not see it. No. You have to be seeing all these things so that you understand and know what is happening and why the contraption Nigeria is called the contraption Nigeria. Because the Nigerian terrorists takes lives. They slaughter, they maim, they destroy. They turn you all out so that when they now come with penny, you will be begging for your lives. This is the Nigerian terrorists that you've all come to live and to see. Is Nigeria working for you? No. So knowing too well that Nigeria is not working for you, why don't you wake up to support Biafra? The example of how Nigeria is going down is when politicians that went to the polling unit to do their political campaign ends up having 3 votes out of 6,925. This is Senator Ned Nwoko, who is campaigning for Nigeria elections. What do you say? Senator Ned Nwoko is having 3 votes in the election primaries out of 6,925 in this very ward. This is to tell you how the fall of Nigeria is going and how the people are waking up. And there is one thing they need to understand. They can dance this dance that they're dancing now, and they should remember that in 2027, there will be no elections of Nigeria in Biafra land. Yes. You will not do the shambles of Nigeria elections in Biafra land. You can do the shambles of Nigeria elections in Abuja and Kafanchan and every part of Nigeria. but not in Biafra land, because Biafra land is not Nigeria. The Biafran people have taken their stand already. There is a very big shame that is happening out there, because Peter Obi was brought in by the Nigerian terrorist government and also by Britain. And today, a lot of people are realizing that Peter Obi is not selling again. And so now, what do they have to do? They have to now look for Goodluck Jonathan. Yes. They have to look for Goodluck Jonathan now to also place him to play the game. Everybody should understand that in 2023, Obi was running for PDP alongside with Atiku. And then UK government called up Obi and they told Obi, Mr. Obi, you have to come here and create chaos, destabilize the focus of the Biafran people. Why? Because they are very focused. They have created a government in exile, and that government in exile is already going into Washington, D.C. He's having discussions with the U.S. Congress, and he's talking with them and having so much of conversations. They are educating U.S. congressmen and women about the fall of Nigeria and how Britain created Nigeria and how they designed it to their own favor. And now you have to come to be the destabilizer. You have to come and pose yourself as a hopeless hope, as a hopeless savior, a deliverer that will come and give them hope. This will go a long way in destabilizing their focus on the Biafran mandate. So Obi came. Yes. Obi came on a mandate. Obi came on assignment. Obi delivered and lured many of you. That was when many of you were shouting obedient, obedient, obedient. You all became obedient. And you were shouting Obi 100, Obi 120, Obi 150, Obi 50, Obi 100, Obi 90. After the whole show, Obi collected his money. Yes, because it was a deal. The same UK government placed Tinubu in power. And Tinubu has been ruling Nigeria to this day. And just a few weeks ago, the same UK government invited Tinubu to the Royal Castle in UK. They gave him a very befitting banquet and he enjoyed himself with his entourage. And they assured him of the continuity of the British-designed Nigeria to the killing of more babies, women, and children, which you have just seen that is happening today. Since Atiku, or since the past government president have been in power to this day, what has changed in Nigeria? And since Tinubu went to the royal family, the royal castle in the UK a few weeks ago, what has changed in Nigeria? Nigeria has only degenerated. Nigeria has fallen from point A to Z. It is going down on daily basis, destroyed. If it is the Nigeria that is only being destroyed by itself for better, but it is the lives of the innocent babies, women, and children that are going down on daily basis, going down on daily basis. Now, did you ask the UK government, oh, you just pledge assurance to keep Nigeria as one and to make sure their allegiances continue. What has been your intervention in stopping the genocide that has been happening in Nigeria since the day that you hosted President Tinubu with his family and with his government of criminality. You have not asked the UK government, right? It is the work that they use Peter Obi to do. So that at the end of the day, they will place APC in government and PDP, a terrorist government that slaughters babies, women, and children. Now, the UK government have seen that Obi is no more selling, because everybody now understands that Obi came to play the card of UK. And I don't know why many of you are so stupid, honestly. I don't know. UK government, I don't know why many of you are so stupid. UK government brought Obi to you. The same UK government also brought Tinubu to you. The same UK government now was hosting Tinubu, and they congratulated Tinubu. They sang the praises of Tinubu. They want Nigeria to continue even as the genocide is happening. They did not even talk about the genocide. This is the same UK government that pushed Obi to all of you to be your president. It's the same UK government that also pushed Tinubu on the other side. So they were playing a chess game. They placed Tinubu one side, they placed Obi one side, and they are all playing one chess game. At the end of the day, they only make sure one person will come out, which is Tinubu, while Obi is only there to distort your brains and to destroy your mindset. So that all of you will think, oh, Obi 50, Obi 74, Obi 75. Today, the same UK government will pay homage to Tinubu government. But remember that it is the same UK government that called Obi to UK office and told Obi, you have to go leave Atiku and go and create Labour Party. But it's the same UK government that are clapping for Tinubu, while they now set Obi in to come and play the chess game to destabilize the brains of all of you, because many of you are working with emotions. It is the same thing that is happening now. Many of you have been in Biafra struggle for 20 years. Because of your emotions that you attach to the leadership or the leaders that started the struggle of Biafra. When another person comes out and wants to do it in a different way, you say no, because of your emotional attachment. You would rather remain in the contraption of Nigeria, and then you will work to destroy the effort of the new person that is coming to add a difference. Mazai Moneba came to join the struggle to add a difference. You people came together and then wrote a letter and sent it to EU and said they should imprison Mazai Moneba. And they should imprison all Biafrans, including me, including the PM in America, including all our senior citizens that we have in Europe and in UK and America. You say they should pack all of them, go and put them in prison because they are demanding for Biafra. They are demanding for the release of Mazin Nnamdi. One of the top priority of Biafra Republic government in Israel, when it was formed, or when it even started as autopilot, was to demand for the release of Mazin Nnamdi and to make sure we continue on every strike that will cripple Nigeria, delegitimize their existence, to make sure Mazin Nnamdi is released. But we saw some of you coming together now to write letter to send to Europe and say they should imprison all of us because of fighting for the release of your leader, which you started the struggle with, which I was not there when you started with him, or we just came to join now, and then we are asking for his release. You say, why should we be asking for his release? We should allow him to die there. We should allow only you people to ask, and we should allow only you people to be the one to fight for the Biafra. No. This very generation and this very dispensation of Brgie are no pushovers and are no slaves. We don't look faces. We tell you the way it is. If you're not comfortable, you go and jump into the lagoon. Yes. Because Biafra is bigger than all of you. The glory of Biafra is to be given to God and cannot be given to any man. So do not think that all of you can destabilize Biafra. It is these emotions that you use that the UK government have seen you finish. And that is why they have to bring Goodluck Jonathan this time to come and join in deceiving many of you. Because they see that they have brought Obi before, and many of your eyes now are open against Obi. You now know that Obi was playing a game. Obi was sent by UK, while the same UK placed Tinubu there, and then brought Obi on one corner to cause the confusion against the Biafran people. Now, Obi Nyash don't open as far Nyash. What they have to do now is that they have to look for another person which they see that all your heart will be emotionally attached to. You see, Britain knows what they are doing. Anytime they look for a way of destroying the focus of Biafran people, they will look for somebody that they know all of you have emotions for and love to see in the circle. And the person must be from the Biafra territory. That is why they have presented Goodluck Jonathan to all of you now. That is why they have presented Peter Obi as another option. Then you now check their screen. You see, they put Atiku here now to be the North. I want to ask you a very pertinent question. If you have been told in Nigeria that the population of the North is bigger than the West, which is Yoruba, and the East, which is Biafra. Now, I want to ask you, all these Iberi-Ibes, I want to ask you how you intend to make Obi the president of Nigeria, and how you intend to make Goodluck Jonathan the president of Nigeria, and how you intend to make Seyi Makinde the president of Nigeria, and how you intend to make Tinubu the president of Nigeria. If only the North have been mapped out to capture the biggest part of the map. If you're mapped out to capture the biggest part of the map, what does that simply explain to you? What that simply explains is that the bigger the geographical population or the area, the bigger the people that will, or the greater the numbers of the people that will participate in the electoral process. Now, can you tell me that where you have a smaller number that has been circled out of population, where Obi is, or where Goodluck Jonathan is, or where Makinde is, or where Tinubu is, that you will use that number to overcome the entire North, which they have mapped it out like this? You see how they have mapped out the North. The North tends to take over the entire space. And they put only one candidate there. They put who? ADC. You see, I love the way the North plays politics. Yes, because they play the politics with their brain. It's not many of you that are being so foolish and you say you're going into politics when you are just learning. You don't know anything. Just look at what is on this screen. The North draws a borderline and they push in only one person. And that one person that they push in is who? Is Atiku. Now, who is contending with Atiku? Nobody. So that means the entire North are going to join hands to give Atiku the support. There is no Northerner that will come to give Goodluck Jonathan the support, even if Goodluck Jonathan look for one Northerner and stand beside him. Even if Obi looks for one Northerner and stand beside him. Even if Makinde looks for one Northerner and stand beside him. Even if Tinubu looks for one Northerner and stand beside him, that Northerner will not be able to make any change with the population that the Northern region will use in unison to capture the election cycle. This is one thing you should learn from the Northern region of Nigeria. How they are able to use these tactics to clean up your idiosyncrasies and your stupidity that stinks in the name of you are one Nigeria. And you will continue to be stupid. Yes. You will continue to be stupid because the Northerners will continue to use their brain to outnumber you. Because your own brain is blocked. Because your unity lies in your Biafra identity, your Oduduwa identity, but you want to forcefully make Nigeria to work. And that is why Nigeria is happening to all of you. Because you are not living in the reality. So, kudos to the Northerners. Yes, the showdown will begin. And they say, Isha Allah, the way they put it. That's the way they put it. They say, Isha Allah, the showdown will begin. A people that are united and they project only one candidate. Compared to you now, that is very stupid, who is bringing up two different candidates from your region. Southeast and South-South, as they have splitted them, is Biafra territory. This is Biafra. Now, Southwest, Makinde and Tinubu, this is Southwest, Oduduwa territory. And here you see the Arewa. I don't know where they have fused or infused the middle belt into. You see, when they want to divide the criminality of Nigeria, they will now disappear the middle belt from the map. They will disappear the middle belt from the map when they want to design their criminality. But when they want to eliminate the people of the middle belt who are predominantly Christians, they will now bring the map out and then they say, let us see where the people of middle belt are. But now that they want to do elections and dissect the country into segments, why are you not showing us the middle belt on this very map? Why are you only projecting Southeast, South-South, and Southwest? Where is the middle belt? And then why are you only showing us the North? At this point, you are not showing us Northeast, North Central, Northwest. Now they see the tactics. We are not saying North Central, Northwest, Northeast, not North, not open or not close. We are not saying not open and not close in this very place now. We are only saying one North. One North. One North of Nigeria. Why are you saying only one North of Nigeria? Because it is time to play the game of politics. It is time to play the game of politics. And so that is why we have to see only one North. We're not saying North Central. We're not saying Northeast. We're not saying Northwest. We're not saying North. Oh my God. I love the way these people play you people chess game in Nigeria, because you are all fools. And you continue to remain fools forever because you don't want to wake up. So, Biafran people, the Northerners are the people that have realized and knocked out Peter Obi. Remember how they knocked him out of ADC? After understanding that he was used by UK and UK wants to use him again against them. And now, they have gone to bring Goodluck Jonathan to put on the circle again. So, our message is very clear. No elections in Biafra land for whatever reasons. You cannot kidnap Biafrans, lock them up, and then you expect to conduct elections in Biafra land. It will not happen. Now, here on the screen is one of the teachers that were kidnapped by the Boko Haram terrorists. This teacher in Oyo State has been slaughtered by Boko Haram terrorists. We are just trying to give you a recap of what Nigeria is putting together and what Nigeria is all about. And asking you whether Nigeria is going forward or Nigeria is coming down. Whether it is working to your own interest or it is working against your own interest or your own existence. This is a teacher that went to school to work, to teach, and to make money to bring to the family. Boko Haram terrorists kidnapped this man with other colleagues in school and other pupils. And they have killed many of the pupils. Over 80-something are still inside the hands of the terrorists. They demanded for money. The money has not been released to them. And yet, they have killed one of these teachers. That is the headline from Daily Post, which says, bandits reportedly behead abducted Oyo teacher. They made this video before they executed him. So my question is Nigeria falling or is Nigeria rising? The fall of Nigeria is here. Dr. Michael Rubin said, if Biafra is not let go, Nigeria will see no peace. So we are watching to see, and we are asking you this very simple question. Is Nigeria working for you? Is Nigeria working to your own interests? Are you benefiting from Nigeria? Is Nigeria giving you pain? Is Nigeria giving you agony? Or is Nigeria making you to enjoy life? The earlier you wake up and join the Biafra struggle, the better for you. Nigerian terrorist government, especially under the watch of Tinubu, is making the work of Biafra easy. Yes. That is why we are looking as the zoo is falling gradually. And we are waiting to pick the pieces. Because Biafra is here. If you did not know that Biafra is here, then ask your friends, what are you saying to believe that Biafra is here? Then we will explain to you that Biafra is here. It is happening live and direct. And the terrorists are falling. Tomahawk bombs are going on them. But do not expect that the Tomahawk bombs will go on these terrorists for no just cause. America is using American taxpayers' money to bring down all the terrorists. And when I read the statement from Senator Ted Cruz and the Department of War Secretary Page Edge, you saw that anyone that is a threat to Christians and to the Americans, you must be brought down so that when you finish with the Christians in Nigeria, you will not come and slaughter the Americans. So they must be very, very vigilant. That's one thing we love about America. They don't take it easy with the terrorists, and they must do what they have to do to save the life of humanity. The only country that are so ready and willing to take care of the terrorists. Yes, for those of you that are crying that Tinubu have not given you electricity, you are all bunkers. I want to ask you, did Buhari give you electricity? Did Goodluck Jonathan give you electricity? Did Yaradua give you electricity? Did Obasanjo give you electricity? Ah, okay. The God of Biafra is using Tinubu to make Nigeria come to an end now. Yes, this Tinubu regime, Nigeria must come to an end. And every indigenous people in Nigeria must be free. Yes. The same way God used Pharaoh and hardened his heart during his own time is what is happening now. All of you must collect woto. So stop crying. Nobody should be crying that Tinubu did not give you electricity. I just ask you now, did Obasanjo give you electricity? Did Yaradua give you electricity? Did Goodluck Jonathan give you electricity? Did Ibrahim Babangida give you electricity? Did Gowon give you electricity? How many of these presidents have lived in this country and are no more now? They did not give you electricity, Abi. So Tinubu will give you electricity within 1 year. What Buhari did not do for 16 years. How many years has Buhari ruled Nigeria? The last time he just ruled now, I think that was 8 years. I think he ruled before another 8 years or whether even 12 years. So when you add up together of how many years that Buhari has ruled Nigeria, he did not give you electricity. You want Tinubu to give you electricity now. Thunder fire you with your electricity there. Electricity will not come in Nigeria now. Yes. So that all of you will wake up and face the terrorists and face the reality that Nigeria is on a suicidal slide and that Nigeria is on a time bomb, and that time bomb is exploding and is consuming everybody. It is not time to look for electricity because you did not look for electricity since. It's not now that Biafra people wants to be free that you want to come and look for electricity. Electricity cut your mouth there. Mad people everywhere. So, the terrorists that are fighting so hard to destroy this contraption, or all of you that are thinking that it's going to be business as usual, you're making a very grave mistake. All the terrorists must be brought down. That is number one. If terrorists are not brought down, many of you will not wake up because many of you are sleeping. And the way the terrorist is going in and taking care of many of you is waking many of you up from sleep. You all must be awake to see the fall of Nigeria and see how God is going to bring Nigeria to an end. Yes. Meanwhile, Gumi is telling you that because of the fact that America is dealing with their terrorists, that it will bring more of their foreign terrorists to come and join the war. This is not a statement that should be taken lightly. It's a statement that should be dealt with. Gumi is telling you that because America has come to destroy the second-in-command ISIS terrorists, which he himself has been supervising all of them. Gumi now says more terrorists will come in from other parts of the world to come and join the Nigerian terrorists so as to kill the Christians. We love the show that we are seeing and we want it to continue. Because if something does not happen, the Nigerian terrorists will not be taken down. And all of you that have been ignorant of what is happening will not also wake up. So it's time you wake up. Wake up, Biafrans. Do not keep quiet today. Now, Biafrans, they call on all Biafrans, make you wake up today to face the needful, because the terrorists are all here. Wake up, Biafrans. Come and face these terrorists. Wake up, Christians in Nigeria. Face the common enemy, the common threat that is here for all of you. If you have been sitting on the fence, come down from the fence. The time of sitting on the fence is over, because the terrorists are moving every day and they are looking for who to take out. So if you don't wake up and join the moving train, maybe you may be the next person to be taken out. Now, the picture you see on the screen is another woman, one of the teachers that were kidnapped. And this other lady was also kidnapped. And there is a toddler. There is a baby that is suckling the mother breast that was also kidnapped by these terrorists. This is what Nigeria has become. And this is why we say, wake up, Biafra, do not keep quiet. The terrorists are here and Nigeria is falling. All these people you see here are in the hands of Boko Haram terrorists now. Now tell me why American president, America does not need to come to crush the terrorists. Can you explain to me why America doesn't need to crush the terrorists? When they have killed uncounted numbers of Christians. And Gumi stated it categorically that the terrorists are killing for them to have money to fight the genocidal war. Hey. So they are killing and kidnapping is to enable them to have money to fight the genocidal war. That is how address the issue of the terrorists kidnapping your mothers, your baby, women, and children. Giving a thumbs up that they have the right to kidnap you, that it is part of the mandate that they must use to raise funds for Islamic Jihad. Let's listen to Gumi.
Fight government that has helicopters, is bombarding us. So you remove the pressure, the need for the money is there. When you go there, you don't see any luxurious life. You don't see any luxurious life at all. They are living in huts. They have nothing. They drink sometimes from the stream. So I don't think we can say that they are used to a luxurious life that they won't live it. Actually, they don't even know it with all the money they get.
Sheikh, like you said, they are under pressure. Government is bombarding them, and according to what you say, they are saying that it looks like they are under attack. So maybe they are acquiring weapons to protect themselves. But then again, if the pressure is that much, why don't they renounce banditry? And are they also considering the lives of those that they are also taking, and the lives of people that they are also making, unlivable?
Okay, you see, if they leave banditry, they will have source of financing their war machine. The question you ask, why are they fighting them? You see, the herdsman has gone through a lot of hardship. No government has really actually sat down to see into their plight, to modernize them, to even spend anything. Not one kobo of our Nigerian budget goes to them. And now they feel they are.
Did I just hear that not one kobo of the Nigerian budget goes to the terrorists? So meaning that Nigerian budget is supposed to have been allotted to the terrorists. Terrorists who kill our babies, women, and children. It should have been added to the Nigerian budget. This is the Nigeria you find yourself, where terrorists should be given preference after killing your babies, women, and children. They tell you that you should pay them for raping your mothers, your women, and children. Anyway, the pictorial view on the screen depicts how the American government bombed these terrorists. Yes. And this one is the one that happened yesterday, being the 17th. Well, there was another one on the 16th. So, we appreciate the U.S. government for taking these terrorists out. Now, in this video you see here is another set of terrorists. These are the ones that have kidnapped these people for over 2 months now, and they have them in their captivity, and they have not released them, and they are waiting for the government of Nigeria or the owners of these people to bring money to them before they release. You see the person that kidnapped people is wearing slippers. The AK-47 he has in his hand is giving them 72 hours. Or whether 7 hours that was written there, let me see. 72 hours. He's giving them 72 hours. That within 72 hours, he's going to waste all these people that you see here. The question is, where is the Nigeria that all of you are calling Nigeria? Yes, tell us where the Nigeria that you all call Nigeria. Where terrorists are the ones controlling the country, they are the ones mounting security, they are the ones taking charge of everything, they are the ones deciding your life, and they're the ones telling whether you will live or not. You still call this Nigeria? This your Nigeria is gone. Wake up. Wake up. This is Tinubu government. And this is Boko Haram terrorist government. We are calling on all of you to wake up. 87 students were taken out by the terrorists in this place. 87, and when you hear of 87, the number is not accurate, because Nigerian government can never give you, or Nigerian media can never give you the exact figures when you ask them of the figures. Why? Because They deprive you of database system. So they wouldn't give you the exact figures. So that when you're dealing with the statistics, you will not be able to get all the facts straight. So they have to give you falsified figures. So invariably the numbers of captives are more than what you see that they put here. The fall of Nigeria is here. But we must appreciate the American government who are dropping some bombs on these terrorists in Nigeria. Now, if you are a Christian, if you are a Biafran, and you are in the contraption Nigeria, and you are not aligning yourself with the reality of the day, and you are on the fence, come down from the fence, because you have a government. Else, your family may be the next victim of these Boko Haram terrorists. Because the more you continue to play this I don't care game, or I am ignorant of the reality, the more the terrorists are drawing closer to your communities and coming in. And don't be surprised of what will happen next. Because what will happen next will shock all of you. Before American government came back this far now to come and touch the Nigerian terrorists, how long has it been? And how many of you have been slaughtered this far? These are the realities you need to live up to. Because if you don't live up to these realities, you will continue to allow the terrorists to invade your communities and to destroy your lives. Wake up, everyone. Yes, it is a message for everybody to wake up and to face the needful, because the terrorists are here and the terrorists are not smiling. But the Biafran people always and always wins. The Biafran people have only one government, and that government speaks for the Biafran people. So those that are crying and lamenting, you can enjoy the show while it lasts. Yes, because when you run up and come down, you meet the brick wall. Yes, only BRGIE. Only BRGIE. Only BRGIE. So, going forward, Voice of Biafra Television will be having the call line open for people to call in. You can call in with this number only on WhatsApp. If you don't call in today, because we are just launching the line today, you may call in some other time in our subsequent programs. And we wish to appreciate all Biafrans who are doing the needful for Biafra to come. And we call on those that are on the fence to come down from the fence, because the fence is not very conducive for everybody. And come down from the fence, please. Join forces with Biafra Republic government in exile and work so hard to see that Biafra is restored. Yes. We need Biafra to be restored fully with everything that we have in us. So if you have been on the fence all this while, and if the terrorist picks you up on the fence tomorrow, what will you say? Arise and shine, the Biafran people, for your time has come.
The reason for us not taking order anymore from the DSS dungeon is to
Same way you listen to that message from the beginning.
order. No order from DSS dungeon. The reason for us not taking order anymore, order. No order from DSS dungeon. The reason for us not taking order anymore from the DSS dungeon is to...
Same way you listen to that message from the beginning. We are not taking orders from DSS dungeon, from Nigerian prison. We are not taking order from Finland prison. The reason for that is to protect those our leaders, to protect Mazinam Nikane from prison, to protect Mazisai Poneba from prison. So any order that is coming out from prison now, from Finland and from Nigeria, from these leaders, we are not taking that order because it is for their own good. They can't be in prison and be leading people that are here and be giving orders. Because if we use what they are saying to do anything, to implicate them, and they will not come out again forever, they will be dead and gone inside prison. Because everything we will use their name to do will implicate them. So we are not taking orders from them in prison.
We've got our leader. We want our leader to be safe. We want to exonerate our leader from anything that Biafrans will be doing for his own best interest. So
anything that we shall be doing going forward in 2025, 2026, 2027, or till Biafra comes, as far as our leaders are in prison, we will not tag their name. We will not put that they are the one giving the order, or they said this, or they directed this. It is for their own good. It is to keep them away, because if we put their names, it will be used against them. So for all of you that are using our leader's name, Simon Ekpa name, Mazinam Dekano name, and then you say he is giving order, he's telling you to come and do this, telling you to come and do this, desist from it. And all of you that are trying to follow that a message that Emma and the rest of them are sending to you, you are digging the graves of our leaders that are in prison. Stop it, because you're going to implicate them the more. Somebody cannot be in prison and be the one giving you orders here.
any actions that Biafra people will be taking in Biafra land, you don't attach Mazinam Dekano to it.
Any action that Biafrans will be taking, BRGIO, Biafra Defense Forces, or Biafrans in the homeland, or any Biafran taken for Biafran quest, don't attach Mazisai Monekpa name to it, or Mazinam Dekano. Don't tag their name to implicate them.
Any action that Biafrans will be taking in Biafra land for the freedom of Biafra, the freedom of Mazinam Dekano, and freedom of all prisoners of conscience, you don't bring Mazinam Dekano to it.
This message was delivered, if I'm not mistaken, in early January of 2026. But Prime Minister Simon Ekpa echoed that message, I think, in 2022. Yeah. 2022 or 2021. So, the Biafra Republic government in exile re-echoed that message again in 2026. When we have seen that Nigerian terrorist government, no, I think in 2025 we re-echoed that message. When we've seen that Nigerian terrorist government want to start using that distraction to cause chaos in the heights and the achievement that BRGIA has achieved so far. That message has not changed. And the stand of BRGIA is as it is and how it has been before now. It is only Brgie that speaks for the Biafran people and speaks for the leaders of Biafra, both in prison and those that are working out here who have been taken off their liberty. Biafra Republic government in Israel is the government of the Biafran people. And no negotiation of whatsoever will happen for Biafra or to Biafra without Brgie and the US government serving as a mediation with Nigerian government. Our leaders in prison are prisoners. The people that kidnap them and lock them up there, lock them up so that they will not have a voice, so that they cannot continue on the mandate. They cannot give them voice inside the prison to speak for you or to lead you from prison. It is a calculated template of how to use their calamity to destroy the cause of Biafra. Because many of you will come to the conclusion that, oh, you are so emotionally attached to your leaders and your past leaders and they are inside prison. And so when they send a message from inside prison, I will ask you a very simple question. Between you and your past leaders that are inside prison, how many of them see sunlight and eat the food that you eat? How many of them can go to party? How many of them can go to the farm? How many of them can decide their fate? How many of them can embrace their wives and children? How many of them can eat when they want to eat and take decisions for themselves to their own comfort at will? How many? None. They are all in prison. Their liberty has been taken away from them. But you, your own liberty, you have it, that is working as a free man. Between a man in prison and you that is working free, who should be thinking of what to do to save somebody? Who should be coming with a strategy to save somebody? Who should be speaking for the people? It is only when many of your friends are dead and gone that you come out to tell people that your leaders in prison are the one to speak for you. No. Venezuela president was captured by the US government and he is in the prison of America now. Why hasn't Venezuela president declared American declaration from inside Nigerian American prison for the Venezuela people? How about the one of Mexico? How about every other leaders that are in prison? It is your emotions that has made Biafra not to come. Some of you Biafrans, yes. Because Nigeria kidnapped your leaders for a reason, and they locked them up for a reason. And they now want you to fixate your mind on the fact that since they kidnap them and take them away from you, you cannot move forward, you cannot do anything. So you should stay stopped. So by the time, if Mazi Simon Ekpa had stayed stopped when Mazi Nnamdi was kidnapped, I don't know if all of you would have attended the height that Brgie has attended today, and they are in Washington D.C. making waves, having handshakes with the US congressmen and women. So, going forward, if your emotional attachment and your weakness cannot allow you to foster strength and to move forward and stand the courage and stand the test of time in this very government just step aside and go and rest. Let those that have the mental toughness continue moving. We don't need lily-livered people at this time. We don't need weak minds. We need people that can stand and overcome the mountains and stand the test of time. People that can bring their brain and put it in gear to understand what to do, while the Nigerian terrorist government and the European government are bringing messages from prison, where you have your past leaders inside the prison, trying to use it to cajole you into believing that you should not move forward. If you belong to that school of thought that you must remain one place, waiting until you see the leaders from prison before you move from point A to Z, or you must be taking messages from your leaders in prison for you to know what to do. Please, if you belong to that school of thought, pack your load and go one side. Freedom fighting does not need multitude to make a difference. Yes. BRGI have not had the entire Biafran people coming together to make the difference that we have made for years now. It's just been few dedicated people that gave their time and energy and their money. So if you have belonged to that few and you don't see reasons with that, and you are not happy, but this time you want to become a weakling, you want to become a fickle-minded person, and you cannot stand when the wind is blowing, you cannot become an eagle, please step aside with your weaknesses. We don't need weak vibes at this very time. We don't need weak vibes at this very time that will weaken the consciousness of other people who are supposed to climb the ladder with your strength. If they see you now becoming weak, when you now leave what you are supposed to do to start going after what you're not supposed to dwell into. We have a lot of bills and projects to do. What you should be thinking of is, how do you gather people and how do you talk to people and raise funds so that you can defend Biafra land, so that you can delegitimize the existence of Nigerian terrorists in Biafra land. You should be thinking of how you can bring people together, show the work of BRGI to them, and convince them on how to contribute so that BRGI will continue to make exploits in the legal representation and lobbying in Washington, D.C. When you sit back and see the job done by the lobbies and the PM and his cabinet in Washington, D.C., it gives you joy. That is what you should be bothered about now. Nobody should be bothered about how we are addressing issues in the media at this time. Yes. Don't be bothered about how I speak, whether I put sugar or put granite or put Maggi in my address or the PM. Don't be bothered about how we push messages out there. Biafran government in exile is one, and there is no duplicate. So when we put a message out there, keep your weaknesses aside. Keep your emotional weaknesses aside, because emotional weakness were not meant for freedom fighters. It is only people that have tough mindset that can fight for freedom and keep going head on without changing your policies because of the conditions that has bedeviled you. Some of you tend to change your policies because of the conditions that bedevils you. Biafra Republic government in exile do not belong to that school of thought. Every Biafran going forward. When I mean every Biafran, I mean from the BRGI cabinet members down to every Biafran. Please focus on your mandates. Your mandate as a rep and admin is to see that your license continues to go forward. You bring people together, talk to them and let them know the needful. They concentrate on making sure they raise funds to support the restoration, the defense, the recognition of Biafra. Bring people together. Create the awareness. Let your residents community understand and know what Biafra Republic Government in Israel is doing and the reason for Biafra to exist. Your work at this time is not for you to come and be telling us what we are not saying or how we should say it, or how the PM is speaking, or how he's not speaking. I just played a video of Prime Minister Simon Ekpa here to all of you. Why didn't you all come to start criticizing him of why and how he is addressing issues when the Nigerian terrorists are trying to destroy the cause of Biafra Republic Government in Israel from Nigerian prison? You could not talk to Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. You can now talk to the present Brgie Prime Minister. Everybody should understand something. Prime Minister Simon Ekpa is not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere is not Prime Minister Simon Ekpa and is not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I, Sonny, am not Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, neither am I Prime Minister Nkere, or neither am I Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We operate in different ways. My name cannot change. I cannot change my habit because I want to be like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want to be like Mazi Simon Ekpa. I want to be like Mazi Nkere. No. That is why President Trump don't need to be lukewarm like other presidents. And other presidents do not also be President Trump. The difference must be clear. You cannot continue to do one thing the same way over and over again for the past 20 years, and then you expect to have a different result. No. You have to do it this time in a different pattern to see the difference. Because you're trying to make a difference that has not happened for the past 100 years. So try a different strategy. Try a different modus operandi. And let the message be out there. Our problems are not too far from us. The enemies we have within are even more than the enemies without, because they are the people that go to bring the enemies outside to come and eat us up and to destroy what we are doing. So if you think that you are having a very good time with your enemies, please have a rethink. No, the enemies are not okay. The enemies are very happy. If I play a video of Senator Osita Isunasu, Senator Osita Isunasu is not too far from here. Senator Osita Isunasu is one and part and parcel of the Biafran people. But is it not the one that is raising a motion that you must bring all Biafra Republic government in Israel to book? Why? Because of fighting to liberate Biafra. You say you must bring all of them to book. Yes. Because if you don't bring them to book, they will continue to make a difference. Isn't it? And all of you were just looking. You could not do anything. The kidnap of your leaders went through. You could not do anything. And today, We are here trying to change what has been destroyed. Why many of you are so concerned
to understand this very evening?
Who does what?
We have
who does not do what? Everybody needs to focus on what they have to do to bring the government forward. I'll play this video again. Yes. Let me play this video again.
Order. No order from DSS dungeon. The reason for us not taking order anymore from the DSS dungeon is to...
Same way you listen to that message from the beginning. We are not taking orders from DSS dungeon, from Nigerian prison. We are not taking order from Finland prison. The reason for that is to protect those our leaders, to protect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from prison, to protect Mazi Saifoneba from prison. So any order that is coming out from prison now, from Finland and from Nigeria, from these leaders, we are not taking that order because it is for their own good. They can't be in prison and be leading people that are here and be giving orders, because if we use what they are saying to do anything, it will implicate them and they will not come out again forever. They will be dead and gone inside prison, because everything we will use their name to do will implicate them. So we are not taking orders from them in prison.
We've got our leader. We want our leader to be safe. We want to exonerate our leader from anything that Biafrans will be doing for his own best interest. So
anything that we shall be doing going forward in 2025, 2026, 2027, or till Biafra comes, as far as our leaders are in prison, we will not tag their name. We will not put that they are the one giving the order, or they said this, or they directed this. It is for their own good. It is to keep them away, because if we put their names, it will be used against them. So for all of you that are using our leader's name, Simon Ekpa name, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu name, and then you say he is giving order, he is telling you to come and do this, telling you to come and do this, desist from it. And all of you that are trying to follow that a message that Emma and the rest of them are sending to you, you are digging the graves of our leaders that are in prison. Stop it, because you are going to implicate them the more. Somebody cannot be in prison and be the one giving you orders here.
any actions that Biafra people will be taking in Biafra land, you don't attach Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it.
Any action that Biafrans will be taking, BRGIO, Biafra Defense Forces, Biafrans in the homeland, or any Biafran taking for Biafran quest, don't attach Mazi Simon Ekpa name to it, or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Don't tag their name to implicate them.
Any action that Biafrans will be taking in Biafra land for the freedom of Biafra, the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and freedom of all prisoners of conscience, you don't bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it.
That message still remains valid till today and continues to remain valid, because we don't take orders from our leaders that are in chains, that are in prison, until when they walk as free men. So if you are kind of biased or don't understand our message when we say messages coming from prison are not considered, you can have another education behind the scenes so that we educate you more. Leaders in prison cannot sign documents for you, because they will only sign for their freedom. And let us make something very clear tonight. As it stands now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not negotiating Biafra for Biafrans. If he is able to negotiate for his freedom, he can negotiate. He's not negotiating for Biafra. He's not speaking for Biafra now inside prison. It's only the Biafran people that are speaking for him and negotiating for him, not him as a prisoner negotiating for Biafra. And it's the Biafra Republic government in Israel that is speaking for him, and not him speaking for Biafra Republic government in Israel. The only government that speaks for the Biafran people is the Biafra Republic government in Israel. So some of you that are very confused and worried when you see that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is taking decisions or doing whatever he's doing from inside prison, I want to ask you, the lawyers that you gave him, the lawyers that you gave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the brothers that you gave him, the people that you stationed around him to be the one that will go and see him in prison and handle his case files, all of them have become Nigerian politicians now. Yes. Barrister Maxwell Okpara has become Nigerian politician. Very soon, Ejimako will also bring out his own flyer as a politician. Nnameka Ejiofor will also bring out his own flyer as a politician. Are these the people who could not defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which he had to stand to defend himself inside the court? Are these the people that you think would work to the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? So whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing, he is doing to his own release. Let him do and then get his freedom. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today signs any paper for his own freedom, is for his own freedom for him to come out from prison. He's not signing paper for Biafra. These are the things we want all of you to understand. Yes, the earlier you start understanding this, the better now. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of IPOB. IPOB is under the government of Biafra. And the government of Biafra is the Biafra Republic government in Israel. So it is not IPOB that is speaking for the government. It is not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is speaking for the government. Rather, it's the government that is speaking for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's the government that is speaking for IPOB. Every Biafran is IPOB. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can negotiate for his freedom and walk out from that prison. Yes. That does not stop Biafra. That is why some of you don't understand why we created a government in exile. We created a government in exile when we discovered that IPOB was mere organization, and you cannot negotiate for a nation with organization that is registered like a group. You have to look for a legal entity that serves as a government. That is why Biafra came up. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of IPOB organization, but not a leader of the government of Biafra. So he can negotiate his freedom and come out from the Nigerian contraption. Since all of you that surrounded him, from the lawyers, the brothers and sisters, and the politicians, you have all betrayed him. So allow him going forward to negotiate for his freedom and come out. Since all of the lawyers that surrounded him, his brothers and sisters, could not do anything to release him. They abandoned him, ran away from him. Rather, what they're looking for is money. Many of them are carrying political card now to go for Nigerian presidency, to serve Nigerian presidency. So, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can negotiate for his freedom and come out. His freedom coming out does not hinder Biafra government in exile. Biafra government in exile is the government of the people now. Biafra government in exile speaks for the people of Biafra and not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, so stop disturbing yourself about whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing to release himself, because many of you are actually not working so hard to see his release. His release, with whatever conditions he collects, even if he go the way Washignton did, that has nothing to do with Biafra Republic of Nigeria. It is Biafra Republic of Nigeria that will negotiate the freedom of Biafra. This is how we've been able to comb out the freedom of the Biafran people from the hands of Nigeria. When they thought that when they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the name of IPOB, that they will now quench all Biafrans, and that without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB as a name, that the Biafran people will not be able to have their freedom. No! Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. You release him now, you don't release him now, Biafran government in Israel is already going forward and is causing you people a lot of pain. We have a structure and it is going. And we'll continue to work to see that Biafra is restored. You release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, or you release him tomorrow, or you don't release him now, you do not stop Biafra Republic of Nigeria. You can stop the IPOB organization because they have been stuck in one place since 2021. They have been waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out from prison before they move forward. But till today, they are still confused. The Biafra Republic of Nigeria is a government. They do not wait for any of our leaders in prison to come out before we move. You take out one of our leaders in government today, we will elect another new leader. We will move forward with speed. And there is no utterances from the past leaders that will be in prison that can hinder our progress or our day-to-day activities of moving forward to get Biafra. Because for you to kidnap the past leaders and put inside prison in any way, it is a strategy to be able to lock us down. And we have bypassed that very stage by having a process of having new leaders elected democratically into the office for the government to progressively go on without the interference of the past leaders in prison. Now, I just want to play this video to some of you who are shouting every day about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but you don't listen to how he cautioned all of you on what will happen when you have temptations of Nigerian government coming to distort your brains. Listen very well.
We are facing a very formidable array of enemies, both external and within. And we are going to overcome each and every one of these obstacles. That I can assure you.
Listen up. Listen very well.
That they may know that the God we worship is an invisible God, not a God that was wrought by the hands of men. For we do not worship idol, and we can never ever worship idol. Is impossible. This very family, this IPOB, belongs to the Most High. And that is how it's going to be until Biafra comes and beyond to eternity. This evening, I want to place it on record that our enemies are intensifying their attack against us from every corner. I am not saying this as lamentation or complaint. I am only trying to prepare our people for what is to come.
Okay.
You are being prepared for what is to come. The time has come to separate the chaff from the wheat itself.
All right.
Our march is very, very near. The enemies are trembling, they are quaking, they are doing all they can to try to stop us. But they have failed very woefully.
Very woefully.
And they will continue to fail. But I want to tell you that we are getting attacks from everywhere. From everywhere all over the world. And very soon, they will buy over some of you.
Yeah.
Some of you, they will buy some of you over.
Okay.
The spirit of Obab, Yasika, and Ifajuna are still in some of you. When the time comes, they will buy you over.
Yes.
I am not doing this program tonight to ask all of you to be strong. I am doing it to remind you, not that if they succeed in buying you over, you're not going to stop what we're doing. You can't.
Yes.
Not in a trillion. You cannot. Not in a trillion years. But I need you to appreciate one very simple fact. That at the end of this very race, everybody will testify that indeed Chukwukika, the same God of Israel, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the same God of Ehiri in Aguleri, the same God of Umweri, the same God of Ora-Eri, the same God of Owe-Eri, the same God of Arochukwu. Not to be about the true God, one true God. You will know that indeed, not only is he omnipotent, that same God is the owner of this very agitation. No human being can stop it. We have enemies, and we need to be very, very careful, both within and without. Very, very careful. The next 2 weeks will be very pivotal. Next 2 weeks will be very, very important in the life, or should I say, in this very mission that we have embarked upon. The devil will do everything. And you are going to watch spectacularly how we are going to destroy and shame the enemy. That at the end, every glory and adoration will belong to God and not to man. Now let us go and tell you what is happening that some of you do not understand. I want those of you who are hardcore, those who were chosen before you were born. There were some people who were chosen before they were born to agitate for Biafra restoration. This is a message for you. Those who from their mother's womb they were born to do this very work. You must be very, very strong. Because Biafra will open the eyes of black people all over the world. Because Biafra will mean that blacks from America, blacks from the Caribbean, from Southern America, they will all flood into Africa. It will be like the time that Yeshua was born. Biafra is like a light, a beacon. They will follow it. They will say, let us go and see what is happening there. That is what these no-colonialists do not want. They don't want Biafra to come. I am telling our people so they understand. The mountains, I didn't say one mountain, the mountains in front of us that we need to overcome. And for us to overcome it, we need to be very strong mentally, mental strength. Just like when you're doing anything in life, and it appears as if you are being buffeted from everywhere. That is the time that you no longer rely on willpower or your muscles. You go to your brain to endure and to persevere and to keep going until you overcome. That is the stage we are in right now. To make sure that our brain is in gear to confront everything the Janjaweed has to throw at us. We don't have money. Their budget is over $20 billion to fight us. They can bribe Facebook. They can buy them off. They can do anything they like. They can come to some of you and bribe you off. They can promise you what you've never had before. They can give you maybe a house in Dubai. They can promise you a vehicle. They can tell you, oh, we'll make you vice president. They can promise you anything to make sure that you're like them. But this very IPOB, this very hardcore is not going to move. And I will tell you why we can't move.
Now, where are those your mental toughness? Where are those your strong brains and minds? Some of you have become really divided. This is Voice of Biafra Television coming to you from all over the globe, because you can watch us on the satellites in Africa, and you can watch on Facebook, you can watch on YouTube, you can watch on Instagram, you can watch on Twitter X. Do have a very good time, and see you all in our next segment. This is Voice of Biafra.
Biafra. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts
in those communities. Are they safer when they're deported communities? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Well, sir, that's not...
Yes or no? Yes
no,
or
sir,
no?
Sir?
I'm asking the question.
And I'm trying to answer them.
No, you
because
are...
you asked me a question that's outside of my purview.
Jim
I can
Jordan
tell you...
down there asked you questions. You're a human being. You're sitting next to a woman who lost her daughter. Can you tell me if illegal criminals are removed from the country if we're safer?
And to suggest that I don't care about what happens in my community.
This is my
I go to work every
day. You are
day
going to answer my
trying to protect
questions.
my community.
You are going to answer my questions. You don't show any discipline. When I'm asked questions, I answer them. So you're not willing to answer that question. Okay. So I ask you this question. Let's talk about Abdul Jalal. Yes or no, would Stephanie Minter be alive today if he had been deported? And you know why he wasn't deported? Because then, quite frankly, the administration was not as aggressive, and if a country didn't want to accept these awful people that came from the country, we didn't know where to send them, and we held them and we detained them. Now we're finding places to send them so that this doesn't go on. That's the answer. That's why that happened. It's not a mystery. It's not something weird or unusual. They didn't know where the heck to put it. Now we just do it and we get it done. But nevertheless, would we be safer if he wasn't in the country then? Would we be safer, yes or no?
Sir,
yes or no, or to be safer if the man wasn't in the country? Damn it, answer my question.
Sir, I'm trying. You keep changing the question.
No, it's yes or no. There's a bad guy that murders people.
Certainly,
are we safer that he's not in the country?
If somebody is...
Nope, you can't answer the question. I'm sorry. I'll ask you this. Explain to the lady next to you. Abdul Jalal was charged in your county more than 40 times, not 4 times, 40 times. Your office dropped the charges in almost every single case. That's fact. We have it documented. We can look at it. Your own Fairfax County Police Department wrote your office, we have it, it's fact, May 2025, saying he had shown a, quote, blatant disregard for human life and was a danger to the community, and that if he wasn't detained and deported, he would seriously hurt someone or kill someone. The very man went out and then killed someone. Okay. So the question is, couldn't have we done better there?
Yeah, the gentleman's time has expired.
But then when you hear about an Islamic genocide of Christians in Nigeria, I don't know, I think any person with a beating heart and a well-formed conscience says, well, hold on, we have to do something here. We can't just totally look away from this. So how should we be thinking of America's role in these conflicts?
Look, Michael, we're a Christian nation. We are 100%, we are a Christian nation. And I think we have an obligation to do something here. These are our brothers and sisters in Christ that are suffering for the profession of their faith in our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We have to do something on this. And look, the president has designated them a country of particular concern, which opens up a bunch of levers in terms of sanctions and visa restrictions and all these things we can do. He did send the terrorists a Christmas gift last year, 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles. And I do believe that we are going to start to continue to engage in a more forceful manner on this if the Nigerians can't figure this out.
America was founded on the basic concept of individual freedom and self-governance under the rule of law, of a just and moral law. As John Adams succinctly put it, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And to my colleagues who may conflate critiquing Islam and Sharia as undermining the First Amendment rights of Muslims, I remind them of the following. People do not have protection from imposing a foreign legal system or code that overrides or replaces U.S. civil or criminal law, nor the Constitution.
Mr. Toscano, simple question. Are American communities safer when illegal immigrants who commit crimes are deported or when they remain in those communities? Are they safer when they're deported communities? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Well, sir, that's not...
Yes or no? Yes
no,
or
sir.
no?
Sir?
I'm asking the question.
And I'm trying to answer them.
No, you
because
are...
you asked me a question that's outside of my purview.
Jim
I can
Jordan
tell you...
down there asked you questions. You're a human being. You're sitting next to a woman who lost her daughter. Can you tell me if illegal criminals are removed from the country if we're safer?
And to suggest that I don't care about what happens in my community.
This is my
I go
time.
to work every
you are going to
day
answer my
trying to protect
questions.
my community.
You are going to answer my questions. You don't show any discipline. When I'm asked questions, I answer them. So you're not willing to answer that question. Okay. So I ask you this question. Let's talk about Abdul Jalal. Yes or no, would Stephanie Minter be alive today if he had been deported? And you know why he wasn't deported? Because then, quite frankly, the administration was not as aggressive, and if a country didn't want to accept these awful people that came from the country, we didn't know where to send them, and we held them and we detained them. Now we're finding places to send them so that this doesn't go on. That's the answer. That's why that happened. It's not a mystery. It's not something weird or unusual. They didn't know where the heck to put it. Now we just do it and we get it done. But nevertheless, would we be safer if he wasn't in the country then? Would we be safer, yes or no?
Sir,
yes or no, or to be safer if the man wasn't in the country? Damn it, answer my question.
Sir, I'm trying. You keep changing the question.
No, it's yes or no. There's a bad guy that murders people.
Certainly,
are we safer that he's not in the country?
If somebody is...
Nope, you can't answer the question. I'm sorry. You know, I'll ask you this. Explain to the lady next to you. Abdul Jalal was charged in your county more than 40 times, not 4 times, 40 times. Your office dropped the charges in almost every single case. That's fact. We have it documented. We can look at it. Your own Fairfax County Police Department wrote your office, we have it, it's fact, May 2025, saying he had shown a, quote, blatant disregard for human life and was a danger to the community, and that if he wasn't detained and deported, he would seriously hurt someone or kill someone. The very man went out and then killed someone. Okay. So the question is, couldn't have we done better there?
Yeah, the gentleman's time has expired.
Do you know, too many times we've had a lot of Christian speakers here. We're a Christian nation. Why do we keep seeing demonstrations for Palestine in our nation? There's one today. When Christians are being butchered and massacred across every Middle Eastern nation, one nation more than ever, there's a genocide happening right now. It's been happening for years in Nigeria. We will not remain silent while our Christian brothers and sisters are being raped and pillaged in any country in the world. So that's why now the BBC, the media, the Church of England and the bloody Pope, why are you not speaking up for the Christians of Nigeria? Right now, we have a bishop who has flown in here to speak to the world about what's happening to his people. Bishop Juan from Bokaro in Nigeria. The platform is yours, sir.
Praise the Lord. I am excited being in your midst this afternoon. And I want to thank God for the privilege given to me to come to speak to you. I want to thank my brother Lawrence for giving me the invitation to be here. And to thank all of you for the warm welcome that I have received since arriving here. My name is Joan Zumbes. and I'm the Anglican Bishop of Bukuru Diocese. The gospel came to us from England specifically. So I am at home, right now at home. But it will seem as if our parents have abandoned the faith and left the faith to us in Nigeria. And as a result, we see situations that are beyond our capacity to contend with. For years, protractedly, the church in Nigeria has been under severe persecution. Christians in Nigeria are persecuted in different ways, different dimensions. Communities which are predominantly Christian communities are daily attacked. People killed, churches razed down, and whole communities sacked. That's the situation we live in Nigeria today. So Christian persecution in Nigeria, you know, it's a reality because the Bible tells us that the church is a body, it's a single body, but with different parts. A part of your body in pain leaves the whole body in pain. Yes, around the central part of Nigeria, the persecution is rife. Boko Haram has not left Christians at ease in Nigeria. ISWAP has not left Christians at ease in Nigeria. Militia groups, the Fulani Herdsmen, have not left Nigeria, left our Christians in Nigeria at peace. In fact, banditry, kidnapping every day, personally, an attempt has been made on me to kidnap me. The Lord saved me that night. Fulani young people had come to my house, attempting to break into my house. They couldn't just get in there. At the end of the day, with AK-47, they had to leave because they couldn't just penetrate my house, and then went to my next door neighbor and kidnapped him and took him away. Now, so there are brothers in the West, particularly those of you in England, the United Kingdom. If you do not stand with the race of the persecuted church, I want to assure you, friends, that what is happening to us is not static, it's migrating. The truth of the gospel has made you who you are today. You dare not abandon the gospel. You need the gospel. The gospel that has become part of your culture. It's ingrained in you. No one should come and rob you of that culture. It gave you all of the privileges you today enjoy. So please, it's my desire, my prayer, that you hold on to that gospel. Never let it go. May Christ reign in your life. May Christ reign in England. May Christ reign in every single community in England. Thank you very much for the privilege. God bless.
Mr. Toscano, simple question. Are American communities safer when illegal immigrants who commit crimes are deported or when they remain in those communities? Are they safer when they're deported communities? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Well, sir, that's not...
Yes or no? Yes
No,
or
sir.
no?
Sir?
I'm asking the question.
And
you're
I'm
giving
trying
me
to
the
answer
answers.
them.
No, you
because
are...
you asked me a question that's outside of my purview.
Jim
I can
Jordan
tell you...
down there asked you questions. You're a human being. You're sitting next to a woman who lost her daughter. Can you tell me if illegal criminals are removed from the country if we're safer?
And to suggest that I don't care
No,
about what
you
happens
get-
in my
no,
community.
This is my
I go
time.
to work every
You are going to
day
answer my
trying to protect
questions.
my community.
You are going to answer my questions. You don't show any discipline. When I'm asked questions, I answer them. So you're not willing to answer that question. Okay. So I ask you this question. Let's talk about Abdul Jalal. Yes or no, would Stephanie Minter be alive today if he had been deported? And you know why he wasn't deported? Because then, quite frankly, the administration was not as aggressive, and if a country didn't want to accept these awful people that came from the country, we didn't know where to send them, and we held them and we detained them. Now we're finding places to send them so that this doesn't go on. That's the answer. That's why that happened. It's not a mystery. It's not something weird or unusual. They didn't know where the heck to put it. Now we just do it and we get it done. But nevertheless, would we be safer if he wasn't in the country then? Would we be safer, yes or no?
Sir,
yes or no, or to be safer if the man wasn't in the country? Damn it, answer my question.
Sir, I'm trying. You keep changing the question.
No, it's yes or no. There's a bad guy that murders people. Are we
Certainly,
safer that he's not in the country?
if somebody is...
Nope, you can't answer the question. I'm sorry. I'll ask you this. Explain to the lady next to you. Abdul Jalal was charged in your county more than 40 times, not 4 times, 40 times. Your office dropped the charges in almost every single case. That's fact. We have it documented. We can look at it. Your own Fairfax County Police Department wrote your office, we have it, it's fact, May 2025, saying he had shown a, quote, blatant disregard for human life and was a danger to the community, and that if he wasn't detained and deported, he would seriously hurt someone or kill someone. The very man went out and then killed someone.
Okay,
so the question is, couldn't have we done better there?
Yeah, the gentleman's time has expired.
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia, and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration. No victor, no vanquished, yet for Biafrans the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra. Voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra.
Are we live?
Yes.
Greetings to everyone, and you're welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television once again. And with us in the studio today, we have Michael Rubin. And I will leave the stage to the Prime Minister and Michael Rubin to do the finishing. Dr. Michael
Thank
Rubin,
you very much,
welcome to
Minister of Information. It is a great honor to be here today with Dr. Michael Rubin, one of the most respected think tank official and foreign policy leader in Washington, D.C., and a great friend of Biafra and Biafra Republic government in exile. He is more his impressive biography. Here is more of his impressive biography. Michael Rubin is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he specialized in Iran, Turkey, and the broader Middle East. A former Pentagon official, Dr. Rubin has lived in post-revolution Iran, Yemen, and both pre- and post-war Iraq. He also spent time with the Taliban before 9/11. For more than a decade, he taught classes at sea about the Horn of Africa and Middle East conflict, culture and terrorism. To deploy U.S. Navy and Marine units, Dr. Rubin is the author, co-author, and co-editor of several books exploring diplomacy, Iranian history, Arab culture, Kurdish studies, and Shiite politics, including several pillars. What really causes instability in the Middle East? AEI, Press 2019, Kurdistan's Rising, AEI, Press 216, Dancing with the Devil, The Perils of Engaging Rogue Regimes, Encounter Books, 2014, and Internal Iran Continuity and Chaos. Paragraph 2005, Dr. Rubin has a PhD and MA in history from Yale University, where he also obtained a BS in biology. Thank you, Dr. Rubin. The question goes, we have a lot of questions, but because of time, we just take as much as we can. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged the U.S. government for such recognition in parallel with other advocacy such as the U.S. Christian community and organization. This has been successful with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization or discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. Doctor, what are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold Nigerian government accountable? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. First of all, I'm glad that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have calibrated U.S. policy towards reality rather than wishful thinking, like what we saw with the previous administration when Nigeria was taken off the watch list by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And frankly, the facts on the ground tell the story much more important than any U.S. administration. And so I would hope, Democrat or Republican, whoever follows President Trump, would also continue to recognize the real slaughter of Christians that is occurring in Biafra. The way I look at it is this way. There are two possibilities. Number one, either the Nigerian government is directly and purposely slaughtering the Christians in Biafra. The second possibility is the Nigerian government is too weak to prevent the slaughter of Christians in Biafra. Either way, however, the fact remains that there is an ongoing genocide. If the Nigerian government is purposely and directly seeking genocide against Biafra, then the United States must recognize Biafra to help protect it. And if the Nigerian government is a failed state and too weak to prevent the actions of the Fulani militias, then the United States should stop recognizing the fiction of Nigeria and recognize the independence of Biafra. In reality, Nigeria is a colonial empire. It's an artificial state, and it's a failed state. The fact of the matter is, it's time to continue the full decolonization of Western Africa, and that means allowing Biafra, Amazonia to be free.
Thank you very much, Doctor. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue and how it ties in with Biafran aspiration?
Well, look, Biafra didn't simply form a few years ago. It's not simply the product of a diaspora community meeting in Finland. The fact of the matter is, Biafra has always existed, and we can go back to the 18th century, if not before, and we find evidence of Biafra and recognition of Biafra on European maps and elsewhere. But certainly, Biafra showed its desire back in 1967, and unfortunately, for cynical reasons relating to the Cold War, for cynical reasons relating to Nigeria and its economy, we have a situation in which Nigeria was quite literally allowed to get away with murder, allowed to get away with genocide. One of the problems that we see when we fail to recognize genocide when it occurs, when we fail to delegitimize the ideology that leads to that genocide, is it ensures a repetition of that genocide. After World War II, the German Nazi Party was stigmatized, and the Germans were forced to come to account with what they did. The problem we have in Nigeria is that too many countries have given Nigeria an excuse not to recognize its own responsibility for the first genocide in Biafra. And because of that, the ideology has continued and it has amplified to the point where we now have the second genocide in Biafra. The moral compromise of people like the president of Finland is shameful. The moral compromise of Anthony Blinken when he was Secretary of State was shameful, especially because he used his own father-in-law's experience in the Holocaust as part of his claim to moral standing when he became Secretary of State. The fact of the matter is, there will not be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is free. And it is unfair for everyone in Biafra to have to suffer through a second Nigerian genocide, a second Biafra genocide at the hands of the Nigerian government, simply because diplomats want to be polite and want to make their oil deals and their other trade deals. The Christians of Nigeria should not be sacrificed so that some Europeans can make a quick contract.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm so encouraged with your words, your expertise, and your knowledge. I hope people are listening and learning from the expert and for who care for humanity. Thank you. The Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie, heavily invests in time and energy and in high-level engagement in Washington, D.C. While the Neo Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s, a professional engagement campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is a very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more sources in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating to this. Can you explain to the Biafran people why educating U.S. officials on the Biafra issue is critical?
Well, first of all, what you say is absolutely true. I personally, of course, am not Biafran, and so I'm not going to comment on internal Biafran politics. What I would say, however, is that whatever one's political belief as a Biafran, the most important thing is education of people outside Biafra, of people outside Nigeria, to understand the Biafran cause. And there's absolutely no doubt that great progress has been made over the last 2 or 3 years on the issue. Now, there's been two issues or two dynamics that have allowed to this success. The first is the lobbying campaign that the Biafran community in exile has undertaken in Washington. You have made people aware. You don't need to spin. You don't need to create facts. All you need to do is educate. Because unfortunately, the Nigerian government is creating the facts with its own perpetuation of genocide in Biafra. Frankly, however, the Biafran community has also become lucky in Washington simply because of the sheer incompetence of the Nigerian embassy. The fact of the matter is, there is not an embassy more lazy in Washington, D.C. than the Nigerian embassy. Even when I talk to State Department officials who do not necessarily agree with the idea of an independent Biafran state, they will acknowledge that the reason why the Biafran cause has sunk such deep roots now in Washington, D.C. is not only because of the lobbying efforts, but also because the Nigerian government has not managed to contradict or explain any of the assertions made by the Biafran community or its own Nigerian actions. So the fact of the matter is, you have had great success. And the reason why this is important is because genocide happens in the dark. When you shine a light on the slaughter of Christians in villages and towns in Biafra, then their deaths are not in vain. There is accountability. We can look at any number of episodes. Kosovo in 1999 with Bill Clinton, or more recently, the military action in Iran. And we can recognize the importance of understanding how the slaughter of a country's own people led to intervention. And so, in the case of Nigeria, while no one is talking about intervention right now, the fact of the matter is people are talking about sanctions against Nigeria. And frankly, the Biafran case for independence is going to become even more important as an element of U.S. national security, as a U.S. interest. If the government in Mali falls, then we are going to refocus on the problem of jihadism, of Al-Qaeda, of Islamic extremism, of the Islamic State in West Africa. And while, of course, Mali and Nigeria do not share a direct border, the fact of the matter is that if Mali becomes a safe haven for Al-Qaeda, Nigeria is going to be its target. And if the Nigerian government is as incompetent and as permeated by Islamists as we've seen over the last several years, then the United States, not for reasons directly of religious freedom, but for reasons of stability and security in West Africa, will have absolutely no reason, no choice, but to recognize the state of Biafra as an independent country.
Wow. Thank you very much. And the Nigerian terrorist government, they always make our job easier for us. The Biafra Republic government in exile has a transactional approach in engaging the U.S. government, making a beneficial offers in the areas of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Well, look, when it comes to the aspirations of Biafra, just like when it comes to the aspirations of Somaliland, another country which had suffered genocide, in this case at the hands of dictator Siad Barre, who, by the way, after he was overthrown, was granted asylum by the government of Nigeria, a fellow genocidaire government. The fact of the matter is, Biafra and its lobby should make any number of arguments because different policymakers in Washington will be motivated by different ideas. There's not a magic formula. Personally, the morality of the Biafran cause matters to me. To the evangelical Christian community, solidarity matters, the protection of Christians. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Prime Minister. And Biafra has a lot to offer. And the point is that Biafra needs to do what is in Biafran interests. It needs to have a symbiotic relationship with the United States. And if that means a military base for the strategic Gulf of Guinea, if that means energy deals with American companies, that's fine. The fact of the matter is, we should be supporting you for practical, realpolitik reasons. We should be supporting you for moral reasons. We should be supporting you for security reasons. All of them go together in a way that is beneficial to both countries.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie have offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea, which we know is very, very important. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's a very good idea. Realistically, the United States isn't going to establish a military base before much more formal recognition of Biafran autonomy, if not independence. That said, I would add to your litany of reasons why this is important that the Gulf of Guinea is now the international hub of piracy. And therefore, it becomes extremely important to the security, to the freedom of navigation, to the energy flow. Now, technically speaking, when it comes to maritime law, piracy is an act that occurs 12 miles outside of a country's borders, once it's outside on the high seas, outside of its territorial waters. What Nigeria has done is categorize many of the acts of piracy as occurring inside its territorial waters in order to depress the statistics. But the fact of the matter is, Nigeria, number one, is dishonest with regard to its security. it's become a major source of instability in the region. And at the same time, Biafra has the resources which Nigeria wants to loot. The dynamic which the United States has to be very careful about is this. We've seen, for example, in both Pakistan and to a lesser extent Egypt, governments demanding that the United States assist them with defeating extremists. And in a way, it's a dynamic of extortion. Pakistan supports the Taliban, for example, and then demands that the United States gives it security assistance to defeat the Taliban. But it's never going to defeat the Taliban because it wants the billions of dollars in American security assistance. What the Nigerian government wants to do is similar. It wants to, on one hand, promote and catalyze the Fulani militias and other Islamist extremists in the Middle Belt, in the North, and in Biafra. And it will say, you need to give us millions, billions of dollars for our military in order to defeat this threat. But it's like the arsonists saying, you need to give us millions of dollars, billions of dollars to put out a wildfire without admitting that they themselves started it. So what the United States needs to do, military base or not, is to call the bluff, the cynicism of Abuja. It needs to tell the Nigerians, we know what your game plan is, and we reject it. And the fact of the matter is, you have become a terror sponsor. You should be designated a state sponsor of terrorism. And we have concluded that the only way to protect the security and stability, as well as the Christian community, is to recognize Biafra.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against the Biafrans, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrated terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. What are your thoughts regarding arms sales to Nigeria? Should they be blocked or at least conditions attack that U.S. arm cannot be used against the Biafrans and Christian population?
Well, look, at a minimum, they need to be conditioned. The fact of the matter is, however, that the Nigerian government probably wouldn't adhere to those conditions. Look, I mean, when push comes to shove, the Nigerian government needs to be held accountable for its own actions. And the Nigerian army has been shown not to be a reliable security force. What I would do is challenge the Nigerian government. I would demand that any weapon sales be preconditioned on the arrest, the trial, and the conviction of any Nigerian officer, any Nigerian soldier who has participated in human rights violations against the people of Biafra. And if the Nigerian government isn't serious enough about rooting out the corruption and the terrorism within its own armed forces, then Mr. Prime Minister, under no circumstances should they get a single weapon or salary assistance to their military, because it's clear that they're insincere and they're playing a double game.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can the Biafra military force, the Biafra Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army be an alternative for U.S. in the area to the Nigerian military, similar to how the Kudus have been helpful to the U.S. in the Middle East. Should the U.S. military train and professionalize the Biafran force into a professional counter-terrorism force? We have proposed this to U.S. government for consideration.
I would say that that is a good aspiration for the future. Realistically, until the United States recognizes the autonomy of Biafra, it's unlikely that you're going to get U.S. trainers descending into Biafra the way they have in Iraqi Kurdistan or more recently in Somaliland. But you're absolutely right. Biafra should have the ability to defend itself to the best of its ability, especially if its neighbor cannot be trusted and indeed is the main threat to its security.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The government of Nigeria has relationship with U.S. adversaries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. In fact, Nigeria at one point brought Iranian officials into the parts of Biafra which remained under government control last year. Nigeria is also trying to bring a Turkish military presence into the country. This is unacceptable to the Biafra Republic government in exile. We are eager to work with the U.S. to counter this malign influence. Should the U.S. also view supporting Biafra as combating malign foreign influences, such as from Iran?
Yes, although, frankly, I see Turkey as a much greater threat right now. Turkey entered, for example, Somalia with the argument that it was going to bring peace and security to Somalia. But what Turkey did was empower al-Shabaab to the point where you cannot even go from the Turkish-controlled green zone at Mogadishu's international airport to the Villa Somalia, just a couple kilometers away, because al-Shabaab controls the territory in between. If Turkish forces, if Turkish advisors enter Nigeria, they are not going to bring peace and security. They are going to empower Boko Haram. Their weaponry is going to end up with Boko Haram, and they are going to catalyze the slaughter of the Christians in Biafra. If Turkey cannot even acknowledge the Armenian genocide, how can you trust them with the lives of the Christians in Biafra?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I believe that every finger is pointed to Nigerian government or as a regime, as Iranian regime. So Nigeria is Iranian part 2. So they share the same ideology. So or supporting the Nigerian military is actually supporting terrorism against the Biafran Christians and even the Nigerian Christians. Thank you very much. In addition to the United States, which sovereign state do you think Biafra should cultivate relationship with? For example, Biafra has a historical relationship with Israel, and Israel is currently a natural ally for us.
Look, ultimately, who recognizes Biafra and who Biafra recognizes is an issue of strategy. Certainly, Israel makes sense, but look, the fact of the matter is, African countries should support the Biafran cause as well, because Nigeria is simply a colonial empire under the guise of being an independent African state. The fact of the matter is, the way Nigeria has acted disqualifies it from the full recognition of the African Union and all of the member states. If I were Biafran, I would look at other states in the region that perhaps have reason to understand the threat which Biafra has been under. Somaliland as a victim of genocide. The Namibians were also victims of genocide. in the future, one might look at countries that have had difficulties between sectarian communities, like the Central African republics. And who knows, maybe in the future, big heavyweights in the region, like Ethiopia or South Africa, will understand that their future and their interest lies with the creation of Biafra rather than tying themselves to a country like Nigeria. The way I think about Nigeria is this. It's almost as if someone breaks into a fancy automobile and instead of stealing the sound system on the automobile, takes the dead carcass of a cat from the back seat. Nigeria today is like that dead carcass of a cat. And no one wants to have to rely on it. I mean, Biafra is the country of the future.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there other independence movement or non-state actors you think Biafra should have relationship with? We have contact with the Ambazonia. Somaliland is being pointed out as a successful example.
Well, I mean, certainly Somaliland is successful. And the reason Somaliland is successful is, like Biafra, it has a clear history and clear borders. And it also has a national unity that is born from the trauma of the initial genocide. And Ambazonia makes sense as well, simply because, look, Ambazonia should be independent. Cameroon had its opportunity, and it failed in its compact, much like Mogadishu, Somalia, failed to uphold its contract. And when you fail to uphold your contract, the contract is violated, and then you can go in the other direction. So when it comes to Ambazonia, I mean, absolutely, they have every right to be independent, and frankly, their national history is going to be tied to Biafra's and vice versa, and it makes sense if both countries support each other as they struggle for independence. I mean, it's the English expression. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I know your time is limited. I wish we can have you all day here because your words, is whoever don't learn from what you're saying and especially your experience on this very particular field, you're actually saying everything with facts. And that's exactly what is happening because in the world we live today, people are shy away from speaking the truth, saying the way it is. Thank you, Doctor. Biafrans and people around the world are closely monitoring the war in Iran. You have written extensively about the Iranian democratic opposition, including Reza Pahlavi. What lesson do you think the Biafrans can learn from the successes and missteps of the Iranian opposition, both of which you have wrote about?
Okay. I've criticized Reza Pahlavi, a man who I've known for almost 30 years, because, number one, the disorganization of his office. If you cannot organize your own office, how do you expect to organize a country? That's point number one. Point number two is I believe that Reza Pahlavi, or at least many of his aides, became a little bit too comfortable in exile. And I've compared them to the White Russians from the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, where many of the exiles would talk about revolution, talk about returning, but really they wanted to attend the cocktail parties and the social scene in European capitals. I don't see the same mistake occurring with the Biafrans. I see the Biafrans as much more willing to sacrifice for their own country. And we see that because so many Biafrans are fighting. I mean, not just with words, not just with television cameras, but also literally fighting for their own survival right now. And so ultimately, I see a cohesiveness within the Biafran diaspora. The only warning I would have, again, is the only message which the American audience should hear, which the European audience should hear, is about the justness of the Biafran cause. If there are disputes politically within the Biafran diaspora, those should be handled internally. And ultimately, those will be decided when there is a referendum or elections in an independent Biafra. But it's not the job of any Biafran official to complain about any other Biafran official. And one of the reasons that I believe that the Biafran movement has been successful so far, again, is because the Biafrans have been keeping their focus, at least to the American audience, on the broader principles. Too many people among Reza Pahlavi in Iran have started attacking other opposition figures without understanding that the only adversary which they should be targeting is the Islamic Republic of Iran and its murderous regime. And so in this, I commend the wisdom of the Biafran diaspora for recognizing that the principle has to come above the politics.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. In conclusion, do you have a final message to Biafran people? And Biafran people love you so much. You have been in their midst several times, and they appreciate you being on VOB, on Politics Insight today. What is the final message you have for Biafran people? Thank you.
Look, my final message is this. Every dictator wakes up, every Democrat wakes up knowing when his term in office is going to end. Every dictator wakes up knowing that today will be his last. Over the years, I've had the ability to interview people. Lech Walesa in Poland, for example. People in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, and others. And what they say is, we fought and we fought and we fought. And sometimes it seemed hopeless. But then when the change happened, it happened much faster than anyone expected it would. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with regard to Nigeria and the collapse of Nigeria. It may seem far off, and diplomats, American diplomats, European diplomats, may seem to almost with tunnel vision just support the status quo. But as Nigeria collapses, it will be amazing how quickly things change. And so it behooves the Biafran community not only to advocate for their cause, but to plan for the day after. So when the Republic of Biafra is internationally recognized, it can start its operation right away. Its ministries, its economic philosophy, its legal code will all be prepared so that Biafra and the Republic of Biafra will be successful. And in that, I have no doubt that you will. The human capital, the intelligence, the lived experience of the Biafrans put them in a category much closer to Somaliland than to a country like South Sudan, which failed almost as soon as it began. And so I commend everything the Biafran community is doing in order to preserve its national rights and in order to protect the livelihood of the Christians who are now undergoing an ongoing tragedy.
Thank you very much, Michael, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. We really appreciate you, and we are honored to have you in VOB. I know this what we went through before the interview. We have some difficulty at the time, and we appreciate your patience. We love you very much. Keep doing the good work. to save the minority, also Christians that have been persecuted, even non-Christian. God will reward you. Humanity love you. On behalf of the Biafran people, I'm saying a very big thank you. And the global community that know what you are doing, they love you very much because we know you are doing this from the bottom of your heart. And we have heard all you said, and we believe that those viewers that are listening and U.S. government, they know the right thing to do because Iran of Africa is Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not disintegrated after taking down the terrorists over the Sahel without, on the Middle East, without dealing with Nigeria terrorists, because Nigeria have been a safe haven for the terrorists. Even they have Hezbollah in Nigeria, over 22 terrorist groups. So after Iran, we believe Nigeria should be next, and Biafran people should be free, and every minority in that region deserves to also get their freedom. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And I also want to let Biafrans know that Michael Rubin here, acknowledged the success of Biafra Republic government in Washington, of which we have been spreading the gospel, educating U.S. officials, because some Biafrans are not aware of this. And thank God that you yourself, you acknowledge it, that the work of our lobby, taking us to Washington, D.C. is paying off. Thank you very much, Marco. Honorable Minister of Information, please, before we let Michael Rubin go, we have, we run out of time already. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin, and we appreciate you so much. The Biafran people love you from the bottom of our heart. But there is something that is bothering us, the Biafran people. How is it possible that you predict the future?
Well, we don't predict the future. You need to work for the future. And that's what gives me such hope when I see the Biafrans work to that common goal.
Wow, thank you very much. In 2025, you said after Mali, Nigeria fall is the next. And today what you said has come to pass. That is why I asked the first question. How do you do it? The same way you had written and predicted about Iraq, Iran, and many other countries and many other nations, most especially every conquest agenda team that has to come to Islamize the entire nation. You're always on it. Michael, what is the secret of how you go about getting these facts aligned that they come to pass the right way?
There is no secret. Look, I'm not a diplomat. I put diplomacy aside. Foreign policy needs to be based on reality and not wishful thinking. And when it comes to, and certainly not greed and commercial contracts. So when it comes to Alexander Stubb, it's clear that he's motivated by commercial contracts. When it comes to Anthony Blinken, there was too much wishful thinking. All one needs to do is look at what's happening on the ground in a country like Mali or in a country like Nigeria, and then that's the only thing which you should base your analysis on, even if it makes people, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it makes officials in Abuja uncomfortable. You only need to work in the realm of reality, and that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Michael. I did ask one very important question to our previous guest, and I'll also throw it to you. Is it advisable to reintegrate Boko Haram terrorists or Islamic jihadist terrorists into the military formation, because this is what Nigerian government are doing?
No, it's not wise. It would be self-defeating, and ultimately it would be laundering terrorists. Those who are in Boko Haram should be held accountable for any violence which they perpetrated, and those who were kidnapped into Boko Haram or who may not have been directly involved in violence should be rehabilitated, but not under arms in the military. And countries like Rwanda and countries like Morocco both have experience in how to accomplish this. The one thing one should not do is put them in the military when they have been indoctrinated into the ideology and into the extremism of Boko Haram.
Thank you, Michael. I leave it there because of time, and we are so happy to have had you on the show.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate, and hopefully in near future, we have you on VOB again, where we might you might have more time, because your word and your insight, your knowledge is encouraging, it's uplifting.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora. Hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader of citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No pressure, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your home? Biafra. Who be your home? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people will get the land, go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra. Our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, What was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile.
Justice go reign forever.
Biafra go reign strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra.
Who be your home?
Biafra.
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling. No more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. And the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying.
No rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one pain, no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
Greeting, fellow Biafrans and our allies and viewers all over the world. Good afternoon from here. With me, I have our lobbyists, Elias, Washington, and Madison. So he's going to give us a brief update of our activity lately in Washington, D.C. And we might have some few minutes for interruption. Then after that, we call it a day. And I also want to remind Biafra that this is Voice of Biafra, because for so long our voice have been silenced, and it's time we tell our story and the reason why we are fighting to leave the country called Nigeria, because it's a terrorist country. And tomorrow also we'll be having our guest, Ambassador Tribunage. Please don't miss it tomorrow. We call Elias Mazi Elias. Mazi Elias, welcome to VOB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellency. It's an honor to be here on Voice of Biafra. This is quite an honor, and I'm glad to be here as you inaugurate this new program, which will spread the Biafran message across Biafra and West Africa. We're just here today to, as was said in the flyer, to provide an update here from Washington, D.C., to have an organic discussion and touch base with our wonderful viewers and listeners. Prime Minister, as you know, and you've been coming to Washington, D.C. with me on a very frequent basis. We're making very significant breakthroughs in the relationship between Biafra and the United States, and we're now at the beginning stages of what is an unofficial relationship between Brgie and the U.S. government, which is growing significantly and which will eventually become an official relationship when Biafra is a recognized independent nation state. The things that we're discussing with the U.S. government are unbelievable. I think, as you know, some of the things that are being considered would not have even been thought of even just 1 year ago. To quote one of the influential officials here in Washington, D.C., the U.S. government views Biafra as very important and will be of increasing importance. And the U.S. government is going to consider things that is not previously considered because of both the promise that Brgie has provided as well as the failures of the Nigerian government. One thing I want to relay to our viewers is that they should feel very hopeful that Biafra is going from a dream into reality, but they also need to understand, given the nature of what Biafra is, given the nature of the sensitivities involved, a lot of our cooperation or progress with the U.S. government will be done so in a discreet manner, because Biafra is in the process of seeking its independence from Nigeria. It is what you would call a non-state actor. The U.S. Government tends to be a little bit more discreet in terms of disclosure of its activities with non-state actors versus its official relations with foreign governments. So the reason why I want to mention this is, for example, some of our very enthusiastic Brgie fans and Biafran fans. Sometimes I see some of our supporters on social media and Twitter saying, oh, you know, when's the U.S. going to hurry up? When's the U.S. going to support the Biafran Liberation Army or do certain things? And what I would say to Biafrans is, you know, how would you know, if the U.S. is not already doing those things? The thing is, when the U.S. works with non-state actors, they typically do not disclose the nature of the relationship, and that's not something we would disclose unless the U.S. government authorizes that. So for example, when the U.S. government worked with various Syrian rebel groups, for example, to effectuate democratic transition in Syria, that program was a secret program for a number of years before it was made public information. So Biafrans should be assured that things are happening, but they also need to understand that there will be aspects of the progress and of the relationship that we have with the U.S. government that will be what we call covert in nature and not overt in nature. So I think many people will be astonished by the progress we're making, by the things that are being considered. And over time, I think certain things may be made public when the time is appropriate. But we are trying to bring Biafrans along by publicizing the aspects of what we do that we can. For example, photos of meetings, with U.S. officials. And we saw the Prime Minister had that very nice photo of him posted by a very senior Trump administration official, Leo Terrell. And he had a very there was a nice photo of the two of them that the Honorable Mr. Terrell posted. So we will be publishing our meetings, but the discussions that we have, the censored programs that are being considered are not things we'll be discussing publicly, not at least until our counterparts in the U.S. government think it's appropriate to publicize certain activities. So I just want to tell Biafrans that if they know what me and the Prime Minister know, I think they'll be very excited, and we will continue to carry everyone along to the extent we can by publicizing certain meetings and certain activities. And I think that's what's distinguished the Biafra Public Government Exile, is that when we have meetings that we can publish, we publish those meetings. And so the Biafrans have a sense of the activities that we're doing. And there's a fine line between discretion and transparency, because, we want to show that the Biafra government wants to show that it's doing the work. At the same time, the Biafra government wants to protect confidentiality. And so it has to thread that needle in the middle of both demonstrating accomplishments while at the same time protecting sensitive discussions. And I think the Biafra government is doing a good job of balancing that. So I want to say that this is a great honor to be here. I think the progress we're making, to be honest, is even much faster than I had anticipated. And my message to Biafrans too is you have to stay focused, you have to be serious, and focus on the goal and not get sidetracked with drama or nonsense. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you, distinguished Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. It's like every other day, we do have the opportunity to meet, because just like for the past few weeks, it's a lot of meeting,
Yes.
meeting, and we actually have to travel outside the metropolitan area, which is Washington D.C. area. We travel far away from Washington D.C. So all for Biafra. We just want to encourage Biafrans to be hopeful that our freedom, is here. And you touch light on something I really want to ask you, that if somebody have even whisper on your ear 2 years ago that what we have achieved and where we've been today, that we're going to achieve this milestone, what will you say?
Oh, people have admitted to me privately, they're shocked about what we're doing. 2 years ago, what we're doing, the accomplishments we have, what the U.S. government's considering, people, if you asked someone 2 years ago, they would have told you, oh, you're completely crazy. So it's amazing what we've achieved. The environment is completely different than 2 years ago, even from a year ago. So things are very quickly shifting in our favor. And as you know, Prime Minister, certain individuals who didn't even consider Biafra now seriously considering Biafra, people who thought that, oh, this is completely unrealistic, all of a sudden they want to come on board. So it's been a very big shift, even within the past 6 months, I would say. Even it's like on a monthly basis, it's now shifting in our favor.
Yeah, just like Ambassador, that will be at the VOB tomorrow. 2 years ago, if you have asked him to come to Voice of Biafra, the name Biafra, they were like, what? Because Washington, D.C., have not really know much about what is happening in Nigeria and how bad Nigeria situation is. So, the Biafra Republic government in Ezra, we actually do a lot of work, lecturing, talking. Like our last meeting, if you recall, we spent almost 2 hours, right? Correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, talking, and now Washington ear is wide open. They want to listen. And the good thing about it is that most members of Congress, they are willing to be part of this. They want to be involved because, it's disturbing seeing what is happening from Nigeria, how they are killing, hanging people, beheading people, burning people alive. It's disturbing. Even our last meeting, I recall asking this member, they want me to show him some horrible. So I'm glad that Washington D.C. Now start talking about Biafra. And the last hearing of which Senator Ted Cruz just a few days ago, he was there, and Dr. Wale was there. Even Mike Anoy, you see them, like somewhere like Mike Anoy, just few months ago, even few weeks ago, when you talk about Biafra separated from Nigeria, he will tell you, no. So we can hear him say that, it's time to divide Nigeria. It's an option now. It's no two ways about it. And we also hear from former President Trump advisor, Dr. Wale, also talk about Biafra. So Biafra must be free, and we are glad that people in Washington, congressmen and women, are now reasoning with the Biafran people, because this truth is out there. It's no longer hidden. You can just tell that even after the president of the free world warned Nigerian government to make sure that they secure, the life of innocent citizens, whether Biafra or Nigeria. What is still end up massacre after massacre, killing after killing. So Washington don't want to turn a blind eye anymore. And we believe that after Iran, we believe after Iran, Nigeria will be next, because Nigeria is actually a part 2 of Iran. They work together. Iran also sponsor a terrorist in Nigeria. Even the northern part of Nigeria, you agree with me, We know based on our information, Hezbollah is supposed to be in Lebanon, correct? But Hezbollah is in the north of Nigeria. They even have their cell, or you call it prison there. So, and Biafra people are so glad that they have you on board, and we have done a lot. And like my speech a few days ago, I said I have heard a lot have echoed in this ear about why Washington have not been talking about Biafra before now. And we're glad that we are correcting all the mistake with good leadership and steady leadership. And very soon, Biafra will be free. So glad that we have you in our VOB. And as you knew, I don't know, when is the last time you heard CNN or BBC talk about the genocide happening in Nigeria or in Biafra land? Please, when is the last time you recall? Honorable Elias? Honorable Elias, can you hear me? I think we lost him. Nigeria, all the gutter media in Nigeria have not been talking about Christians nor the Nigerian Christians. It's so sad. BBC as well, they are not reporting it. But we are glad that with this platform we have, we'll make sure that
Hello?
yes, I think we lost connection. Am I coming out now?
Yes, I apologize. I must have been an internet connection issue. I got frozen and I had to log out and re-enter. So I apologize for missing your remarks there.
Okay, yeah, I was actually asking question, right? When is the last time you hear this gutter media from Nigeria, whether it is Arise, Channel News, CNN, because CNN is actually worldwide. So, and BBC, when is the last time you hear from this news media channel talking about the genocide against the Christians in Nigeria or the Christians in Biafra land? When is the last time you recall?
Well, I think the seminal moment was when, with the involvement of our extensive lobbying education campaign, along with some of the other pro-Christian groups here in the United States, when President Trump declared Christian genocide in Nigeria, and it became a worldwide issue. And our role in the education campaign of the U.S. government was highlighted in international media. As far as I recall, there's not been that much attention on Nigerian Christian genocide or the Biafra issue previously, at least to this extent. There was some talk about Christian persecution in Nigeria previously, but very little coverage of the Biafra issue, and even not that much coverage of Nigerian Christian genocide issue. I mean, some very committed members of Congress were talking about it, but it wasn't a worldwide international topic that it is today, where now I think every member of Congress wants to talk about Nigerian Christian genocide and persecution. People are now talking about the Biafra issue. So there's never been this type of awareness previously. There's never been this type of discussion previously, at least not that I'm aware of, but certainly not in recent
Yeah, actually, My question is about the media. Like, Arise is in Nigeria, Channel News in Nigeria, Nigeria, BBC, they're in Nigeria. What my question is that when do you recall, when is the last time you heard this news media channel like Arise, CNN, BBC, and Channel News talking about the genocide against the Christian Biafra or the Christian Nigeria?
Well, these outlets have always tried to avoid the topic, but given the fact that the President of the United States, the senior leadership of the U.S. government, is talking about the issue, taking action about the issue, and you have so many prominent people talking about the issue, these outlets are no longer in a position to ignore the issue or pretend the issue doesn't exist, which they were able to previously. But, if the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, is talking about an issue, you can't simply ignore, pretend the issue doesn't exist. So because of the president's action, because of the international media attention, even your Nigerian news outlets like Arise News and the other media, they're now forced to talk about the issue. Granted, they put their own spin on the issue, but they're forced to discuss it now. Even with Brgie, for example, Arise News and the other Nigerian media channels did entire segments on the lobbying war, for example, between us and the government of Nigeria. So because the issues gained so much prominence, even what we call the Nigerian gutter media is even forced to discuss these issues now because there's no being able to avoid these issues. So it's just, I think it's a different scenario now. And even the Nigerian media is forced to pay attention. And for the first time, they're discussing Brgie and the lobbying war between us and the government of Nigeria. So I think when we have, that's why what we're doing is so important, because if you don't have U.S. government attention, it's just very easy for Nigerian media and the Nigerian government to pretend the issue doesn't exist or to ignore the issue.
Elias, do you know for years now that these media outlets I just mentioned are suppressing the news from, they are, I'll call them terrorist news media because they work with the government of Nigeria. Yes, they are not covering it. They are not, they are actually suppressing it. It's so shameful. You remember what happened during this wonderful, great President Trump inauguration with Arise, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I wanted to bring up that example. So they've suppressed the issue for so many years. When we bumped into, it was a complete accident, when we bumped into the Arise News reporter inauguration, he got completely freaked out. And he tried to pretend that, we didn't exist and he was just losing his mind. Those days are over now because, they've suppressed the issue for so many years, and their policy was pretend the issue doesn't exist, or they would briefly mention the issue from time to time, in a brief way. But this is a completely different situation now. They can't suppress the issue like they used to. And the Nigerian media is in an extremely difficult position now. And that's why they're forced to talk about us now. Because of the international support that we have. And I think that's making the Nigerian media very nervous. But you see, because what we're doing has so much, is so heavyweight, Nigerian media is not able to pretend like they were in the past. So it shows you the progress we've made. They're forced to confront an uncomfortable situation now. They're very uncomfortable now that they have to talk about it.
You're right about it. I'm so glad that we have a wonderful team in Biafra Republic government in exile, especially steady people.
Exactly.
People with a wise, reasonable mind, people that are focused, not people that are so self-centered. I'm glad I have a team like that working with me. And also you yourself, you are so wonderful. Yes, because every time on the phone, all we talk about is about our engagement, about Biafra, about what we have, need to do sometime midnight. So, having something like you, we really, really appreciate, and Biafran people, are glad that we have somebody like you. And what actually gives me joy, how I wish, just like you mentioned earlier, how I wish we can, let Biafran people know everything that, that we know. But there's some that are top secret. It's not everything we'll talk on air. But Biafra is here. And for enemy of Biafrans, what do you think what message you think we need to send to them? Because we have a lot of saboteurs, a lot of Biafran enemy, even our Voice of Biafra. Some are not happy that we now have a Voice of Biafra satellite and the radio. So we still have a lot of work to do to perfect it. But a lot of Biafran's enemy are freaking out because for so long our voice has been suppressed. It will never happen again. And during the genocidal war against the Biafran people, which lasted 3 years from 1967 to 1970, exactly what happened. The media never report how Biafrans have been massacred. They even lied to the international community. That is just, farmers' header clash and all that nonsense. Thank God that we have Biafran Republic government in exile that is taking the message to Washington through, your help, Washington and Madison. Thank you very much, Elias. So what message we have for those that are thinking that Biafra will not come, and for the saboteurs, what do they need to do?
Well, they should be prepared for a lot of pain because we're going to be exploding this next year. So I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs should be ready for a lot of pain, and they'll start to see us. I think assert certain things in the very near future. So we're slowly going to open up the door more and more, and I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs they're going to be in for many shocks. So I think they need to, as you said, put on their seatbelts. Otherwise, they're going to fall off the car.
Yes, and for Biafrans that are still, not supporting, what message do you need to, what do you think they need to do so that we can move as fast as we can? So what is your message to Biafrans that are not supporting what we are doing?
Yeah,
Biafrans we are doing so far.
Yeah, so what I would suggest is, look, things always take time in any movement, in any revolution. It's understandable. What I would say to Biafrans now is, I think until this point, there's been a lot of chaos and instability in the Biafra movement. I think for the first time with the Biafra Republic government in exile under your leadership, Mr. Prime Minister, we have a right group of people who are solid, who are stable-minded. There's been considerable restructuring of the government, weeding out of bad elements in the Biafra government leadership. And now we have a solid group of professionals in the Biafra government. It's very solid, very stable, the right group of people, professional people, committed people, and we're undertaking things in a very serious way, in a stable way. So what I would suggest is to Biafrans who may have been a little bit disoriented, given the chaotic nature for in which previous Biafran organizations were run or things were done in the movement, I would say, no one's forcing you to do anything, but watch carefully what we're doing and use your common sense. When you see that the Biafra Public Government in Exile is the only organization that's getting results, that has a pathway, that's a serious pathway to achieving Biafran independence, I think you should then become involved and become supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans, given some of the amateurishness and mismanagement of previous Biafran leaders, are maybe somewhat reluctant to get involved. They're watching what's happening. But I think now that the Biafra Public Government in Exile under your leadership, Prime Minister, has shown incredible stability, incredible effectiveness, no drama, no chaos, which has always plagued previous Biafran leaders and organizations. I think it should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable enough now to jump on board the winning train. So I think this is a turning point. For the first time, we have a Biafra organization with the right people, that's very stable and that doesn't have any crazy drama or nonsense. And I think that's very important. I think for whatever the reasons, there was a lot of chaos and drama previously, but that's no longer the case. So I think because we're in the situation we are in now, that should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable to now get involved with supporting the Biafra Public Government in Exile. And there are many ways to get involved. Not everyone has to get involved in a public manner. You can people can support behind the scenes. So I think now Biafrans who should take a new look carefully at what Brgie is doing, and I think Biafrans who have common sense and who are thoughtful can look at what Brgie is doing and make a judgment for themselves. And I think based off of that judgment, they should be inclined to be supportive and to get involved, because I think Brgie is doing all the right things. And I think everything is now laid out in a way that Biafrans can now join in and be supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans were a little bit confused or reluctant in the past, but now that things are clearing up and everything is laid out with the Brgie structure that we have, I think Biafrans should set aside past conceptions or notions, look at Brgie with a fresh pair of eyes, come to conclusions on Brigie's effectiveness, which they'll see that it's been very effective, and then come on board and be supportive. This is the time. This is the right time for the Biafrans to join, to come on board the winning train and support Brgie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. Thank you, and thank you for all you do. And based on your understanding as somebody who worked closely with United States of American government, of which you also represent in a lot of countries from Africa, is there any other government, Biafran government, that is working hardly, very hard, or working with United States of America government, apart from Brgie, that a government that that probably still that one can look up even a U.S. government FARA document showing that this group or this government, they are fighting to liberate Biafra people. Is there any other government based on your own knowledge or understanding apart from Biafra Republic government in exile?
Yeah, Brgie, the Biafra Public Government in Exile, is the only government in exile, not just only government in exile, but is the only Biafran political entity, you could even say, that has high-level relations with the U.S. government. While there are various Biafran groups that exist, the Biafra Public Government in Exile is the only one that has a close working relationship with the U.S. government at high levels and is trusted by the U.S. government. Therefore, I think it's critical that any other Biafra group or Igbo organization be in touch with the Biafra Public Government in Exile if they're interested in engaging with the U.S. government. They should do so through the Biafra Public Government in Exile. So Brgie is the key organization with relations with the U.S. government, and as such, Brgie will play a critical role in the future of Biafra, and Brgie cannot be in any way circumvented from decision making on Biafra, because any attempt to go around Brgie in some way means you're trying to also cut out the U.S. government. So Brgie is the only organization that has that's viewed in a serious way by the U.S. government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. And Biafran people, you have heard it from, we call him Mazi Elias. So we Biafrans have given Honorable Elias a title as well, Mazi Elias. And he worked closely with U.S. government. So he knows more than a lot of us, and is somebody who represents not just Biafran people. He also represents other countries from Africa. So this is his field, this is his profession. So he have given the Biafran people, a well meaningful advice. If you're a Biafran and you love freedom for your people, you love freedom for Biafra, come on board, support Biafra Republic government in Israel. This government is government of the people by the people, and the government officials, they are servants of the people. These are men and women that volunteer their time, their effort, their energy to serve the people of Biafra. Please, you are welcome on board. Any group that you are affiliated with, you are welcome to join Biafra Republic government in Israel, the government that is working closely with United States of America. And I, as the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in Israel, I am a living witness. I have had series of meetings with U.S. government officials. So I heard what echo in my ear, and I also heard what we need to do, and their advice, and what is expected of us. We need to unite. We need to focus. We need to organize. We also need to know that United States of America have our back. The question is that, how ready are we? Are we ready for our freedom? And I also want to remind Biafrans what happened in Iran. Why Iranian citizens are protesting on the street, even not minding that the Iranian terrorist regime is killing the citizens of Iran. Iranians are so determined to go out the street, protest, make a loud noise, and it get to the ear of the President of the United States of America, the President of the free world, and he told the Iranian people they should keep protesting, that freedom, their freedom is in their hand, meaning that help is on the way. If the Iranian people have stopped protesting, sending a strong signal to the world about what is happening, if they have stopped to alert the world that they are ready to be free, do you think what is happening in Iran today will be happening? And do you know that very, very soon the people of Iran will be free? So my fellow citizens of Biafra, we need to make some noise. We need to show how serious we are. And we need to stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state have used on us. We are so glued with our past. Let's focus on the present. We understand that we have Biafrans that are, have been massacred, and like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is kidnapped from Finland, from Kenya, by this terrorist Nigeria. And we also understand that Mazi Simon Ekpa likewise is arrested, all because of fighting for the people of Biafra. So we're not going to dwell on past. Let's dwell on present. And the present is what we revive our past. We that are fighting are the ones that will free all the political prisoners, because that's what they are. They are political prisoners because they are locked up because of agitating or fighting for Biafra freedom. So let us all stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state are using on us. and support the current leadership of which I'm the Prime Minister. So Biafra Republic government in exile will do everything humanly possible to release all political prisoners. It's a task. We represent the entire Biafra, so we don't represent some group of Biafra and avoid other group of Biafra. So all Biafrans are citizens of Biafra, so we do everything humanly possible to free all political prisoners. So your support, we hasten it. Your support, we speed it up. But when you keep dwelling on the past, we'll go nowhere. So let's dwell on the present and focus on the government that is making it happen. The government that have taken the cause of Biafra to Washington, D.C. Because for over 10, 20 years, Washington, D.C. have not been talking about Biafra like today. Please, your support will go a long way. Thank you very much. And Honorable Elias, let's get your closing remark to Biafran people. I know you already encouraged Biafran people. I'm still getting a message that they would like you to speak more, but because of time and other engagement, and we'll be wrapping up. So Honorable Elias will also be at VOB in near future, very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. What I would say to Biafrans is the issue now is not even external support, because we're making huge progress with international support. In fact, I think the challenge is if the Biafrans themselves can move quickly enough and show that they're ready for their independence. So how fast everything moves, in a way, depends on you, the Biafran people. And I think you need to show seriousness. I think you need to show determination. You need to show commitment. When you have, let's say, Biafrans that are, talking about 2027 elections and people in the Southeast voting for these Nigerian politicians and, all this sorts of stuff, that shows lack of seriousness, right? So there needs to be seriousness. There needs to be commitment. There needs to be an understanding that we're dealing with international diplomacy at this point and not noise making and not all this emotionality. So I think the Biafrans have to show greater seriousness and determination. And part of this will, yes, depend on external support, but part of it will also depend on the Biafrans themselves. If you show the necessary level of maturity that's needed for what we're trying to embark on. So thank you, and it's an honor to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias, and I'm still going to be seeing you in a few days. We have other engagement in Washington because it's all we do. So it's all about Biafra, freedom of Biafra, freedom of Christians, whether in Nigeria, Middle Belt, Biafra, is our job, and we have to free them. So the voiceless, we have to make sure that we send the message to the international community to come to our aid, and why we Biafrans also need to focus. It's time that we change the dimension. It's time that we all align with Biafra Republic government in exile. The leadership of which I'm the Prime Minister, so Washington, D.C., U.S. lawmakers in Washington, D.C., they are pleased to have somebody like me, and they are pleased to know that I'm steady and I'm somebody with common sense. I'm not somebody that they cannot count on or rely on. That's what matters. So last week we traveled out of town for a very important gathering, of which we also have some very meaningful meeting. Just a few days ago in Washington, I came across some of the members that we we met at the occasion. They remember who I am, and they always say good luck, in what we are doing. So they wish us well because they know we are fighting a just cause. Please, if you're a Biafra, support the current leadership. Ask yourself question: if this leadership of Brgie is delivering, the answer is yes. Of which Honorable Elias pointed out earlier. He also talked about how the Nigerian newspaper have talked about our impact in Washington D.C. Actually, there's a time they are attacking us, right? They said,
yes, but now
Nigeria as country of particular concern we are the one behind it. Yes, we play a very vital role. Since 2014.
But
go ahead.
Yeah, Prime Minister, even the Nigerian gutter media, if you notice, if you watch Rise TV, unlike previously when they let's say mocked IPOB or mocked different Biafran leaders, now they even the Nigerian gutter media is very careful in the way they talk about you and Brgie. Because they're now reporting on these international news stories about you and Brgie, and they're much more careful now with what they say, and they're a little bit more respectful. So the Nigerian gutter media is very they feel a little bit nervous. I think they feel very nervous.
Yeah, because our message is sinking in, and I also want to appreciate Biafrans that are active in social media. Just like Mike Anoy that we talked about earlier. We remember months ago, if you talk about Biafra or about separation, before, it's all about how things will work Nigeria, one Nigeria, but, based on what he himself observed and what he have seen, he came to a conclusion that Nigeria will not work, that Nigeria will not just work. And that also drew my attention to this group that are calling Save Nigeria group. I laugh, you know why I laugh, Elias? I remember Gowon, right? Gowon is from Middle Belt. Yeah, Gowon fought and he killed Biafrans in millions. He tried to save Nigeria. Gowon try hard, very, very hard to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria that he tried to save is the same Nigeria that is killing his people. Even our former leader, Ojukwu, told Gowon that Gowon would be alive and watch Nigeria kill his people. And it's happening.
Yes. His community is being killed, is the one being killed. Yeah.
The one that tried to save Nigeria, just like this young man called Henson, whatever his name is. I'm like, what's wrong with him? You can't save Nigeria. You can't. A former president named Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. That means what is happening, it just can't stop. And I thank God that Washington D.C. is beginning to realize, like one of the speaker at the hearing just a few days ago, he compared Nigeria to like Yugoslavia, right?
Yes.
Yes. So Nigerian people, they need to go and get their own separate country. So like if the Fulani people, if they believe Nigeria is their country, they can go coexist with the North, like the Hausa. We call them Hausa Fulani. So we encourage the Middle Belt. Nigeria can't be saved. Don't deceive yourself. And the funny thing is that the more they try to save Nigeria, the more Nigeria killed. It happened in Lekki Toll Gate. While Nigerians are waving Nigerian flag, protesting against police brutality, Tinubu, the same terrorist president, do you know that Tinubu ordered the military to open fire and kill a lot of these people protesting for freedom? Not to even, these people at Lekki Toll Gate, not that they are protesting to exit Nigeria. They are just protesting for better Nigeria then. They are just protesting against the police, a police force called SARS, because this SARS are actually terrorists. You know, the way they, actually the SARS turned to terrorists that are kidnapping people for ransom, because if they arrest you, they will tell you how much you need to pay before they release you. So they're committing a lot of crime. Tinubu ordered military to kill this innocent Nigeria protesting. Nigeria can't just be saved, so they need to, this Save Nigeria group need to stop wasting their time, because whenever they keep posting of their meeting from Washington D.C. to save Nigeria, that go on, their brother, uncle tried to save. It never worked. And the same Nigeria that they try to save is killing them. So it's high time Biafran people wake up, since they know that Nigeria can never work. Please support Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Biafra is here. We need to be more organized. We need to be more serious than ever before. So how I wish I can break some news that will make your day, but just believe me when I say Biafra is here. So there's a lot of talk going on. A lot of countries that want to support Biafra. They are just waiting for the... Elias, what are they waiting for? Go ahead. Green what? Well, they're waiting for green light. So Biafra is
yes, green light, yes.
Biafra is here. So they are watching us. Thank you very much. Thank you from here. And thank you for being our first guest in VOB, Voice of Biafra. And, we are happy. Go ahead.
It's a great honor for me. It's a great honor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God bless you too. All right, have a great day, Biafrans. Prime Minister,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biafran people, I hope we are ready for our freedom. Our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom will not be given to us in a platter of gold. If you hate me, don't hate my message. Don't hate what I represent. Don't hate what Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere is fighting for. I'm fighting for the freedom of Biafra. Of which freedom of Biafra is your freedom, is my freedom as well. Freedom is beautiful. It's so sweet than honey. Freedom is priceless. It's worth more than gold. We dream for a Biafra where the security will be touched, not the best of best. Where you can leave your door wide open, travel far and wide, come back without anyone going in your house to steal any of your belongings. A Biafra where midnight you can walk on the street of Biafra without Islamic jihadist terrorists kidnapping, chasing you. A Biafra where you have a steady electricity. A Biafra where you have good education system. A Biafra with hope. A Biafra where everyone from different countries of the world we want to live. A Biafra where people want to travel, like the way people travel to Dubai, America, Hong Kong, Singapore. A Biafra that will bring positive vibe to the global community. A Biafra that will be love. A Biafra of live and let live. A Biafra where neighbors will love themselves, cherish themselves. A Biafra with the same ideology, not like Nigeria, where you have this Islamic jihadist terrorists with different ideology. While you are preaching peace, while you are preaching unity, while you are preaching live and let live. The Islamic jihadist terrorists of Nigeria are preaching hate, why they are preaching jihadism, how you will be killed. With your support, with your help, we can all achieve this milestone. It's our dream. Our forefather dream, when are we going to be free? That is the reason why our leader, Ojukwu, resurrect the hope for Biafran people, for us to be free. Because we deserve to be free as free people. And we know that if we don't fight to be free, if Biafra land is overrun, the West should prepare that these terrorists will attack them, even from Biafra land. That is, if they succeed, capture Biafra. We encourage the West to support Biafran cause. We also encourage United States of America to hasten up so that we can all fight this one common enemy, this terrorist state of so-called Nigeria. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those that will be supporting now and those that will support later, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of you sacrifice. Thank you from here, and God bless you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who goes stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps us soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erase. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps us soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra. crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes mobilizes, resists innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover. Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives. It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn. Biafra, Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost. Biafra, Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Biafra, Biafra.
Way here to the rehabilitation center for the Boko Haram. So that means these have not been rehabilitated yet, and this is like kind of a prison, because this is actually where they have their sentence, you can say, where they're trying to rehabilitate them. So this will be even more risky than before. But let's see if we get the allowance to get in. So this is not so easy to get into this rehabilitation center. So the people are very friendly, and the one is calling his boss, and another is calling his boss, and another was calling his boss, and now we're going to meet with our general of everything. Yeah, they are imprisoned inside here. I'm not sure if these are, they're probably not. If maybe they are, they could be Boko Haram, and then they are allowed to get outside, because he just told me some few of them will get a pass or something to get outside to, yeah, get some water here from the well, or maybe, yeah, little by little try to go out in the town to rehabilitate. So it could be, but they are inside here, and there's like 100 plus Boko Haram members inside here. Oh, so this is one of the security guys from the rehabilitation center. So he's going with us to the general to get the approval, and he's telling us now that there was an explosion here the 24th of December at Christmas, where there was a mosque, which was there was a suicide bomber, but there was also some people collaborating with these guys, and inside the rehabilitation center, they think that there was a guy collaborating with these Boko Haram from outside. So he's now taken to court, right? They are talking to the general there. But how is it possible for him to collaborate with Boko Haram from outside? Because
we can't know. Sometimes they used to go out. They will say that they want to go and buy some things. They will move out from morning till night.
Isn't it a problem that they are allowed to go out when they are like terrorists? Shouldn't they be inside until they are like more rehabilitated?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, when they are released for good, will the government have a place for them?
No, the problem with, when they release them for good, the government will give them some money and them to start some business. So they will release them to go back to their area.
So after a long meeting with that very important person inside that office here to get into the rehabilitation center, or at least he thought himself that he was very important, a little annoying type, if you know what I mean. But the thing is, it got me in more troubles than a solution to get inside the rehabilitation center, because it seems that all the stuff I was doing, I just been doing, you know, I was not allowed. I needed a permission for everything from the governor, not even from the general. I mean, I needed from the governor to visit all these other places with the Boko Haram and the ones who fight them and everything like that to document it. He was like, which company are you from? Where are you from? I never heard about that, anyone like getting a permission for that without a license from the governor and etc., etc. So I was just like, no, don't worry. I just got a picture with them because I could see where things were going, right? Did you take any videos and stuff like that? But I was like trying to kind of man flirt. I'm like, okay, I see. I totally understand. So you're from here. I heard you were in the military doing a really good job. So I just changed a little subject, you know, he forgot about what I actually just did, which was not allowed.
Anyway, I don't give up so easily, even rejected with a warning from the general. So we head on to another Boko Haram rehabilitation camp, trying to get access. This time the biggest with many hundreds inside.
This is the place. This is the headquarters. Yeah, this is the headquarters of the rehabilitation center. Maiduguri, which is the rehabilitation center of Boko Haram, basically.
I managed to get inside for a short while, but without filming much, because all eyes were on me, and suddenly I needed to speak with the manager running this place. He told me politely I needed to leave immediately. My contact also told me the general from before had called all the rehabilitation camps and likewise places, warning them. But this is filmed from inside the rehabilitation camp, and this is Boko Haram. Then I heard that the Boko Haram repenters, or as you know, many still with Boko Haram minds, were preparing to get out in the bush and fight. So now the military armed them, so we drove back. But it definitely didn't feel more secure.
Oh, a little more to think about now, because all of them, they have like weapons here as well. So they are former Boko Haram, so you will never know what they're going to do. But they're actually going in the bush now, right? In the bush. Even here in the night, they will go out. You will sleep in the bush also?
I'm living like 1 month in the bush. So they're spending month in the bush before come back.
So now when they go, there will be 1 month?
There is some people now, they come. Some people, they come. They go and replace the person they come and relax more.
So they go on shift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some come in, some go.
Yeah, so they will go out and hunt their old friends, I guess. But it's still very crazy to think about that these people, they have killed a lot of people when they were like in Boko Haram, and then so just now being here with all these former Boko Haram is just crazy, because as you probably know, they did a lot of evil stuff, all of them probably, but now they are trying to do the right thing, or I'm not sure if they are forced to it, and they can probably turn side every moment. Okay, so this was interesting. So now their kind of leader was here, and they were giving ammunition out to these former Boko Haram, because now they're going out in the bush, and he wouldn't let me allow to film that, because the military is also coming, because they will go together with the military, and these former Boko Harams will show the military where their old friends, where the Boko Haram are, so they can tell their locations. So that's why they go together with the military to hunt them down and fight them. Repenters are former Boko Haram. So all these people here, they were Boko Haram. They killed a lot of people, but they went into rehabilitation. Now I want to ask these old Boko Haram, but now repenters, some questions.
The guys in Tambaya, when the 14 Boko Haram, the suka yi repenters, suka yi switching, suka dawo suna taimakawa vigilantes, civilian JTF suke fighting da su, shine ke son yayi.
Was it because of money or of poverty?
They say they don't have this answer.
They don't want.
Shima ya ce, don't worry. Shima ya ce, if there is any answer, if you doesn't refuse to answer, just say you don't have answer.
Yeah, that's okay. You can refuse to answer also.
Boko Haram, they are killing people. So what's the reason they are killing people? Because of the money, or because of the religion, or because of what? That's why you want to know.
Yeah. I'm thinking about now, when you see a white person like me now, because you were indoctrinated to hate me, you were indoctrinated to kill me, you should kill all Westerns, right? How do you feel when you see me now? Do you feel the same, like, is he bad, is he evil, or how is it?
Da kuka gan farin mutum ya zo wurinku da lokacin da Boko Haram suna je. They say they are very comfortable with you. They don't have like anything in their mind.
Oh, okay. I hope that, and not 2 minutes later, they will kill me out here.
I'm joking.
Just when I'm standing here, joking, thinking I'm okay, there comes this man from the side with something hidden inside his jacket, approaching me, but luckily getting stopped by one of the others. They took him away, and I was later told he had a knife in his jacket, which he tried to attack me with. This is where I realized that many of these people will never change. They are still Boko Haram terrorists inside, now just being paid by others for a moment. Many don't regret a single thing, and this guy would have been a hero of Boko Haram if he stabbed me and finished the white Western guy for good. And later my contact was told he had a knife under the jacket, but I guess he's just taken into the rehabilitation camp again, or probably just still walking around freely.
Stop him, see why you are.
And their mind are already fucked up.
Yes.
So you never know what they can.
Yes, that's why you stop him.
Yeah.
That's why you stop him.
Because maybe if he killed me, if he go back to Boko Haram, one day he would be a hero.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes.
This is actually very dangerous to be here for a white man, because their mind can just change like that and then stab you.
Yes.
I'm very happy that you saw the same as me.
But back to this meeting with these former Boko Haram, or still Boko Haram, who knows?
That they see, you know you, me, I don't know you, I know they tell you.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because he say you are a news person,
yeah,
and he can't tell you his story because just like that he doesn't know you.
No,
he doesn't know where you come from.
He
can.
No problem. When they are killing people out in the bush, I mean, why do they also kill other Muslims?
Me yasa mutane suke kashe musulmai irin Boko Haram, me yasa suke kashe musulmai a jeji tunda sun ce wancan musulmai ne?
A yanzu a cikin wasu.
So as a Boko Haram, how many people did you kill, you think? No, you're not answering. You're not answering.
This man say he killed like 100 people.
100 people? So you killed, normal people around Maiduguri and in the bush?
Only in the bush.
Only in the bush. What was your age when you started?
10 years.
10 years, starting with the gun.
Yes.
And the elders, they forced you to kill.
Manyan da suka dinga sa ku kuna kashewa.
Manyan ne suna nema kuma.
Yes, the elders they give them instruction to kill.
Wow. Yeah. So this guy, he killed more than 100 people.
Yeah.
And now he's hopefully on the right path. You needed to burn villages? You even needed to kill children and women, like everyone, right? That's how it is.
Yes. No, they say the big one, they are married. If they capture the ladies, they can't kill the ladies.
Okay.
They are married them. Let me narrate in the house. In an kama mata ba a kashewa ana aure ne. Yes, they are married. If they catch the women, so they are spraying. They are married women because they doesn't have plenty women in the place.
No.
So that they doesn't kill women. If they carry women, they marry her. So they can't kill it. And the small kid, they can't rape him because he never reach that age.
Okay.
You understand?
Look at this. Who would have thought that I could just go here and meet these former Boko Haram and without killing me now?
they talk. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up, you know 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and turn. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
I'm Barrister Daliop Solomon Manturi, the National President of Birom Youth Molder Association, presently in NTV community where women and youth came out en masse and staged a protest over the unwarranted arrests and detention of unarmed young people who were offering complementary security services to the existing federal security on ground by helping them with the intel and to also cover some loopholes where if there is any suspicious movement, they could call on the conventional security for needed response. But we learned from them, 4 of them that are here behind me, were giving such a service, and military personnel from nearby community, Mejanke, came into this community and arrested these young people and whisked them to Gashish FOB. That was on Saturday, a day before yesterday. And it was around 9 p.m. of Saturday. And surprisingly, even the community leadership came out and confronted and inquire from the military personnel that why have you arrested these young men that are keeping watch over this environment? Can I have these boys back? They said no, that they were arrested, one for moving in the late hours, and secondly for playing snooker, which there is no snooker in that place. It's an old stock that has already been destroyed. There is no possible for people to have been using that snooker. And thirdly, that they were drunkards. And I don't know where in Nigeria that drunkenness has been termed as an offense that will warrant an arrest of people, and then they are kept in continued detention for good 2 days. And not only they were brutalized, they were subjected to all sorts of inhuman treatment as if they are not members of human family in this environment. So that particular act is highly condemnable and unacceptable. And we call on the relevant security agency, particularly the Operation Enduring Peace, to please, as a matter of urgency, arrest those individuals, those security personnel that arrested these 4 people and investigated them, because as far as we are concerned, for them to have come and arrested young people that never had arms. Imagine if these guys were in possession of knives, what would have happened? They would have been possibly dead by now. And imagine if they were vigilante in possession of these then guns, they would have massacred them in this particular environment. So that one is condemnable. And the attackers, look at their houses all over this environment. We've never heard of one-day military operation going to sack their house, going to arrest the militant. But when the innocent locals who are trying to develop their self-defense mechanism out of courage will now be arrested and then tagged as terrorists, as bandits. It is not only here this incident happened. 3 days ago, an incident occurred around Downwall in Riom local government. The military were invited. That this is a situation. When they went there, the young people that gathered courage to evacuate one of the victims that was brutalized and injured fatally by the Fulanis and their terrorist cohort, when they were rushed to the hospital, on their return home, the same military went and arrested these young people, tagged them as Birom terrorists, circulated their photos. And today they are in detention at the STA facility in Jos. The question to ask is that, who then are the killers of Plateau people? Who are the ones giving encouragement to the armed people to come? Because if unarmed and few individuals that are trying to stage a defense set mechanism in their location against external intruders that come with sophisticated weapons and then are arrested and are not in any way, the communities are not giving security cover, how much more then of our security as people in this general area? It is very obvious by our firm position that those repentant Boko Haram that were conscripted into the Nigerian military are the ones deployed to Plateau and are the ones perpetrating this, and are now projecting the military as complicit. Otherwise, why should there be this kind of arrest?
What happened? Tell us what happened immediately after the arrest of these civilian guards who were simply standing watch in front of their houses.
Now, after the arrest of these young people, we want to believe for their pictures to have gone viral, which it was not Fulani that arrested them, it were personnel of Nigerian military. Now, they may have shared it with their cohorts, whom we believe are the terrorists. Now, after sharing those pictures, they now circulated everything and termed these people as terrorists. And then they have known that communities within this environment have already been crippled, have already been weakened. And therefore, the attackers came last night and attacked Hurum, a nearby village, and 4 people killed. 5 others are presently in the hospital as a result of fatal gunshot they sustained. Now, that is how helpless the situation has become. And we have managed this morning to address the people having agreed to open the road so that there will be movement. Therefore, we are calling that please, as a matter of urgency, there should be an overhaul in the military architecture so that our people here can breathe and breathe well. If the military family is not ready to fight terrorists, then they should better be taken back to the barracks and be replaced with Nigerian mobile policemen so that they can come and man the security, because people are losing confidence daily on the Nigerian military on daily basis. The attackers, the terrorists are killing them. The attackers are also killing us. Instead of us to join hands in synergy to fight against the terrorists, you are now weakening and crippling communities that have staked their self-defense so that the attackers will come and have their field day. And the same last night, there was another attack in Shono, close to security point, and 2 people were killed. 2 princes were killed. The former traditional ruler of Shono was also a sustained injury, and a pastor. They are currently on admission. And then we have not seen the military coming to conduct and then carry out their kinetic and their agility in arresting situation, but they can only come into communities and arrest young people that are trying to defend their communities against external aggression. Which kind of lifestyle is this? Which kind of world are we into? If the heroes of those days will come to life and see what is happening to Nigerians, they will weep bitterly, because that is not the Nigerian they fought for it to be a united entity.
Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No oppression, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your hope? Biafra. Who be your hope? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. And the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today. Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra. Our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No. Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising. Holding on. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight. Mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide.
Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising, holding on. In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes, Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you from here, and greetings, lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guest in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I've known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. Ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, Welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech, because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student. And I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American diplomatic service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the deputy ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship. And because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question, because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know, specific to Biafra, that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investments. And the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been, you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie, heavily invest in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for groups similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point, in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts, for example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, Southern Cameroon, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of the U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom, correct?
Absolutely. And again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has transaction approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So, if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then I in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of three qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all three of those criteria.
Thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might be retired, but you're still ambassador. And we believe that U.S. government is still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brgie, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block, or at least condition attached to U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the Christian population?
Yes, so let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. We've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So you know, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafran Liberation Army be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, you know, I mean, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. Because right now, I mean, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. Even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army. And I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, you know, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. Why our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well, and you know, he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal, but an informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently, including some of your human rights champions, who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, you know, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well-devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one-party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But you know, that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, you know, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just 1 or 2 of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government, as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You know, you are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor, because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, you know, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you know, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough, because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it, or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors, and all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And, you know, we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. You know, we have already, you know, pushed a lot in Washington, D.C. A lot have happened, a lot of education, meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we traveled far and wide, all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And and
can I just say one thing? You know, one thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a few Nigerian students. So among the international student groups, the top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students, and most of them were in engineering or business. And I've always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot it be one of the greatest countries on earth? Nigerians should be able to do just as well inside Nigeria as they do outside of Nigeria. And unfortunately, what has been stopping them has been the government.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Just because of the foundation of Nigeria, is built on faulty foundation. The division is just too much. That brought me to a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from former president before him, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and other before him, that they said that Nigeria, that the British government is trying to make it work, but the people are not making it work because the people are different. So they always like if the Yoruba today happen to be the president, from the southeast Biafrans, they're not gonna like it. If the north happen to be the president, both the southwest, southeast, they have problem. Then if it just don't just work. So I think the best thing is ours to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that the US is doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now, and I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on a journey. We have a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran civil war, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria had been marginalized, unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non-Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are, but putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. We just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the north, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in million. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the north, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the north will live better on their own, the southwest will be better on their own, the north, southeast, which is Biafra, we'll be better on our own. And the middle belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara. So the southwest have, minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just 2 more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard, because the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like, I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that, in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. From we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people, and this Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice, because it's not going to work, and justice have to play its own role, its own part here. Since we are not going to accept that Sharia law, and it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the north, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the North into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria, if they try to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations.
Yeah.
And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law, because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer. And when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find a question,
let me add something there. Let me add something, please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law, since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future, or in the next 2-3 years, do you think Christians have a hope, or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the Sharia law?
Absolutely. No, Christians absolutely have a hope, because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question, that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yep.
Christians in the Middle Belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
My message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today, and I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, What do you need, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I
show
want to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador, who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, what is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Anyway, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God bless you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans.
For the Biafra homeland, in the soil where our fathers bled and fell, our children wake to the morning bell. They speak our tongue, they dream our dream, but shadows gather from the northern stream. If jihadists take over our sacred land, our churches will be razed and burned down. Our voices will be silenced. No more markets, no more songs of old. Our daughters will be veiled like masquerades and stripped of their dignity and womanhood. Our sons will be humiliated in slave chains. Awake, O Biafran sons and daughters, the hour is late, there is no other time. Your silence now becomes a chain that binds the land in endless pain. Diaspora shore, together we open freedom's door. Biafra is calling, her spirit strong and true. Contribute now, the future waits for you. Warning to those in homeland, they come with sword and holy book in hand, promising peace while conquering every land. Fulani herdsmen turn to invaders and settlers, taking farmlands and destroying our green vegetation. If we sleep and let the takeover succeed, our Biafran blood will flow like stream of water. Terror and fear will take over where children used to play. Mothers, fathers, youth of Biafra land, your contribution is the protection that will hasten our independence and freedom. Donate the money, the brick, the tools our government needs to actualize our independence and freedom. Unity and resources will guarantee our safety and freedom. To diaspora Biafrans, across the ocean, safe and far, building empires under foreign stars. But hear the cry of the motherland in chains. Your brother's slaughtered, your sister's kidnapped, raped and beheaded. If you turn away and refuse to give and donate, the fire dies and our children cease to live. Your millions scattered will become a curse, wandering forever, strangers in every place. No root, no nation, no flag to call your own. Your grandchildren will ask why you left us alone. The risk is real, extinction in disguise. A people scattered till their memory dies. Biafra calling all, from Biafra streets to Washington's busy lane, from hills and valleys of Biafra to Atlanta's rain. Lawyers, doctors, traders, engineers, send your skills, knowledge and power to support your only government. 1 million voices, 1 million hands can birth our nation today and now, and save our people from these burning sands. Not by bullet first, but by clear vision. Fund the diplomats, the media, the lobbyists, the attorney, who are our voice in Washington, D.C. Rise, Biafra, this is our time to shine. Every contribution draws our freedom line closer, from homeland soil to diaspora might. We must fund our freedom to reclaim our right. No more begging, no more second place. Biafra rising with glory on her face. Invest, contribute, donate today to Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechikunke, who is engaging United States congressmen and policymakers in Washington, D.C. for the freedom of Biafra, the land of the free and the brave, the land of the rising sun. This sun has risen to set no more. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. God bless Biafra. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. God bless Biafra.
Very good evening to you from the Voice of Biafra Television, live on air. Earlier today, there was a breaking news from Washington, D.C., where some terrorists had planned the elimination of the president of the free world, and the daughter, Ivanka Trump, was a target for elimination. That is why you need to pray for the president of the free world, because this is the president that all eyes are on him. What he does is what saves humanity, and what his administration does is what the Christians in Nigeria also want. Never has there been a time where people take the case of Nigeria and Biafra and the Christians slaughtered for many years so very serious. But under the President Donald Trump and his administration, we can see the paradigm shift. So welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. It's good to have you on the show. It is Sunday night. And welcome to Voice of Biafra Television, where we give you the truth, we give you hope, and we give you the message of Biafra for tomorrow, today, and what you should do so that you can be safe and not taken out by the terrorists that has ravaged the entire Nigeria. It's been a very good week, and in recaps, it's sad to also say that in Nigeria, several babies, women, and children were buried. That is the news recap of the week. Because the incessant attack of the terrorists in Nigeria did not stop. Rather, it amplified. People were kidnapped in Katsina, many of which that went to churches were kidnapped and slaughtered, many of which that also went for marriage ceremony were kidnapped and slaughtered, many of which that went for different kinds of occasions and events were kidnapped and also slaughtered. And on top of all this, the Nigerian politicians are very okay with their settings of the day. They are planning of how they will become the winners of the 2027 elections. And don't be shocked when you see that the election primaries are ongoing in full force. This is Voice of Biafra. And joining you from Washington, D.C. was a news correspondent that was updating the entire world about what was happening in America. We wonder why they want to eliminate the president, Trump, and everyone doing well in his administration. You know why? Because he is the end to the terrorist regime. This is Voice of Biafra Television, and it is Sunday night. The line is open to anyone that wants to call in. Our calls comes in on WhatsApp, and for those that have other measures of calling in through Telegram, it is permissible, so you can call in. Welcome to Voice of Biafra, and we delve into the issue of the day.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to end. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. And let's check the news in recap. Now, people that went to prayer were slaughtered in the prayer ground, while 15 more were kidnapped. This is to add, to remind everyone that the people that were kidnapped 2 months ago, that they are all there and they have not been released yet.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it.
Yeah, welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. It's good for you to know that Nigeria is due for dissolution. Nigeria is due for you to tear to pieces. For those that are not aware of what is happening, throughout this week, it's been genocide upon genocide. Genocide upon genocide, and this is Kwara State. But this will also shock you to see that while these were being talked about, the president of Nigeria was more concerned about his political ambition of 2027. He said he is not backing down for his opponent, and that he is in for the elections, and that is his primary cause. So I want to ask you, is it really true that Islamic terrorists were kidnapping people in Kwara State? And then the government of today, I hear, so concerned about their political campaign of 2027. If it was these politicians here, that were kidnapped by the terrorists, or their children or their babies, women and children were kidnapped by the terrorists, I don't know if they will still be here having these political discussions and political campaign. Because while they are here, over 50 people were slaughtered, and over 15 were also kidnapped. This is Kwara State. And where the president was carrying out his political campaign is not too far from your state.
Real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV. There is a... Only one broadcasting network. Voice of
voice of Biafra. TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. I believe you can all hear me coming out because we're having some technical issues on our audio device. So the line is open to callers that will want to call in tonight. This is Sunday night on Voice of Biafra television, and the line is open to everyone. And those that have me on Telegram, you can also call in, please. But the line is open on WhatsApp and anyone can call in. So, in recap of the week of what Nigerian terrorist government have done and what they are doing, we ask a question. We say, if the people slaughtered were babies, women, or children of the politicians, would they be gathering here today doing political campaign while the dead bodies of their babies, women, and children are being slaughtered? Because it is the way they take the issue of other people's children and the way they take their own that will determine if they are fully working for the citizens. And it will shock you to see that the Nigerian terrorist government give no damn about how your babies, women, and children are slaughtered, whether they care about you or not. So what matters to them most is how they remain relevant in power, what they can get, and how much they will make from their tenure. Tinubu and the entire people that call themselves politicians in Nigeria care less about the citizens. Now, Muslim ticket of 2023 has been done and dusted, and Nigerians have only lamented. They haven't been able to do anything or to change anything. So my question is, are you all going to lament like this in the next 4 years of Tinubu administration, of Tinubu taking over Nigeria and handing it over to the Boko Haram terrorists? Because yesterday we saw something from Dave Umahi. Dave Umahi said that in the next 4 years, you should allow Tinubu for now to implement his policies. That in the next 4 years, he's now going to focus on the terrorism, to fight the terrorists. My question is, how many of you will stay till 2031 to see if Tinubu will fight the terrorists or not? How many of you will even be alive to see the next 6 months when the terrorists are rampaging everywhere and taking charge of entire Nigeria? And the interesting thing is that the government of Nigeria care less. The politicians care less. So it is shocking when you see that Dave Umahi says Tinubu will solve insecurity challenges in the next 4 years. So for now, allow him to become the president of Nigeria. until when he is back to office in the next 4 years. Our question is very simple. Is Nigeria working for you? And how many of you will be alive to see the Tinubu or the proposed next 4 years of Devomai? There's a video we had before that did ask a question. I think that is a Funke. Let's see if we can bring her to the screen again, where she asked, is Nigeria working for you?
I'm asking a very pertinent question. Is Nigeria working for you? Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, knew the solutions to Boko Haram till he finally became president. He asked ex-President Jonathan to resign because of insecurity. He cried empathetically. He promised to end Boko Haram in 3 months. But now, he's telling us he's done his best to arm the military. Why isn't he resigning? Governor Fashola knew the solutions to providing stable power supply till he became Minister of Power, and darkness pervaded the land. After trying hard and giving excuses like he only plays a supervisory role, the ministry was assigned to someone else. Power grid, still they collapse. The NSAS protests were tagged insurrection. In fact,
Nigerians have every reason to ask themselves many questions. Because this lady here started by reminding you of Buhari promises. And then she went into the Minister of Power. And then Buhari has done, I think Buhari seems to be the most serving president in Nigeria. Yeah. Every other president have served on a short term, but when you calculate Buhari's tenure in Nigeria as a president, Buhari has served more than every other president in Nigeria. Starting from the 1977 era to 78 and coming down to this time of 90-something, 2000 and something, coming down to 20-something and to this time. So Buhari has actually served and been the most longing president of Nigeria. But this is a man that was not ready to end the terrorism. So the question is very, very important. Let's take it again.
I'm asking a very pertinent question. Is Nigeria working for you? Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, knew the solutions to Boko Haram.
Buhari knew the solutions to Boko Haram. Buhari knew the solutions to Boko Haram. Buhari knew the solutions to Boko Haram. So if Buhari knew the solutions to Boko Haram, but he refused the solutions to be implemented, what does that tell you? And they went on and on to draft out contracts to Boko Haram terrorists, because almost all Boko Haram terrorists were given contracts. You remember when there were videos that were flying from Roots TV that said Nigerian terrorist government pays the Boko Haram 100 billion naira contract. I think we need that video to play so that we remind people something. 100 billion. The terrorists were asking for 200. The Nigerian government later negotiated to, I think, we said 150. And the later bit, no, the later beat the price down till we later hit 100. We'll look for that video and bring it to the screen so that people can hear and understand what is happening. So, if Buhari knew the solution to Boko Haram terrorists, but Buhari refused, but what they were doing was to create a contract and give it to the Boko Haram terrorists. They started expanding the territories of the terrorists. The Emirates started expanding and going far and wide. And today, this video this lady made here was about, say, 2019. She made this video, 2019 or thereabout. Now we are in 2026. I want everybody to do their calculations. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. It's been 7 years. Is Nigeria working for you?
I'm asking a very pertinent question. Is Nigeria working for you? Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, knew the solutions to Boko Haram till he finally became president. He asked ex-President Jonathan to resign because of insecurity. He cried emphatically. He promised to end Boko Haram in 3 months. But now, he's telling us he's done his best to arm the military. Why isn't he resigning? Governor Fashola knew the solutions to providing stable power supply till he became Minister of Power, and darkness pervaded the land. After trying hard and giving excuses like he only plays a supervisory role, the ministry was assigned to someone else. Power grid, still they collapse. The NSAS protests were tagged insurrection. In fact, someone said Aisha Yusufu ought to be in jail for instigating violence. Then farmers were beheaded in Borno. Same person asked Aisha Yusufu to lead a protest. Aren't these people supposed to forbid hypocrisy? Is Nigeria working for any Nigerian today? From leaders hoarding food for the poor, receiving kickbacks from government contracts, to farmers needing permission to go to their farms. Is Nigeria working for you? Why is Zamfara's gold for Zamfara and Niger Delta oil for Nigeria? Why is Hisba destroying alcohol, but their state governments receive federal allocation from monies received via taxation, including tax on alcoholic beverages? Why are some federal roads abandoned to bandits and kidnappers? Who is in charge of Nigeria's security? The president is talking tough this time. Most times, he's as shocked by the rest of us by the absence of good governance under him. Regardless of his campaign promises and the manifesto of his political party, Nigeria has rolled back in terms of development. From Naira continually losing its value to a recently launched locomotive trains breaking down in the middle of nowhere. Nigeria has to be working for some people, though. The government can do no wrong. To this set of people, their money isn't being stolen, even if the money is being borrowed, leaving debts for their own children to pay in future. Even if the leaders don't use public institutions, from sending their children to Ivy League schools abroad to getting medical treatment abroad, some people who have Nothing. And we need to donate money for their medical bills if they have a serious ailment. Continue to hail the obvious lack of good governance till Nigeria happens to them. Then they get a little pissed. May Nigeria never happen to you. Say amen. We deserve better than the political class who go home with millions monthly to represent people who can't even afford to feed themselves. I am Olajumoke Alaode James. Nigeria is not working for me. Is Nigeria working for you?
It's true that Nigeria is working for some people, like the political class and those that their parents are into politics and embezzling Nigeria money, taxpayers' money, and putting it in their purse. As part of the ways of preparing funds for them ahead of their retirement. But those that bear the highest tax and cost of what the politicians are doing are the poor masses. Because looking at the community here, the people that were slaughtered were the poor masses. You did not see the politicians being slaughtered in this place. Rather, the people you saw that were slaughtered were the poor masses. So when a politician is telling you, while you are telling them that they are killing people in the next community, and they said, Tinubu will solve the security situations in the next 4 years. So that means you have to enjoy the debt to today. You have to enjoy the terrorism that is taking people's life today. Just take the situation the way it is, and then wait until when we come back in the next 4 years, then we can talk about if we can do anything to save your lives. How many of you have seen the children of Dave Omai being victims of the Boko Haram Islamic jihadist conquest agenda? I did ask some questions the last time, and the questions I asked was, why is it that the terrorists has not captured any of the Nigerian politicians? And why is it that the terrorists have not captured any family members of the Nigerian politicians? Why is it only the poor masses? The poor masses that goes to the market to sell groundnut. The poor masses that suffer so much to make ends meet. The poor masses that toil with their sweat to see if they can be able to pay the school fees of their children. The poor masses that Nigeria has happened to them already. These are the people that the terrorist goes after. Why? Is there a kind of template that was given to the terrorists? Or is there a kind of agreement that has been made or reached with the Nigerian politicians which forbids the terrorists to go after the Nigerian politicians, but rather gives them the go-ahead for them to go after the unarmed civilians? Why are the unarmed civilians the target? These are some pertinent questions that we have not asked ourselves. Until we ask these questions, maybe we may likely start getting solutions to some of the issues that are ongoing in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Now, let's go back to US Washington D.C. We have some important questions to ask. And then we are asking why every terrorist, their prime target is to eliminate President Trump and family. For those of you that may be calling into the program today, please, when you call into the program, we want you to center your energy also on America, because the terrorists mapped out the daughter of the US president for elimination. Why? Because the president and his entire cabinet are speaking for all of you, because they have happened to be the only government and the only time where the world sponsor of terrorism and jihad has been picked. It is during this time that the terrorists in Iran gets to understand and know that their cup is full. Their brother terrorists and recruits in Nigeria are feeling the heat as well. They have collected many bombs from the US Department of War. They collected some in December 2025, and they collected some again in this May 2026, and they are still collecting more. Now, it is on record. It is on record that UK, Europe, China, Russia, and every other continent and big countries in the world